Good morning.
So this is really who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you now? We already got a healthy chunk of enthusiastic people in our chat that I'm excited to hang out with. Grassroots Hegemon, always good to see you. Harmonic Fox, John, H. Lock, Jonah Boy, Marfin, Sacred Snow, Bud123, and Chase. Good to see all of you beautiful people today. And man, do we have a show for you. These are some of the dumbest people in alternative media politics right here on the left-hand side of your screen. Sneeko and Aiden Ross. Sneeko actually can be very intelligent when he feels like it, when he feels like not being a grifting, dumbass talking points machine. Sorry for cussing already. My apologies. But when he doesn't feel like being dumb, he can actually be a quite insightful person. And then Aiden Ross actually probably has like a 92 IQ. Like if he tested, he would be below average. He's actually a very dumb person. But anyways, they're not really necessarily involved in politics. Aiden Ross just like dips his toe into politics every now and then. Sneeko is just kind of like a freak contrarian streamer. And so he's put together this debate between Nick Fuentes and Dean Withers, which is actually what I'm excited about, right? Dean Withers is soy. He is soy. I'm actually going to show you, though, he's very in shape for being soy. The Democrats genuinely have a, I'm going to say it, I'm going to be a little bit more rude than usual today just because I'm grumpy, but they have a twink problem. Let's not Google the word twink. That could be bad. Let's Google Dean Withers. So Dean Withers is this guy. Kind of looks like like a soy version of Slytherin. Do you remember the guy Drake Malfoy? Was that his name? I'm not a Harry Potter fan, so I don't know all the references. But Drake Malfoy is this guy. So he kind of looks like a little bit more, even more soy. Unfortunately, Draco Malfoy already looked a little bit soy, but Dean Withers kind of looks that way. And you're like, Connor, why are you making fun of him? Aren't you supposed to be siding with him? Maybe. We'll see how well he does in the debates. But soy Draco Malfoy is a there we go. See, this isn't soy. So hold on, let's try to finish it up who Draco Malfoy is. So this Draco Malfoy is a debate bro on TikTok, and he built up a decent reputation and a decent following on TikTok. Now he's branching into YouTube and live streams and all that kind of stuff. So he's supposed to be like the next Destiny, so to speak, for Zoomers. But the problem with Dean is that every time he gets into a controversy from the left, he kind of like caves. And so that's the main problem, is that this Un-F America tour was supposed to be uniting the left in order to get ready for the midterms next year. And yet every time he gets into the smallest amount of drama and he gets the slightest amount of pushback from his audience, he just caves. So that's my criticism of him. That being said, he, might actually be capable of debating competently. And so as a result, that's why we have this debate in the first place. So if this is Dean, by the way, then, good for him. Even though he's skinny, that's, pretty good fitness regimen. And then this is good too. Look at those triceps, man. I was just talking all this smack about him, and I will continue to talk. I'll talk about monetization in a second. So I am talking all this smack about him and all that kind of stuff, but look at those triceps, dude. You don't get these triceps on accident, right? So as much as I'm calling him like soy Draco Malfoy and all that kind of stuff, this is discipline. This is hard work. This, even if he's taking steroids, this is still actual intentional effort. And so while I can still make fun of him, I can still call him soy, I can still say that he caves to the far left members of his audience way too quickly. If that's a real picture of Dean, which it does look like, I think this is real, then I think that in a twink MMA cage match between him and Nick Fuentes, he would actually beat up Nick Fuentes, which is funny because Nick Fuentes is like on the right and he's got more Chads and alphas on his side, but he doesn't really do the Chad alpha thing. So, anyways, silly preliminary analysis, but I'll also give you some preliminary analysis on Nick. Nick is a Christian nationalist. His last name is Fuentes. I think his mom is Mexican, but at the same time, despite being of Hispanic heritage, he's actually quite racist. He's actually quite pro-European. In a show yesterday, he identified as a white Christian nationalist, meaning that he actually does care about race, which he cared about race before, but he seemed to hide his power level a little bit more. And then same thing with Christian nationalists. So he's at minimum like a white segregationist, and he's a Christian authoritarian. He actually wants to live in a Christian theocracy. So, he's kind of an asshole, but he's funny and he's charismatic, which is why he has tens of thousands of live viewers. So let me just check in with chat real quick. Then I'll do the intro. Then we'll get into the content. H-Lock says, yo, you guys were enjoying the bump in the music, which, by the way, my dad actually sent like a really well thought out email about why he hates the song. And so I have to like read it and respond to it. Bud123 says, hey, wake up earlier and I'm drinking coffee. Good to see you. 23 Wojek, good to see you as well. Brosnan, Broettes, yeah. I hope the next time you're invited to a big event, they let you walk out to that song. Oh my God, me too. We are still demonetized, says Bud123. Yeah, I have a meeting with the back-end people today at 3 p.m., I want to say. They're putting in the appeal for it because I think they got some direction. So Midas Touch is obviously not demonetized, and that's like the big brother channel, right? So they went to the Midas Touch people. They got the Midas Touch people to talk to their YouTube rep, and their YouTube rep gave them guidance on how to do the appeal. And then we're going to do the appeal today, but for some reason they want me to give some input on how they do the appeal. So at 3 p.m. today, I'll be giving them input on how to do the appeal, and then hopefully we'll be appealing. Hopefully it only takes a few business days and then it's done. Although the appeals process said it could be as long as 90. So if you're like, Connor, I love you so much, please God, let me give you money. Well, number one, I could probably find a PayPal link if you felt like donating money to me directly. Number two, if you can catch us on Tuesdays. And on Tuesdays, I'm live on the Counterpoints channel. And the Counterpoints channel is my home channel. And you could do super chats or memberships or whatever over there. So if you have money burning a hole in your pocket and you're like, Connor, I desperately have to give you money, please, then obviously catch us live on Tuesdays. And I'll look up my PayPal link later. Aiden struggling to pronounce fascism was hilarious. We're actually going to watch that. Afternoon, it's nearly 4 p.m. here in Europe. The Crawling Chaos says, well, hi, Crawling Chaos. Thank you for coming to hang out on the stream. Sorry if we're being a little silly today, but I've had a heck of a week. I'm not going to lie. So what'd you say? Aiden Ross, it's the first surge. Watch this, bro. It's so awesome. This is one of the people who's hosting the politics debate, bro. Watch this. This guy shouldn't have graduated high school.
What does a fascist mean? It means you are a far right authorization ultra analyst political ideology movement characterized by dictator leadership, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition. So I don't know what that means, bro. I swear to God. I don't know what the fuck a fascism is. I don't know what the fuck that is. Benito Mussolini and Giovanni Gentile and Jason Stanley. Like, who the fuck are these people, bro? Never heard of my fucking life. What is an example of a fascist? Yo!
I hate that guy. Oh, Jonah Boy says 92 is generous. I agree. Friendly reminder, Xander Hall lost the IQ test to Sneeko. Grassroots says that. Yeah, that was another funny moment. Hold on, let's see if we can do that. I'm not, Xander Hall and I are friendly. Although if he never responds to my DMs, I'm just going to start making fun of him the same way everybody else does. I did DM him just to catch up. And like, we're friendly. Like, I'm not trying to dog on the dude too much, but there's also another really funny moment. This guy's a lefty progressive streamer who was a former Vosh orbiter. Oh, they don't have like a 30-second one, but he took this IQ test and he got like exactly 100. So he got exactly average. All right. Crawling Chaos says, if you meet Aiden, then say, let's have a spelling contest and laugh at him. Rip Val Kilmer. You were the best, Doc Holliday. True. Double-digit IQ for Aiden is generous. True. Draco Malfoy. True. Let's not use the word twink. Let's say submissive and breedable. Ah, come on, man. It's a little early for that, don't you think? Harmonic says, it's okay. I'm not a Harry Sisson fan either. I guess. Marfin says, despite being a fellow liberal, Dean is super soy, and I'm not talking about how he presents himself. He canceled his successful Un-F America tour because of microaggressions. Exactly. Jonah Boy says, Draco is soy, but he's so evil, so it gives him net positive aura. True. Yeah, we should come up with a play on words for, so it's Draco Malfoy, right? So for Dean Withers, it should be like Draco Malsoy. Somebody work on that. I actually like Dean until the microaggression situation. Sure. And I mean, we could, for all I know, we're going to be cheering Dean's praises in a moment because I haven't heard anything super negative about this debate. So I'm assuming he did okay. H-Lock says no super chats. Same thing. If you're desperate to give me cash, show up on Tuesdays on the Counterpoints channel. You can super chat me there or memberships there. And then we're working on the appeal. And then also I'll find a PayPal link if you're desperate to throw some cash my way, which is appreciated, by the way, if you choose to do so. Marfin says, now Destiny took up the second Un-F America tour. I'm hoping it does better. Me too. I don't know if Steven has fully sanitized his toxic reputation related to the drama, but apparently the court case, I've heard conflicting things for his court case. He's getting sued because he leaked homemade porn and it hurt one of his orbiters. So I've heard two things. One, Rao Kittenhouse posted a video today that I haven't watched that said that, who is it? What's his face? J-Stock. That J-Stock is going to be joining the lawsuit. And then I also saw that Destiny was excited about his first day in court because it seemed like the judge was on the verge of dismissing it. I don't think if it was dismissed, I think we would have heard about it already. So, we'll see how it plays out. Of course, people are not just playing to the court case, they're also playing to the optics of the court case as well. Sacred Snow says, also his Hassan charity sweeping is pretty frustrating. Watch the H3 content nuke and the best he gave it. It was bad if he's not being hyperbolic. Yeah. The fact that Hassan is so normalized in lefty, progressive, and liberal spaces is actually freakish to me. Who is it? Even Chud and Queeman have been like, no, actually, Chud's been like, no, I hate Hassan, but you guys are being unfair. Queeman, on the other hand, has tried to steel man Hassan a variety of times, which I think is frustrating. I think it's this contrarian edge to him that he feels like he needs to be contrarian. And then not just that, I think that Labor, which is left-wing UK politics, I feel like they're more pro-Palestinian than Israeli. And I think he's like quadrupling into that. Steroids are cheating. Steroids don't get you that body fat percentage. Yeah, exactly. Two trans guys. ESP, you said it, not me. Rude. Grassroots, I think a bunch of sub people aren't showing as subbed. Okay, well, it is what it is. Two cat boys. All right, you guys are going crazy. So Queen Bee says, Connor, are you going to ask Desi any hard questions in the AMA or just cheesy DGG questions? Well, he's asking me questions. So, it's the other way around, my friend. I am the subject of interest. So, but you want me to turn around and be like, so Destiny, sex drama, ready go. Judge order should come out in a couple of days on the Destiny stuff. Yeah, it's too early to call. ESP says social engineering tactics will win in the end. Nothing new under the sun. Probably true. Grassroots says Turkish Thomas saying Destiny's fridge is literally full of Soylent made me laugh so hard I spit my coffee. Nice. All right. You guys are getting crazy. Before we even start. All right, let's go ahead and get into the content. Let me full screen do an intro. I'll pause intermittently. I'll look for my PayPal link, all that kind of stuff. Top 3 Warhammer factions. Depends on what you're looking for. Sorry, Bumbling Bioengineer asked a wildly important thing. So, of course, Space Marines is how everybody gets into the hobby. But I think that there's something to be said for the Imperial Guard being like the hammer of the Imperium and also just being normal dudes with las rifles fighting not man-made horrors beyond comprehension. But then when it comes to like Xenos or whatever, I have to say I love Necrons and Tyranids. I think Tyranids are horrifying. I think Necrons are cool and horrifying. Then when it comes to Chaos, I got to say Iron Lords. So actually, I'm gonna tell you my favorite sub-faction of each group. So for Space Marines, my favorite faction is Death Watch for Loyalists. Obviously, I have 3,000 points of Death Watch here. For Imperial Guard, it's Tempestus Scions. I love Tempestus Scions. Their aesthetic, their lore, I love them. Then for Sisters of Battle are just cool. Custodes, I like the Shadow Keepers, who are the guys who are on Terra, who have all black armor with purple and gold trim, who guard all the creepy monsters in the Imperial Palace. For Chaos, I like the Iron Warriors. And then for Xenos, my favorite is Necrons, but I also respect the Orcs. I think the Orcs are hilarious. All right. Bud123 says, I have an insane muscle fat percentage. I did several sets of 100 sit-ups in high school for 3 months, and I got abs that did not go away, but it's hard to gain weight. Well, based for you, Bud123. Most people would kill for that problem. Orcs, number 1, they have the most fun. True. You rang Professor Counterpoints? Looking like a roid head isn't cool. Shoot, if I could do some more roids, I would. I just don't want to enlarge prostate or cancer or a hardened heart. But anyways, stop it. You guys are distracting me. Let's get started. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. Today, we're going to be breaking down the debate between Nick Fuentes, a Christian nationalist, a Christian theocrat, and a race realist. All around, just kind of like a rude dude. He's kind of charismatic and funny, but realistically, his politics suck. The person that he will be debating is Dean Withers. Dean Withers, we were joking about earlier, is Draco Malsoy. He's a blonde, short, feminine man. However, he also can be quite tenacious in debates, and he also is in incredible shape. Yeah, I'm dogging on him because he's short and he caters to progressives a little bit too much when it comes to his politics. However, the dude is actually in shape. You have to give him credit for that. It's being hosted by 2 very dumb people, Aiden Ross and Sneeko. I don't know how much they're going to be participating in the debate, but without further ado, we'll be pausing every 5 minutes or so in order to break down the arguments. But let's let these kings of alternative media political commentary get into it.
I do.
Okay, we have to join the other Discord room with
Okay.
I'm going to fast forward.
Yes, my audience won't be able to see, but maybe I'll just
All right, I'll let you guys. You guys go ahead and introduce each other.
Take it away, Nick. You got it first.
hang on. What's up? Okay.
I guess while he's figuring that out, I'll go ahead and give an introduction of myself to everyone watching. I am Dean Withers. I am a 20-year-old liberal. I really enjoy I enjoy politics. I enjoy debate, and I started streaming on TikTok about a year and a half ago, yapping my mouth to maybe a crowd of 30 people, and here we are. A year and a half later on a debate stage on Aiden Ross's stream.
Hang on, but
Nick
then
Fuentes.
this will be...
All right,
So,
thank you, Dean.
It's gonna be a fun night, guys.
Thank you very much. It is gonna be a fun one. We're just waiting for Nick, and then we'll let Nick introduce himself, and then
Then we gotta agree on topics and terms and everything.
no, they already both agreed on the topics.
They have?
Yeah, there's 4 good
I
topics.
think they should do maybe a 2 to 5 minute intro, depending what they agree on, and then
I agree, and then we'll ask a
and
question.
then we'll do free flowing. And if they interrupt each other, then we can go to 90-second, 2-minute back and forth.
Correct, and then we have the ability to server mute as well.
Oh, yeah, guys, if you want to like formalize this, go for it. Honestly, I was coming in here expecting a back and forth conversation.
Well,
but I'm
Well, it is
down.
no, for sure.
But I'm
down
saying if
with
it becomes too
formalization.
much interruption, then we'll do time back and forth.
Yeah,
Cool.
We'll figure it out.
We don't want to hear like you guys talking over each other the whole time.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, Nick, if you can hear me, I know how to fix your issue, bro. The better presidential candidate.
I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
They keep saying that.
I didn't want
Yeah.
to
Let's say for the sake of argument that's true, because I don't know the Trump policy. They keep saying that Trump is going to put in place, they're calling it a consumption tax. A consumption tax is value added tax. They're saying it's going to be like a sales tax. And that's the idea that the taxation occurs at the point of a sale of goods. And that's actually a real proposal, but that's different than a tariff because, and here's the difference. When you put a tariff on goods and services, to call that a consumption.
Thanks, guys. Sorry, I'm just going to meme real quick. Dude, thanks, guys. We have like king of the soy boys over here, somebody who's pro-gay, pro-trans, pro-left, pro-redistributive economics. Then we got Nick, the king of the Christian nationalist, race realist, all that kind of stuff. And what we're opening with is taxes. Very exciting, guys. Very, very good job. Very good choice of topics. Come on, man. All right. Now that being said, I don't want to miss any fire. So let's let them actually get into it. So settle in, drink your coffee, drink your tea, chill out. Let's go ahead and see, where they take it. Is Nick in the closet? There's some rumors that he's actually homosexual, but he's going to deny to the end of his days, even though he is self-admitted like a volcel. He's had several opportunities to date women, and he has chosen not to so far. Like the opening of the Phantom Menace, exactly, Crawling Chaos. That's exactly what I was thinking. Like the slow crawl, where it's like the tax routes to outline star systems has caused a trade dispute between Naboo and the what. Like that's what's happening right now. So just settle in.
Consumption tax is to imply that the consumer will bear the full cost of the tariff. And that's not necessarily true. Trump had a lot of tariff.
It is true. We already know, like the Trump admin is crowing right now about $250 million in increased tariffs that they've already gotten in the first 90 days of the Trump admin. Guess who paid that? American businesses and American consumers.
Tariffs in his first term, and the price of goods did not significantly increase in spite of the tariffs. Everybody says that it would only be the case if the full cost of the tariff was passed down to the consumer, but that flies in the face of the fact that foreign corporations will bear the cost of the tariff, or almost all of it. And certainly not all of it is passed down to the consumer. So that's just not true. That's one. Two, with regard to deficit spending, tax policy, I mean, I know you're a young guy and everything, but like Republicans and Democrats, there's a bipartisan consensus on spending. Let's just talk about spending. Most of the spending on an annual basis is not even discretionary. Okay, there's mandatory spending and there's discretionary spending. Mandatory spending means you can't change it. Okay, the executive doesn't change it. Congress can barely change it. And that is liabilities like Social Security, Medicare. It's baked into the cake. It's a vast majority of it. And who is going to cut entitlements? Nobody. Republicans aren't proposing to cut entitlements, although they'd be more willing to than Democrats. Democrats are certainly not touching entitlements. Biden always.
This is also not true. They've talked about how the Medicaid cuts are coming through, where effectively they're throwing like, how many people are being kicked off of Medicaid right now based off of the current big, beautiful bill? Excuse me. How many people are getting kicked off of Medicaid? Millions of people, roughly 15 million, are projected to lose Medicaid coverage, and states have disenrolled around 20 million people nationally in the past year for various reasons, including procedural errors. So within the past year already, 20 million people have been disenrolled, and then they're expecting to kick off another 15 million people. So I do understand that the Republicans are going to argue like, well, the reason why they're kicking Medicaid people off is because some of these people are able-bodied. I know that that's going to be some of the arguments, but you have to understand that there are also going to be like quote unquote innocent people who actually do need the service, who are not able-bodied, who are disabled, who are this, who are that, who are getting kicked off as well. And so I think the whole point is, if you want to talk about saving money or kicking people off who don't need these entitlements, that's fine. Just don't lie to me. Just don't lie to me about how like Republicans will never cut it and then just cut it, right? The cuts are happening. The cuts are happening now. So this is a vulgar phrase, but I'm going to say it anyways. Don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. And that's kind of what Nick is doing in the opening point of the debate.
Always attacks Republicans in a State of the Union, saying they're trying to touch Social Security. What do you think's driving the deficit of the debt? It's Social Security and Medicare. It's unfunded liabilities. In terms of military spending has gone up every year under the Biden administration. It's like $850 billion per year. That's the largest item in the discretionary budget. So mandatory spending is going to go up in perpetuity under Democrats and Republicans. Discretionary spending is going to go up because military is by far and away the biggest component of that, and Biden spends more. And he spends more on military appropriations because of all the foreign aid. We gave $175 billion to Ukraine. We gave $27 billion to Israel, another $8 billion to Israel last week, $7 billion to Taiwan, $1.3 billion to Egypt. That's in addition to the $850 billion per year, which that's like the highest ever under Biden. So, spending's not coming down under anybody.
Okay, well, that's just wrong. I'm sorry for interrupting you. You can
What's
reference
wrong?
What's
wrong about
claim
it?
that spending didn't go down under Biden and Harris compared to Trump. You could reference a committee.
I didn't
for
say
a
that. I didn't say
responsible
that.
federal budget. You said that spending wasn't going down under anyone, right? We can make a comparative analysis between the two last terms, and we could show how it's gone down. A committee for a responsible federal budget indicated that Donald Trump signed $8.7 trillion of debt into law. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris only signed in 4.6. We could break that down into COVID and non-COVID. Like, for instance, Trump signed $4.8 trillion of non-COVID related expenditures into law. Meanwhile, Biden only signed in $2.2 trillion. But the first point that you made, I wanted to touch on that. You were talking about the tariffs, right? You just kind of related it back to how like the Kamala Harris campaign is calling it, like a sales tax. And then that's kind of all you said. Yeah, I don't really care what they're calling it. I agree. That's just a term that they use to convince the average American that doesn't know much about what a tariff is, that it's really bad. But at the end of the day, the impact of the tariff, right, still does serve as a detriment to the consumer. And you were very careful with your words here, because you told me that tax, right, that tariff isn't fully paid by the consumer, implicitly kind of conceding there that some of it is, right? And that's what I'm talking about.
Nice. I like that I opened up, making fun of Dean, but Dean is smart enough to catch the kind of the sleight of hand that Nick has done. That's good. I'm not even going to add to what he said because he already caught it, which is effectively that Nick knows that a vast majority of the costs are going to be passed on to the consumer. Excuse me. It might be partially absorbed by the corporation in order to soften the blow to the consumer, but it's still going to get passed on to the consumer. This is like economics 101, and Nick Fuentes is going to be more economically redistributist. He's going to be more okay with taxes. He's going to be more okay with social programs because his political identity is not tied to fiscal conservatism. So that actually, Dean catching that, I think is a point to Dean. Old School says, how's that avocado toast, Connor? Listen, I'm in the doghouse, okay? I'm not getting avocado toast. I'm eating some trail mix, man. Why are you not Christian? I'm actually going to answer this question. This kind of comes off of content from yesterday. And the day before, really. So why am I not a Christian literalist? I'm going to explain this as briefly as I possibly can. Because I believe, similar to Jordan Peterson, that voluntary self-sacrifice upwards towards the ideals of humanity is kind of baked into reality. And it also seems the world, the universe seems to reward voluntary self-sacrifice towards higher ideals, which I think is very cool. And if there is a God, like a conscious being, him baking that into reality, I think is very cool. And I want to try to honor that. And that's kind of the basis of acting like a Christian. But when it comes to Christian belief is that God, the creator of the universe, the fundamental creator of the universe, manifested himself as one human being during one specific point in history in order to reveal like moral truth to humanity. And that's like to me, that seems like borderline mythological. it seems weird to me that the creator of the universe, who is responsible not just for Earth, not just for the solar system, not just for the galaxy or the plurality of galaxies, because you have to bear in mind the Milky Way is like one of trillions of galaxies. Like we are very small in the cosmic scale of things. The fact that the creator of the universe would manifest himself specifically onto Earth, it seems weird to me. I'm not saying it's like totally impossible. Like if God manifested himself into a human being, I'm kind of like doubting Thomas, right? The parable of doubting Thomas is he's the guy who doesn't believe in Jesus unless he actually sticks his fingers in the wounds of the spear thrust and the holes in his hands and all that kind of stuff. I'm like doubting Thomas. I would love to believe that God manifested himself through humanity in order to share moral wisdom so humanity could live better lives. I would love to believe that. But all of the noise in history, all of the history of humanity, all of the weird elements of God focusing on a single planet in time, all of that stuff, it just doesn't ring true to me. So since it doesn't ring true to me, I'm not going to convince myself to believe something that I don't feel instinctively is fundamentally true. Shadow 2 Bravo says, good morning. So I still believe it philosophically. I just don't believe it literally. Shadow 2 Bravo says, good morning, Connor and chat. Let's get after it. Good morning, Shadow 2 Bravo. Good to have you. Let the soy flow through you. Bro, yeah, he's doing a good job, though. Razzle says, Dean is cringe and the way he handled the microaggression stuff was soy and ridiculous, but I'll take him over Fuentes any day easily. Well, I'm happy that he's smart enough to track the arguments. That's actually what I'm interested in. So the power of fake good, a.k.a. soybean, maybe. Hell yeah, I didn't miss this one. Good to see you. Chase says, I just can't buy into religion because there have been too many God proposed throughout history for me to think any one of them is real. I feel like if there is a God, then it would be so out of the realm of understanding that none of us could really get to it. But Chase, that's kind of my point, is I like that religion tries to scratch at the fundamental creative force of reality and the ordered rules that emanate from the universe and therefore try to understand the morals by which humans should live. I like that aspect of religion. I think that's based. I think that's cool. I think that's like some of the coolest things that humans can do is try to understand the moral order of the universe, right? So I would say just because we're bad at it, just because we're bad at understanding the will of God doesn't mean that we shouldn't try. True Zealot says, Cotter, you should look into the Shroud of Turin if you haven't. One of the biggest pieces of evidence that Christ was disciples who watched Christ get killed in the most brutal way imaginable. I still think that Christ was probably a historical figure, and I think that Christ probably died in a horrific way. But whether or not he was actually a manifestation of the creator God of the universe, I think is a different question. So, yeah. All right. Anyways.
About that is a tax that in some sorts is passed off to the consumer.
Cameron Mosley says, personal story time. I just upped my performance on my laptop and played Deus Ex Human Revolution and it ran great. Now I want a higher end laptop to play AAA games on a portable console. That'd be sick. Although I will say all the Deus Exes after the original have been a disappointment to me. Although I guess I should probably play through all of them. Back to the vid, ESP says, and I agree with ESP.
We could also consider other attributes, such as the idea when we reduce the overall supply of a good with a constant demand, the price will go up. That's basic macroeconomics. That's going to happen when we reduce the imported the amount of imported goods without increasing the amount of like supply manufactured here at home in the U.S. At the end of the day, tariffs are bad. This is a unilateral, agreed upon consensus.
Everybody soy clap. Everybody soy clap in chat. Dean's doing good.
Republicans and Democrats alike. You go to any economist, they'll tell you this, unless they don't have the necessary qualifications to be. And that's a fact. And then when we kind of consider these tariffs alongside his policy disproportionately benefiting the rich man and seemingly at the expense of the poor man with these tariffs, it becomes quite clear. If we want to serve to the average American in their best interests, we need to be voting for Kamala Harris because her policy does exactly that. I mean, 83% of the tax
That's just rhetoric.
Not at all. 83% of the tax cuts in the TCJA for the last 7 years went to the top 1%. I mean, is that just rhetoric?
Okay, is it my turn?
Go for it, sir.
Okay, so with regard to tariffs, yes, some of the cost is passed down to the consumer, but it's marginal. And the point of tariffs is to reshore manufacturing. I'll give you a perfect example. China has now become the largest manufacturer of electric cars. Huge industry. You could buy an electric car in China for $10,000. Tesla does not cost $10,000. If we allow China to dump their electric cars in America, there goes Tesla. There goes our American electric car manufacturing. It's a national security problem. There's a lot of problems. You have to put tariffs on the cars. Probably China will send them here regardless because they're still so cheap. And yeah, they're not going to be $10,000, but there's a value in making cars in America. There's a value, and by the way, because then Americans get those jobs. So, you could say that free trade creates the lowest costs, but the only reason it creates the lowest costs is because they can undercut us with wages and with their lower standard of living and monetary policy that they have in their own country. So tariffs are essential for a holistic understanding of the economy. The increase in prices is marginal. It's not significant. And when you call it a consumer tax or a sales tax, that does matter because they're conflating that with a VAT tax. That's very different.
So hold on. Grassroots says I'm about to blow a gasket. We're only like 30 seconds in, so I'm sorry for pausing it so much, but I'm actually okay with this explanation. Do I think that Nick is coping? 100%. But let me just explain this real quick. So let's say that we have a Dinky Bob. All right. As a matter of fact, let's use this Warhammer figure. Okay. This Warhammer figure is manufactured in China, and we're putting 135%, cost on it. But sales to the corporation that sells it, the corporation could sell it for $50, right? But it could cost the corporation as low as $5. And so when you do a 100 and let's just use 100%. When you do 100% import tariff, what ends up happening is, the cost of this Dinky Bob, this orc, is $5. So with 100% tariff, it's still $10. Well, if the corporation has a $40 profit on this orc, then they have two options. They can either absorb the cost and continue to sell it for $50, and they're still making profit, or they can say, well, we're just going to increase the cost of our good by an additional $5, right? Because you're not talking about doubling the price of the good, say, at point of sale to the consumer. You're talking about increasing the cost of the good at the point of sale to the corporation. And so that can still work out mathematically. Now, the truth is that most economic cynics, though, are going to say, why would a corporation tolerate less profit margins on some principled position? What they're going to do is pass that cost on to the consumer. So Dean is correct that that's largely true. Nick is correct, in my opinion, based on the fact that just because you have 100% tariff doesn't mean that you're going to double the cost of the good, because the good doesn't cost the same to the importer versus the point of sale. Then there was one other part of this. There's a national security component, and you have to have a holistic view of the economy. I agree with this as well. So, for instance, when it comes to medical supplies, okay? Medical supplies, China can pump out medical supplies to the nth degree compared to the United States of America. And if we manufacture them domestically, then we're just going to cost more, and less people are going to buy the American supplies because they're manufactured here for an increased cost. That doesn't necessarily speak to an increase in quality. And what ends up happening is that's going to offshore all of the manufacturing to China. Well, what ended up happening during COVID, I don't know if you guys remember this, but during the opening stages of COVID, China, because we were facing an international pandemic emergency, they prioritized medical supplies for their country first, and then they sold us the scraps. Okay? And that was like an emergency. So for me, I don't think tariffs would be the policy solution to that. I think subsidization would be the solution to that, where basically the federal government just pays manufacturers to keep some of their manufacturing here so we can always deal with a crisis. So this is actually a little bit more complex than either side is giving it credit for, but that's okay. They can pretend to be obtuse and just, talk past each other and call each other morons. That's fine. Did I paint that figure, Connor? Yeah, I painted whatever 4690. I'm kind of surprised that you don't know, but here is 3,000 points of Death Watch that I painted all except for maybe 2 or 3 miniatures. There's Imperial Guard down here, and then this is an orc that I painted with the slap chop method. So yeah, I paint tons of miniatures. And the market may not let them. Yeah. Considering Games Workshop's profit margins, they had better absorb the cost, says BizD. Yeah, but they're not going to, right? Because they're Games Workshop. Anyways, let's let the twinks fight.
The 15-20% to the, and I don't know that they're doing it on every.
Oh, conservative liberalism says whatever 4690 is doing a callback to yesterday when he forgot the question mark and you thought he was having a go at you. There you go. Yeah. Do you have a video showing off your figures? No, but we could do that later in the stream. Just remind me at the end of the stream. I'll show you my figures.
Countries, I'll take your word for it. It's not going to be passed down to consumers beyond a marginal amount. That's one. In terms of, you said, oh, well, Trump had more deficit spending. Almost all of that is accounted for by the pandemic. Almost all of it. You said,
Grassroots says, I cannot flag this point into people enough. It is tariffs at every port of entry, so the effective tax rate by the time it hits the states isn't 10%. It's closer to 50%. And if I'm understanding you correct, Grassroots, but we would only control our port of entry, right? So we would control the port of entry of the United States. But if I'm hearing you correct, you're saying that even, let's say that something is manufactured in India, hits the Singaporean port, changes ships, goes to like a Chinese ship, and then the Chinese ship goes to the United States. It got hit at India, Singapore, China, and then the United States. Is that what you're saying? I don't know if you could explain that better, but that's what I'm kind of taking away from your comment.
say, well, the Trump had a $6-8 trillion deficit. That was because of the COVID stimulus,
No,
the
half of it
PPP,
was.
the
Not
cash
almost all,
payments.
half of it.
Almost all of it. And here's the point.
Go to CRDF.org.
Hang on.
Look at it.
Well, Grassroots is actually contending with the point, so that's interesting. Grassroots says, why in the name of God would I build my stuff in America at a multi-million-dollar loss when I know this will go away? Well, Grassroots, that's my plan. My plan is just to survive Trump for the next 2 years. That's my plan. Let's survive until midterms. Let's sweep out MAGA. Let's make President Trump a lame duck president for his last 2 years in office. We can laugh at him as he flounders in the last 2 years of his presidency. And then, boom, he's not running for a third term. If he's running for a third term, we have bigger problems. We have bigger problems than tariffs, right? Yeah, exactly. Sacred Snow, new objectives, survive. That's what it is right now, guys. It's June 4th, 2025. When are the midterms elections? When are the midterm elections? US. So April 7th, 2026. We got November 3rd, 2026. So I think that April is probably the beginning of early voting, and November 3rd is when it's all going to be reconciled. We have to survive through November of 2026, which is 1 year and 5 months. Okay. So we can do that. A year and 5 months. You can do a year and 5 months of anything. All right. You could be in the plank position for a year and 5 months, the push-up position for a year and 5 months. We'll be all right. So objective, survive.
Well, hang on. I'll let you finish.
Yes, sir.
You said, so the structural problems with deficit spending, they're there under Trump. They're there under Harris. And by the way, Republicans tried to get limitations on the deficit. That's what they got elected on. Republicans regained control of Congress in 22, saying they'd limit the deficit. They negotiated it over the debt ceiling negotiations last year. They negotiated it over military appropriations last year with October 1st deadline. Tried to negotiate it this year. Democrats wouldn't come to the table on deficit reduction. Either way, like, the deficit is baked into the cake, okay? The debt is $30 trillion. Interest rates are high. Interest to service the debt is going up. Neither Harris or Trump is meaningfully going to reduce the debt or the deficit. So it's just moot. Without bringing down Social Security and Medicare, just forget about it. Without bringing down the military, it's not going to happen. You know, and there are these extraordinary measures like COVID and Ukraine war. It's really neither here nor there. Also, I mean, I think deficit is really besides the point. If you want to get further into the deficit,
I've heard a Republican say that, by the way.
Yeah, well, I'm not a normal Republican. I'm not like a fiscal conservative, okay? Look,
do you mind if I respond to the points that you made so far?
What's that? Do
you mind if I respond to the points that you've made so far?
Yeah, go ahead.
Lose track of what you said.
Sure.
So, like, first of all, you said
real quick, Dean, I'm not cutting you off. Guys, we just have 10 minutes on this topic. Just 10 more minutes on this topic. Go ahead, Dean.
Okay, right. So the first claim that you made, that tariff isn't passed off to the consumer, yeah, that's wrong, because what would the point of the tariff be then? Okay, we see an increase in domestic production given tariffs because that is passed off to the consumer. Would you agree there?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, hold on. No, Dean just owned him, bro. Even Trump's own explanation of why tariffs are important include this because he's trying to make goods, foreign goods, as expensive as American goods so people default to American goods. Oh no, the twink is winning. The twink is winning.
Okay, so then why do we see an
point of the
increase in domestic production given tariffs?
Because when you produce something in China, you can make it for cheaper, so your margin is bigger, so you can undercut
But you make
prices.
it more expensive for the consumer at the grocery store by imposing those tariffs, right? And then secondly, I agree with you.
Again, because the China will pay the tariff to get their goods to the market because they need access to the market.
No, they won't, because it's the corporations that are doing the importing that are the ones that are paying it. I don't know if he's lying or being stupid.
But then why won't we buy it? Because it costs more money, right? And that's my whole argument, is that tariffs cause the end consumer to pay more at the grocery store, to pay more at Best Buy, to pay more at the car dealership.
Do you know what a tariff is?
There's another point that you brought up there. It's a tax on an import. And there's another point that you brought up there about how we want to like spur domestic production of goods. I don't disagree. I absolutely agree. We should have a more industrialized economy where we produce goods here at home in America. We just disagree on how we get there, right? How
do we get there without tariffs?
Yeah, sure. Right, by driving further competition through the natural market. We do that via investment.
What's the natural market?
We do that by investing in money. Investing in money. That was crazy. Investing in U.S. producers of goods, like the Chips and Science Act under Biden and Harris's administration, that invested billions of dollars into U.S. chip producers to further drive competition, right, with those imported goods, just via innovation in the product, right?
And the fact subsidization. That
you as a conservative,
so I don't know. Dean's making good points. He's actually doing a good job. Good for him, honestly. My Dean stocks are rising. Okay, normally I have a pretty cynical perspective of him. Just because of the microaggressions drama. But my Dean stocks are rising because he's fundamentally correct. I wish he said subsidization, because that's effectively what we're doing. We're subsidizing domestic production. The government is taking on some of the costs in order to make domestic production cheaper. Gen X says, oh, snap, these two together. Good morning, y'all. Good morning, Gen X. Good to see you.
are sitting here telling me that we need a government to impose a regulation on the free market by tariffing those goods that are being imported to our country. It's just new. You know what I mean? Right?
Well, it may be new to you because like your only context of Republican is like Reagan. But if you go back to Henry Clay and Friedrich List and the American system, Alexander Hamilton, the country was basically funded by tariffs until we had an income tax.
Yeah, do you know why?
We only had an income tax 100 years ago. Before that, the federal government made its money from tariffs.
Yeah,
and by
but
the way,
you know
it's
why?
just basic mercantilism because we want to make the stuff. And by the way, when you say, well, we're just going to invest, it doesn't work. China's dollar goes 3 times as far because the standard of living is lower. They're rich in raw materials. They have an endless supply of labor, cheap labor. The idea you're going to chips and sciences your way out of China having systemic advantages, economic factors of production like labor. They have 1.5 billion people. You're not going to pass a bill that's going to change those fundamental imbalances in the economy. We have capital, we have tech, we have entrepreneurship, they have labor. Okay, it's the same reason. Hang on, and it's the same reason why we're even when we try to, they call it friend shoring. We're going to take our factories from China and give them to our allies like Philippines. It's still going to China because they have all the cheap labor. You just can't compete with that. You can't compete with the fact that they make everything. They have all the people. So you agree that we should reindustrialize. You literally cannot do that unless you protect industry. And by the way, China has tariffs too. All countries have tariffs. We're the country that doesn't have tariffs. They're eating our lunch as a result. So, you know.
This is just, for me, this is pure rhetoric. The United States of America has, listen, GDP per capita, country by GDP per capita. There are a few people larger than us for GDP per capita, but there's nobody bigger than us in reference to raw GDP. So let's take a look at this real quick. And I know GDP isn't the end all be all of metrics, right? But let's take a look at it. Boom. Here we go. Let's take a look at it. GDP per capita. Monaco and Liechtenstein and Luxembourg and Bermuda. These are like tax havens, in my opinion. These places are effectively like small countries that just allow people to keep money in them without actually having to do anything economic within these countries. So they're kind of cheating a little bit. excuse me, Ireland, they impose like a 0% income tax, I think, in order to attract tech. And so as a result, they have a high GDP per capita. Same thing with Switzerland, famous tax haven, Cayman Islands, Isle of Man. And then we get into Norway, Singapore, and the United States. So when it comes to GDP per capita, for places that aren't tiny tax havens, we are in the top 3 of countries that actually have any kind of industry whatsoever, right? So we're kicking ass on that front. Then we're talking about GDP by country. And by the way, I know there's going to be some people who are going to say that GDP isn't everything, and I'll address those people momentarily. So let's do forecast and IMF. We're at 30 trillion, and the next closest competitor is China at 20 trillion, and then everyone else is below 4. Now, bear in mind, like, there's a lot of reasons for that. We're huge geographically. We have an industrious population. We have an entrepreneurial culture. There's a billion reasons why we're at 30 trillion and everybody else is a distant second. Okay. That being said, though, don't snub this. Don't pretend that this is bullshit. This is awesome. We're kicking ass and taking names. So whenever you hear a MAGA person saying everybody's eating our lunch, no, they're not. They have to cheat to even compete. So the fact that this is, you know, we're a quarter of the population of China, and we're 33% higher on GDP. Why would we care what anybody else is, what they're doing? We're doing it better than they are. What the hell, right? Now, when it comes to GDP per capita and GDP, I understand that the argument from dissident right-wing folk and also leftist folk is that that is not always an indication of the economic health of the average working class or middle class person. But that's what I would say taxes are for, okay? Taxes and social programs are to redistribute some of the inequalities and market failures of a free market system back to where it needs to go in order to create a healthy, happy, functional society. So again, having a high GDP is good because that gives you more taxable wealth in order to redistribute that back into the economy in order to create a healthy, happy, functional society. So yeah, I think this is just raw cope on Nick Fuentes' end. That like they're eating our lunch. That's a Donald Trump. That did I say his name right, dude? I'm tired. That's a Donald Trump talking point where he just doesn't understand economics. Grassroots says we do have tariffs. They were at like 4%. Sorry, Connor's mom for the F-bomb. No problem. Thank you, King. All right. Anyways, Joda Boy says, I thought the West had fallen like 100 times last week. Would people really lie? Yeah, dude, I want you to think about that every time you're on Twitter and there's just some like Elijah Schaffer or alt-right wing freak who's saying that America is on the verge of collapse, and then ask them what they mean on the verge of collapse. What they mean by on the verge of collapse is we have too many Hispanics. That's what they mean. The West will collapse because there are too many Mexicans who are being industrious inside the United States of America. We have too much cheap labor. We have too many people from Central and South America who are coming to the United States in order to try to get a better life. That's how the West has fallen. Absolutely insane, stupid cope. And I'm sick of these people, by the way. So if I seem a little grumpy or cantankerous, my apologies.
That's just not true. What you're saying isn't true.
No, Donald Trump's taken away the average American's lunch as a result. Like, once again, we've already went over how tariffs can cause prices at the grocery store to go higher. Every single time we've historically increased tariffs on China, what have we seen? A reduction in U.S. agricultural exports. What did Trump have to do when he imposed his tariffs on China? He had to bail out American farmers with $28 billion. You say you want American industrialization. You say you want more U.S. production of goods. But then you also say that you want these tariffs on China to absolutely destroy American farmers. And you want the average American to be worse off, meaning they have less economic mobility to go and start a business in the first place. This is why Kamala Harris's tax policy is better, right? Because
this
what
is
we're
like
not going to
Democrat talking points.
Okay, well, can you dispute them?
Yeah, like I said.
Yeah, it's neoliberal talking points, but that's totally fine. I'm actually okay. I don't like neoliberal because I think that it can be too laissez-faire. But I think that you have to have a neoliberal economic understanding in order to have any kind of more socialistic, redistributist economic policy. So I'm actually perfectly okay with Democrats becoming more neoliberal. I think that's actually a good thing.
Tariffs, the other country will pay the cost of the tariff. Okay, you're saying consumers will pay it.
No, they won't.
And that's just wrong. Okay.
So you
Under
don't
the
think that
Trump
tariffs
administration,
drive
hang
up
on.
the price of
Trump
goods?
administration, I'll give you a perfect example. Trump administration implemented tariffs against Canada, against Europe, against China. Inflation was Inflation was like 1.3% under Trump. Okay. So if white
Inflation has nothing to do with tariffs, though. What is the difference between neoliberal and neoconservative talking points? Bud123 asks. So neoliberal is more about like economics and diplomacy. And then I would say that neoconservatives almost has a militarist bent to it. If we take a look at neoconservative, sorry, this is just actually kind of important. The neoconservatives, if you go to their wiki, I know some people don't like wiki, but I like wiki just fine, is a political movement. And what you actually read is they're liberal hawks. They're people who felt like the Democratic Party was pandering to the far left way too aggressively. And so they moved to the Republican Party in order to get like a patriotic American vibe. Originally, some of them were like communists. But as they grew up, they just became increasingly disaffected and distrustful of communism. And so they started believing that American liberal principles needed to be fought for on the world stage through soft and hard power. As a matter of fact, I would identify with the term neocon. That's, or at least the philosophy of neoconservatism. Bush, as an example, was believed to be a neoconservative, although his military adventurism went too far. With neoliberal, I'm unfamiliar with their history as much, but every time that I talk or read about neoliberals, it's effectively like really aggressive free market capitalism. So, which became dominant in the policymaking of the late 20th century onward. The term has multiple competing definitions and is most often used pejoratively. In scholarly use, the term is often left undefined or used to describe a multitude of phenomena. However, it is primarily employed to delineate that a social transformation resulting from market-based reforms. So this would be opposed to like redistributive. So they would be deregulatory. Think like Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton would be a neoliberal because even though he was on the left, he used free market principles for his social reforms.
What you're saying is true, that the cost of the tariff would be passed down to the consumer 1-to-1 or even significantly. Inflation would not remain at or around 1%. Why? If and by the way, Biden administration has tariffs too. Inflation is very high, but the cost of goods going up has everything to do with fuel prices going up.
Hey guys, we got 5 more minutes.
Because of the war in Ukraine.
Hey,
And
5 more minutes.
Everything to do
5 more
with
minutes. Nick.
Okay.
A very crucial point.
with the quantitative easing.
If they don't cause inflation of the pricing of goods at the grocery store, then why would we see an increase in domestic production?
Because
So I'm going to fast forward 5 minutes because frankly, I don't care. Let's find the transition to the next topic. Is Christian nationalism good? Good. That's what I want. Let's summarize this real quick. The status quo, as much as it's a pain in the butt, and Republicans and like corporate, the oligarchy, the uniparty, the globalists, whatever you want to call it, they're all neoliberals, okay? They just want trade to flow between everywhere as maximally as possible so they have a bigger tax base, so there's more consumer goods, so people spend more money. And what's happening is the working class and middle class is being left behind because they don't have enough money to buy all these consumer goods. So 60% of the American population is being left behind economically and barely has enough money to survive. It's a problem. And it's a problem that I think needs to be addressed by redistributive taxation that needs to go back into things like education, healthcare, social services, first response, all that kind of stuff. So you can build up a middle class that can actually afford to consume the vast amounts of consumer goods that are inside the American economy. So that's the problem as we currently face it. The truth is, though, that the status quo is better than Trump, because Trump, not only does he misunderstand the problem, he misunderstands the solutions. The dude actually has repeatedly said that he thinks that a trade deficit is a fiscal deficit. So when we buy more stuff from a foreign country, than they buy from us, he thinks that we're losing money somehow. And that it's not even conceptually true. So in summary, Kamala Harris and the Biden administration were economically insufficient to deal with the challenges of the day, but Trump is worse. That's the summary. Let's get into, is Christian nationalism a good idea or historically viable in an American context?
And we'll go free flowing, and if it's interruptions, we'll time it. But I think it was good so far. But Nick, take the floor. 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, I believe that America should have a religious government. We should have a Christian Catholic government.
Like that.
And, you know, we have to face the fact that liberalism has failed. And the best example that liberalism is failing is that we're not having enough kids.
Kill me! Kill me now! Kill me now! Kill me now! Kill me now! All right. Okay. Italy, the heart of Catholicism. Italy's birth rate, 1.24 births per woman. United States birth rate, 1.66. We're almost a full 0.5 higher than Italy. So clearly being Catholic isn't the problem. Now, of course, he's going to say, well, the Italians aren't devout Catholics. That's why. Let's check out the Vatican. There's clearly no one more devout than Vatican City. Vatican City birth rate. They don't even list. Oh, thank you, baby. They don't even list it because the Vatican City is such a weird geopolitical polity that they don't even track it. Does the Vatican have a birth rate? No one has given birth to a child there in the last 96 years. Okay, well, that's not good. So clearly Italy is going to be the closest thing. Let's do birth rate by nation. I'm pretty sure Mongolia and Israel are going to be the main places that actually have a positive birth rate. And Palestine, right? So maybe we should undergo a genocide and then we'll have a better birth rate. So total fertility rate, Chad, Somalia, Congo, Central African Republic, Niger, Mali, Angola, Burundi, Afghanistan, Mozambique, Mauritania, Tanzania, Benin, Yemen. Do you know what these places are famous for? Horrific civil wars. Okay, that's what these places are famous for. So maybe we should have. Oh, and they're dropping too. As they get more condoms, their birth rates are dropping. Amazing. Okay, so maybe we should have a horrific civil war that kills millions of people, and then we'll increase the birth rate. Continuing, we still have Nigeria, Sudan, Cameroon, Ivory Coast, Togo, Uganda, Congo, Guinea, Equatorial Guinea, Burkina Faso, Zambia, Madagascar, Ethiopia, Gambia, Liberia, Comoros, Samoa. These are all places. Samoa is a small island. I'm actually surprised they have that high of a birth rate. But these are all places that are in like West and North Africa, famous for like civil war and conflict. So no, clearly what we need to do instead is rather than convert to Catholicism, we just need to have a civil war. And then boom, we'll increase our birth rate. Amazing. Where's Israel? I want to find Israel real quick. Because Israel's obviously like a developed nation. And I think they have a surprisingly high birth rate. 2.75. Good for them. Then Mongolia. So we need to... Clearly, what needs to happen is we need to convert to Islam or Judaism. We actually don't need to be Catholic. We need to be Muslims or we need to be Jews, and then we'll increase our birth rate. He's a kid. Is he a soy boy? Dean Withers, in my opinion, is a soy boy, but he's actually doing very good, to be honest. Yeah, but these stats are before we outlaw birth control. Yeah, there you go, conservative liberalism. That's more of a talking point that Nick could go for, and I would believe him more if he said we need to outlaw birth control. I would be like, that could help. Let's be real. The Vatican is full of a bunch of Nick Fuentes types, Volcells. True. Look up Russia. Let's take a look at the Russian birth rate real quick. Anyways, I don't think that Nick Fuentes' solution is sufficient. I don't think everybody converting to Catholicism and the government becoming Catholic is sufficient. Russian birth rate. 1.42, bro. Your Orthodox trad Christian empire has a 1.42 birth rate. Marfin says, how close are we to cloning humans? I think that could solve a lot of problems if the government just built the infrastructure to have new generations raised by the state. Marfin, you're a crazy pants. I'm not even going to entertain that. You're just saying that to make me mad. Civil war, you say, and then Tim Pool pops out of the corner. True. All right. Anyways, Omri says the answer to increasing birth rates is to allow the lowest productivity population of your country to live without actually working. That's the actual Israeli case. Boom. There you go. Massive welfare, and just have the poor people not work and just crank out kids. Boom. There you go. Awesome. Awesome social solutions, guys. We're gonna save the world.
The society, the civilization that doesn't have kids will cease to exist, and it will lose, and it is losing. Liberalism around the world is receding, and these more ancient tribal perennial cultures are thriving. Islam is the fastest growing religion. China is on the rise. Tribalism, racialism, all these things, all these
Nick is just a talking points machine, bro. He doesn't even know what he's talking about, bro. China birth rate 1.18. They're worse than us, bro. Come on, Nick. You're not even trying, man. You're just talking points.
these revanchist historic ideologies are on the rise, and they're all beating back liberalism because liberalism is weak. It is ineffectual. It's causing all kinds of perversity, degeneracy. People are not having kids. It's just sort of like anti-human and inimical to the human body. So, I mean, in addition to Catholicism and Christianity being true, liberalism is clearly bankrupt. Liberalism is clearly having a hard time. I think we should replace our state religion of liberalism with the state religion of Christianity. And I'm interested to see where Dean wants to take it, because obviously it's a huge topic, but I think we should have a Catholic country, not a liberal atheist one.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of different ways that a conversation about Christian nationalism can go. I mean, I've debated people on Christian nationalism before that will concede even if Christianity's false, right? We should still be, a country that upholds Christian nationalism because it promotes better outcomes. But I think there's a couple points there that you made I'd just like to respond to real quick about declining birth rates, immigration. That's crazy. Then about, a couple of the other points that you brought up. I particularly think that Christian nationalism is bad because it doesn't allow us to effectively legislate. Given like the Christian religion, right, we are led to believe that particular things are wrong because God said so. You said that you're a Catholic. I think in the Catholic faith, you'll kind of have a different range on how bad things are. Something can be a mortal sin, a venial sin. But something that I'd say here that is a very absurd conclusion given Christian nationalism is shit like blasphemy. So like blasphemy, as defined by the Bible, is the worst sin that anyone can commit. Does that mean that people should go to jail for life for blasphemy? Well, I don't know, because we know that people should go to jail for life for murder, and if blasphemy is worse than murder, and we're operating.
Sorry, I muted myself in order to eat some breakfast. Apparently, I'm partially out of the doghouse because my wife did bring me some breakfast. She probably spit in it, but that just makes it taste better, right? So Marfin says, to be fair, Connor, you should separate Christian fertility rate from the U.S. population. And I did Google that, and it looks like the Christian fertility rate is 1.9 compared to the unaffiliated rate of 1.6. So Marfin, actually, thank you for the insightful point. That's a good point. And in general, I think we should stabilize as close to demographic replacement, which is like 2.15. We should probably stabilize as close to that as possible. But I think what might actually happen is the anti-natalists are going to self-select out of the population, and then the pro-natalists are the people that are going to have kids. I know that some people have said that natalism isn't a genetic, like it's not predicted by genetics necessarily. It's probably cultural. But then that would be my thing is I think the pro-natalists need to create a pro-natal culture. So we should be interested in having kids. We should have 2.15 kids per household. Most people, if they're healthy, happy, successful, etc., they should have kids in their toolbox of the things that not toolbox, but in their bucket list of things they want to do before they die. I think having kids should be a thing. So, if you want to be selfish and play video games and smoke pot until you die, that's fine. Your progeny is just not going to be a future of humanity, which I think is depressing. It's depressing to me. I don't know why it's not depressing to you. I'm going to read chat before we continue, but allow me a quick, burp to the side. Silver Jacket Man says, my point is, even if we got a Christian nationalist government, no way in hell is it Catholic. It's likely to be some American evangelical / Protestant. That's true. Raymond Smith says, I'd like to keep my peener in my pants. Too many VDs. Okay. Cameron Mosley says, give me, you're telling me, Connor, that a free society works better than a highly centralized one. Damn ninja, what a thing. Yeah, bro. Possum Nation says, I can't stand the degeneracy of Weimar Republic liberalism argument. They were using money as wallpaper. That's why it was bad. Right? I think we should have a Catholic country. No, Europe had that, and look at how it turned out. Kyle, you're not wrong. Although I guess we all have to convert to Judaism, so you're going to have to start giving Judaism classes so we can increase our birth rate. Marfin says, dang, that's still a lower rate than I would have guessed. Yeah, well, it happens. Afro Jew 89 says, the John Birchers were right. Kennedy president was a mistake. They've imported Nick Fuentes into our country / sarcastic. Hey, listen, Catholics are a little bit crazy, but I also think his family's from Mexico. Jonah boy, you're lucky I caught that before I read it. Good God. Zoe says, how's it going? I'm late to the show. Pretty good. We're taking a minimal amount of psychic damage. Dean is doing a good job, surprisingly, against Nick. He's catching a lot of Nick's rhetorical flourishes and BS. He's not catching all of it, and he's not arguing the way that I would argue, but he's doing good in and of himself. And I actually think that I respect Dean more now than I did even an hour ago, because while I don't agree with him, he's tenacious and he is paying attention to what's going on and he's prepared. And I think that that is all great virtues in a debater. So Dean's doing surprisingly well. I made fun of him and I called him Draco Malsoy earlier in the conversation, but you know what? He's doing good. Good for him. Let's continue.
Under a system in a society with a government that legislates on the basis of the Bible and these foundational beliefs as prescribed by Christianity, are we going to start sending people to jail for blasphemy too? I don't see how you'd be able to respond to that. I don't. And then like a couple other things that we could say here. The Bible promotes very harmful, bad beliefs. I mean, 1 Samuel 15:3, God tells Saul and his men to genocide the Amalekite men, women, and girls. I bet if I was to engage in a conversation with this guy specifically about 1 Samuel 15:3, he'll end up saying that sometimes genocide's okay. Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46. God tells the Israelites that they can own the non-Israelites as human property for life. I bet if I was to have a conversation with this guy about that topic, he'd end up saying that no, slavery hasn't always been wrong, alongside other things, right? So we could talk about how Christianity is false. We could talk about how it doesn't allow us to effectively legislate. We could talk about the absurdities that are already present in the Bible. But one last point that I'd like to bring up is if you're going to make an argument on the basis of the efficacy and the outcomes in which it would generate in society, which seemingly you started to there, well, what if we find another religion that generates better outcomes than the one that you hold to?
1 minute,
Okay, so the reason that you want a Christian nation is because it will promote human well-being and happiness. People are going to be having more kids and following these commandments. They'll be doing good. No degeneracy, none of that shit. Well, what if I told you that the LDS church had even better outcomes than the Catholic Church? Would you all of a sudden be in support of an LDS-led state? Probably not. Okay, right? So that's another contradiction on its own. So feel free to kind of pick and choose there, respond to the point that you want, take it away.
So you said about birth rates or immigration. Well, here's the problem. Okay, one, the people that have liberalism are killing themselves. Okay, so the people that invented liberalism, that live in liberal societies, literally and figuratively are killing themselves. They're committing suicide. They're
Well,
dying.
the guy that you
despair.
worship.
Okay, are
literally
you going to
killed
interrupt
himself.
me like 30 seconds into my rebuttal? That's crazy.
Let's
No
calm the
confidence in
interruptions down.
liberalism.
It's been good.
They
You're
commit
right. I'm sorry.
suicide. They die from despair. They're addicted to drugs, all kinds of things. They're all dying over there. Okay, we're dying in America. We're dying in Europe. And by the way, these people come from non-liberal or illiberal societies, and then their birth rate goes down. So even if you wanted to argue, oh, well, like, we could salvage liberalism with an endless supply of immigration from illiberal societies that have kids, when they get here, their birth rate goes down. And these are not liberal people. They come from...
It's almost as if when people are in highly materially developed societies and have easy access to birth control, their birth rates go down. Sorry, Connor's mom. Sorry, God and Jesus. Yep. Everybody apologize for your profanity and blasphemy to my mother, God, Jesus, and Ken Harbaugh. But, dude, and that's the other thing, too. Nick, if he looked at the demographic trends, and I almost guarantee you that he would concede this in a debate, if you look at all those African nations that we were looking at that had a 4 per 100, I forget how the birth rate works, but I think it's like 4 live births per 1,000 women or 100,000 women. I forget what it is. I think it's 1,000. But anyways, let's just do that real quick, just so I'm not an idiot and I'm not just repeating inaccurate stats. How is the birth rate calculated? I think it's per 1,000. The crude birth rate is calculated by dividing the number of live births in a year by the total mid-year population, then multiplying by 1,000. This provides a measure of how many births occur per 1,000 people in a given population. Yeah, so it's per 1,000. So 2.15 should be the goal. And that's demographic replacement, meaning that your population stays stable. But Nick has already conceded this argument in this line of statement, effectively saying that once you become developed and once you have easy access to birth control, it seems like almost all of humanity drops to around 2.
Illiberal places like China or Africa or Latin America, they come here, they assimilate, and within a few generations, the birth rate goes down because
China has a lower birth rate than we do.
Liberalism is suicidal. With regard to the question about efficacy and outcomes, I'm not arguing that we should have the religion with the best efficacy. I said liberalism has failed, and we know it's failed because it's committing suicide. So clearly liberalism as a system is not working. And that's why, it's such a radical notion. People think that we would have blasphemy laws.
Liberalism is committing suicide because it's bored. It's so wealthy that it's bored, so it has the luxury to commit suicide.
Religious laws. They think it's a radical notion. It's unthinkable. The current system must be replaced. It's an imperative. It's not a question of, whether or how or anything like that. It simply must be because it will cease to exist. And so that's really the crux of the argument. Why it should be Catholicism. It's because Catholicism is true. But the point I'm trying to make is for people that say, it's so radical that we would go backwards. I would say we went backwards with liberalism as evidenced by the fact that it's not even reproducing itself. And that's a huge problem. With regard to the stuff about the Old Testament, I mean, look, the Catholic Church, Christians today are not in favor of genocide or slavery. If you want to get into that, this is just like new atheism 101. Are you an atheist? Are you an atheist or something?
I'm an agnostic, but I wouldn't particularly use these verses in the Bible to say that your religion is false. I use these verses in the Bible to say that your religion's absurd. To say that your religion is false.
I just wanted to ask you that, and then let me finish the last point. So it's very funny when atheists who have no objective source of morality, it's like,
Kazra Cha asks, I think most immigrants who come legally are liberal beforehand. Am I wrong? I think he's just saying that they're more conservative than the base population. Just as an example, Central America and South America is more devout, more religious, more Christian, and weirdly enough, more Catholic than the American population. And so he's just saying that they liberalize when they come here. They listen to My Chemical Romance and smoke pot and have less kids, right? So for me, it's a frustrating line of argumentation because Nick simultaneously argues that we must remain a Northern European racial segregationist entity. We have to increase birth rates and we have to convert to Catholicism. Whereas realistically, if he was smarter, then what he would say is, let's mass import Central and South Americans because they're more Catholic and more religious and more devout and more socially conservative. And then let's use that to swamp all these atheist, cuck, non-kid having Northern Europeans. That's what he would say if he was smart. But he doesn't because his audience is racist. And I'm not saying like racist, like I'm pearl clutching, like, oh, like, ooh, you're so racist. Like you hurt my feelings. I'm saying racist, like they actually just think that there's racial differences and some races are better than other races. Why replace a system with a Chritian nationalist system rather than grant incentives to have more children? Because Kyle, the places that have the best systems for children actually have an even lower birth rate. So if you look at the Scandinavian countries are very famous for having like generous. What countries have the most generous maternity and paternity benefits? Several European, particularly Scandinavia. So Scandinavian birth rate. 1.5, 1.32. with Iceland having the highest at 1.59. So there, yeah, Finland 1.32, Norway 1.41, Åland 1.45, Sweden 1.52, Denmark 1.55, Iceland 1.59. So it doesn't seem like having pro-maternal paternal services actually does anything to increase fertility. Same thing with economics. People who are lower on the economic scale have more kids than people who are higher on the economic scale. So it's just like your solution doesn't solve the problem that we're describing. Silver Jacket Man says people need to chill out about the birth rate. In the 80s and 90s, people were freaking out about overpopulation. We see a line on a graph go up and down and assume it'll never change ad infinitum. Silver Jacket Man, I'm with you. I think that the stabilization of the human population around, I think we're set to stabilize around 10. I think that might be like a really good thing for the planet. What will human population be at? Actually peak. What will human population? The United Nations projects the global human population will peak at approximately 10.3 billion in the mid-2080s. The peak is expected to occur earlier than previously anticipated, with a slight decline to around 10.2 billion by the end of the century. Yeah, this is fine, right? We add 3 billion people to the population, but then we stabilize and then we kind of reduce slightly. That would be ideal because like you said, Silver Jacket Man, the reason why dystopian cyberpunk like fiction, Blade Runner. The reason why like Blade Runner had all these like dystopian, overpopulated, hyper urbanized settings was because we thought we were going to be overpopulated. This is what people thought the future was going to look like. They thought that we were going to have hives. The reason why hive cities from 40K are so popular is because that's what people thought it was going to be. We were just going to build these super skyscrapers in order to accommodate an out of control human population. But that doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like the human population is actually going to stabilize with the planet, which is great. This is good news. Why do we care? As a matter of fact, one of the things that I like, this is very soothing to me, is solar punk aesthetic. Hold on. That's cool. Solar punk commercial. Solar punk is this. Watch this. You tell me whether or not this is. You tell me whether or not this is appealing to you. This is very appealing to me. This gets my eco-fascist juices flowing.
Dear Alice, this place is yours now. It's a handful, but nothing worth doing is easy. The land is more than just dirt. If you look after it, it will feed you forever. You're a smart one. I know you'll be okay come rain or shine. And remember, a business is only as good as its people. So treat them well. Our job is to plant seeds so our grandkids get to enjoy the fruit. So, eat well, Alice, and keep planting those seeds. Because how we eat today feeds tomorrow.
This is a freaking yogurt commercial, man. It's a freaking yogurt commercial, and they have like a green hive city of urban sprawl with integrated green spaces, and it all looks very intelligently designed. They have like alternative energy sources. They got robots. They got anti-grav. They got all sorts of crazy stuff. And the aesthetic is so based and so chill. And dude, like imagine if you had this. Imagine exactly having like a rural homestead that's half digital, half naturalized. And then just add in guns, man. This is like a Warhammer 40K civilized / agri world during the dark age of technology, right? Dude, this would be perfect. This is what we should be striving for, in my opinion. I don't know if you guys agree, but this is what we should be striving for. Harmonic says, do you think that has more to do with women being encouraged to go to school and thus working into their 30s to have kids? Yeah, I do think it's partially cultural. Silver Jacket Man says, stuff like this tends to self-regulate over time. We're not pandas. True. Sacred Snow says, I blame the cold for the low birth rate in Scandinavian countries. Shrinkage is real. True. Sounds like they've been busy. Not the family benefits. Logistics curve. True. Perhaps nations' economic models need to change. They do. They do. Possum Nation says the pandemic was the solution to overpopulation. Listen, well, they didn't kill enough because, they only killed a few million. Holy effing S, agrivoltaic models in a cartoon. How old is this? It's within the past few years. Well, brought to you by Factory Farms, brought to you by Chobani, the yogurt company. I'd give up all the internet and BS and modernity for a paradise like that. Dude, the chat's popping off. They're like, this is awesome. Please, God, do this. No, Connor is forcing anime on us. How could you? Incoming dropship. True. For Super Earth. But that's the population that should support Super Earth. Yeah. Zoe says, looks cool, little communist, socialist, lol yogurts. Well, no, I still want it to be capitalist, but still. Give me the worst cyberpunk dystopia over that boring solar punk aesthetic. Well, you can go live in the Hive City if you want. Instead, we get iPhone 9 trillion and ChatGPT. Yeah, bro. Marfin says solarpunk is so hopeful. Need a solarpunk city builder game. Yeah, bro. Silver Jacket Man says, for the people who want the 40K future, you know that you eat corpse starch, right? Unless you are the 0.0001%, that is a noble or a space marine, your life is awful. Yeah. So, like, we should have solarpunk agri-world. That should be our goal. And then we should just have, like, a militarized subculture that goes out and conquers space. That would be my plan. We would be so far past this if it wasn't for Roosevelt. You guys are crazy. All right. Anyways. Lido Vexer says, I feel like you could advocate for something like this by advertising as a cheap way of living. Yeah. You will have Elysium from the film. Yeah, I remember Elysium. So, solarpunk helldivers. That's exactly what I want to shoot for, Jonah Boy. I want the civilized society to be solarpunk, and then I want the militarized society to be helldivers. What's corpse starch? In the Warhammer 40K universe, they have to, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. Nutrients in food are so necessary in a hive world environment that what they do is they do not waste the human bodies along with the other waste of society. They put it into a processing center where they actually suck out all the nutrients from a human body and then turn it back into protein powder, carbohydrates, all that kind of stuff. And it's Soylent. It's Soylent made out of human beings. That's what it is. Good point. All right. Anyways, back to the content. Just a little solar punk distraction. My bad.
Their morality is something like, hey, man, just leave everybody alone. What if I disagree? What if my morality says, well, I want to kill everybody or something? What if the majority of people said our morality says, well, we want to harm and we want to rape and we want to do this and that?
Then you send the based, technologically developed liberal military against the jihadist freaks that he is currently describing.
An atheist has no God that says, well, so-and-so has the authority to say this is correct. That's a problem. And yet they have a problem with blasphemy laws. It is good to have a God that is a source of authority, that gives us our morality, that is unquestionable. With regard to the Old Testament, if you want to get into the debate about, what's bad, I would start with the question of how do you know what's bad?
Hey, Nick, I'm sorry.
You claim that certain things are bad. You don't know where good and bad comes from. And how do we know the good and bad are even real? If we're all material, if we're only atoms and we don't have souls, why does it matter what happens to any of us? I mean, what is justice? Is there such a thing?
Lido Vexer, I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not. Why is Dean platforming Fuentes? Doesn't he know how problematic he is? I hope you're being sarcastic. This was a pre-election debate. And also, Dean hasn't always been big. Dean is big on TikTok, but he's not that big on YouTube. If he's big on YouTube right now, it's only because of how big he's been on TikTok. And it's because he's done a decent job debating. As an example, let's take a look at him. Let's see how his YouTube presence is going, because TikTok, in order to monetize on TikTok, you have to hardcore Dean Withers YouTube. Hold on. So you can judge me for this thumbnail of a video I've always watched, but I'm going to play it for you momentarily, and you can tell me whether or not you like it. Dean Withers YouTube. 225. That's respectable. And then for the videos that he gets, 20, 30, 60, 40, 35, 40, 38, 40. If you have consistent viewership, that's good. I try to say, or in my opinion, a healthy YouTube channel will at minimum get 10% of its subscribers on a low performing video. So 225, he should at minimum be getting 22,000 views per video. And he's getting 20, 30, 60, 40, 35, 40, 38. It's like low middle, but he has a healthy channel. So I think Dean will do just fine. But you have to bear in mind, like, Dean isn't huge. Nick is actually pretty big. And then hold on. Let's check in with chat real quick, just because you guys are popping off. I wonder if Dean is going to get the Destiny talking points from the left. Probably. Damn, Jeffrey Jahmer wants the cocktail. Don't know what you're saying, but okay. Light of Exer says, I'm offended you think I'd ever be making silly comments. Okay. Light of Exer screwing with me. Dean is big with twinks, respectfully, and middle-aged women. Exactly. Mega Zero says, this is more how people attack Destiny for ever talking to him in a friendly manner. Yep. Gen X says, Connor's mom probably correctly thinks we're all heathens. Yep. Kyle says, for F's sake, Nick is familiar with Euthyphro's trilemma, right? Probably not. I'm not. Consequentialism has entered the chat. True. Jonah Boy says, I want to call Nick Fuentes slurs, but I don't want to platform him and have my 80 followers on X find out about him. So when do I get my raise, Connor? I don't know what you're doing as far as work for me. Are you making counterpoints out of context clips and posting them to Twitter? If not, probably never. Old School says, the one thing that Dean and Nick gave in common is that they both have punchable faces. That's cute. Sam Johnson says, is he on the Ben Shapiro stage #1 sub by PLA ? Not sure what you're saying, bro. Not sure what you're saying. But anyways, so here's this Japanese girl licking an airsoft gun, which you could judge me for, but I want you to listen to this hip-hop song, okay? Another 2 to 3 minute distraction. I'm not going to give you the whole thing, but if you want to watch it, Harper, Haarper, Bungee Gum. I love this song. I think it's so good. Rap and hip hop sucks. Well, I disagree. Anyways, back to the content.
As the conceptual, if there is only matter, where is the conceptual? Can we see it? Can we feel it? Is it located somewhere?
Let's let you respond.
Well, and I'm making a point here. I'll wrap it up quickly. So for an atheist to point to the Old Testament and say, well, you know, how could a God who does these things be so immoral? I would say to the godless, what is moral? And who are we if we're not just stardust being rearranged? I mean,
this is actually so wildly easy. I'm so sick of this talking point from Christian nationalists because, again, like, I'm a deist. So they're like, oh, you believe in a God, therefore you do believe in objective good and evil. So they don't really use this talking point against me. However, you know, my God is it's the creative and ordered force of the universe, which means that it doesn't give us explicit morality. God doesn't show up and say, this is good and this is bad. What happens is we observe God's edicts, in my opinion, through nature. So the reason why the Jews prohibited pork is because they saw people who were eating improperly cooked pork and they died from disease. They saw people eat shellfish and they died from allergic reactions. There's all sorts of like evo-psych reasons for why religion developed the way that it did. And so morality is a constant evaluation of human behavior and its consequences, right? Like good and bad. Good is things that make you happy, healthy, fruitful, productive. Things that are bad are things that degenerate you, kill you early, give you disease, all that kind of stuff. So if we observe good and bad behavior, oftentimes sin, you know, in a biblical context, is behaviors that will be most associated with negative consequences. It's actually quite simple. So Nick being like, well, how do you even understand good and evil, bro, if you don't even believe in God? I feel like it's a 101 argument. It's actually very shallow.
Slavery, these things, these are conceptual. It can only exist with a real philosophical viewpoint, not with this kind of lame, like, Sky Daddy isn't real sort of stuff. So, there's just a lot of assumptions there that kind of need to be interrogated.
Okay, Dean.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think
before
what
you go,
needs to
Dean.
be interrogated is the fact that you asked me, well, what do I do with a group of people who likes to murder, rape, and kill others? What if God said that? I think that's a question that we need to ask.
Then we would have to do it.
Wait, really? If God told you to rape and kill a baby, would you do it?
Well, God would never do that because God is good and those things are evil.
Okay, so raping and killing is evil. So when he commanded people to kill the babies in Malachi in 1 Samuel 15:3, that was evil?
God is telling us to rape and kill babies right now?
So specifically about killing, in 1 Samuel 15:3, he did command Saul and his men to kill the Amalekite babies.
Rape babies? He told them to rape.
Well, now he's just differentiating between like rape and murder. And Samuel did command the Israeli army in order to kill babies and commit genocide.
Babies?
No, to kill babies.
Well, yeah, then if I were one of those guys, I would have done it, but not rape them.
Okay, so if God commanded you to kill a baby today, would you do it?
Yes.
What if God commanded you to rape a baby? If Dean follows this up, it's a headshot.
Okay, so why would you kill a baby, but you wouldn't rape a baby?
Because that would be cruel or something.
Wait, is killing a baby not cruel?
Ah, now he knows better than God. Now he knows better than God. Ooh, Deanie boy. Deanie's doing good. I hate to say it, man. I get a little bored because he's so soy, and let's face it, Nick is half soy as well. But dude, he backed him into a logical corner, and then he smacked him with it. Good job, Dean. Good job.
Cruel?
I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back.
In the Old Testament, it worked differently.
No, I'm talking
That's
about
a fallen
you said,
world.
You particularly said that you would kill a baby today if God asked you, but you
If
wouldn't
God told us,
rape
yeah.
a baby if God asked you. So how come
Not
you kill a
rape.
baby today but not rape a baby?
Because the context of the Old Testament is that it's a fallen world. And that's the context you're talking about. You said that in the Old Testament,
Dude, we're not
God
talking about
said
dude, please
hang
answer
on.
my
Yeah,
question.
we
This is a
literally
damning
are.
non-answer.
Well,
You
if we're not
told me
talking
today-
about wait. If we're not talking about
Give
the
me
Old
30
Testament,
seconds.
what are we talking about?
About the fact that you told me today, if God commanded you to kill a baby, you would do it. And then I followed that up by asking you, if God commanded you to rape a baby, would you do it? And you said,
God
no,
wouldn't do that because
that's
it's evil.
cruel. Okay, so killing a baby today, you would do if God commanded it, but raping a baby today, you wouldn't do because God wouldn't command it.
Well,
because
you-
it's evil.
first of
Are you
all-
making the implication that killing
first
a
of
baby
all-
today isn't evil?
No. What you said is that in
Okay,
the
so
Old
then you
Testament.
wouldn't do that either, right?
Well, hang
This
on.
is seemingly a
Let's
contradiction.
rewind. Let's rewind because you said in the Bible God says to rape babies. Can you just
No, I
retract
said
that because
kill
that never
babies.
happened? No,
I
if you
said kill
rewind,
babies.
yeah, okay. People can rewind the clip. You said kill
Yeah.
and rape babies because you got a
We'll-
and rape
we'll
people
clear
because
this
you got
up
a
so
little
easily.
ahead of yourself because you got a
Nick,
little
we'll
ahead of
clear this up
yourself.
Nick,
that
I will
never
literally
happened.
clear this up so easily.
Okay.
If I said God commanded Saul and his men to rape babies in 1 Samuel 15:3, I misspoke. In 1
Okay,
Samuel
thank you.
15:3,
Thank you,
God
yeah.
commands Saul
But-
and his
but see,
men
that's
to
the
kill
problem.
babies. But you are not answering my question. This is a damning non-answer.
am.
Every single person watching the stream can see that you said if God commanded you to kill a baby today, you said you would do it. Can you affirm
Can we
that
be
fact?
serious? Can we be serious for a second?
We are being dead serious. Can you affirm the fact that you said if God told you to kill a baby, you do
Can
it?
we be serious? Can we grow up?
Why won't you
So-
answer my question?
Well, because we're talking about the Old Testament, are we not?
Dude, we're talking about today. How many times do I need to say that?
You're talking about the Old Testament. You're citing the Old Testament. You're talking about a specific verse in the Old Testament.
Oh my God,
You
this
can,
is
you
crazy.
can look. You can giggle.
Phil, I
but we're-
specifically
can we
asked you-
confirm that we're talking about the Old Testament? Is that
No.
correct?
That is
What are we
not
talking
correct.
about?
Exactly. I'll tell you exactly what we're talking about. We are talking about the fact that I asked you a damning hypothetical question. I asked you.
It's
if
not.
God,
It's a
one
cheap.
moment. Do you mind if I have
it's
30
a
seconds?
cheap context. No. It's
You're
a cheap
interrupting me
context
because you don't want me to
denial.
talk because you know that you're losing.
Yeah, because the Old Testament says bad things in it. I know. I'm a new atheist, and I just discovered. Here's my answer to your question, if you allow me to answer it. I know you want a cheap gotcha question, but let's add a little context. The Old Testament takes place in a fallen world. We live in a fallen world because we have free will. Okay, God created human beings. Human beings disobeyed God and sinned. Because we disobeyed God and sinned, we have the penalty of death, war, shame, guilt, pain at birth, all these things. In the fallen world, people kill. In the fallen world, people kill, people lie, cheat, steal. Cain kills Abel. In the world, the fallen world, before Jesus Christ arrived, it was a world with slavery and warfare and iniquity. It is in this context that God commanded the chosen people to kill certain tribes to establish their survival, to secure a line for the coming of the Messiah. God does not approve of killing because it says in the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill. God does not approve of rape because it says, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, and so on and so forth. So God obviously does not support killing, raping. Oh, would you kill and rape a baby? No. But in the Bible, God prescribes laws and specific actions at the beginning of the world, which was fallen without Christ, without a Savior, in sin, for the survival of the chosen people. So the rules worked a little bit differently in the Old Testament. It doesn't mean that, and of course, taking a life in and of itself, hang on, there's a difference everybody knows between killing and murder. If I go and murder you for no reason, that's immoral. If I kill in self-defense or self-defense of my children, it's a different story. God commanding the people of the Old Testament is an extraordinary exception based on the fallen old world. That's one. Two, when Jesus Christ arrives, he fulfills the law and saves people from hell. Before Jesus Christ arrived, nobody could even go to heaven, and it was a world of iniquity. And Jesus Christ changed and created this modern world that we're living in. So now here's the thing. God is...
If Sneeko, for some reason, like unmuted something, which screwed up the audio. But dude, this for me is precisely why, you know, I think it was Nang Un or somebody, it might have been Mr. Pham, but somebody asked me like why I'm not a Christian. This is exactly why. Because you ask about genocide in the Old Testament, and I'll tell you my very simple answer, okay? Human beings made shit up. Okay? The reason why the Amalekites had to be murdered is because there was a geopolitical reason why the Israelites needed to kill the Amalekites. That's why. And Samuel had some absolute like rage, wrathful hatred for the Amalekites because who knows, maybe they slaughtered one of his family members, right? So he said that God has told the king of Israel in order to put the men, women, children, and livestock to the sword, but it wasn't God speaking, it was Samuel. Okay, so for me, it's actually very easy. Human beings are flawed, and we try to speak with the voice of God, but that's not the actual voice of God. That's human translation. So we foist our own evils on the creator of the universe. Whereas Nick has to do this like triple backflip handspring 360 move to say, actually, chronologically, God before the Old Testament, he was one way. You know, he was one way during one specific time period during human history. And then he just so happened to, like, he also evolved morally after he physically represented himself on the planet, which to me is just like, if you look at it in the scope of reality, I think that existence, how long has existence been around? How long has it been since the Big Bang? I think it's like 14 billion years, something like that. 16 billion. Big Bang theory. Hold on. Big Bang. How long ago was the Big Bang? That's what I need to ask. The Big Bang. 14 billion years ago. And it's just somehow within the past 10,000, we figured out how to write and study morality. And God just happened to manifest himself on the planet within the realm of 14 billion years. He just happened to manifest himself within the first 10,000 of us being a cultured species. Yeah, 250K, give or take. Yeah, so it's only within the past, if you think that modern humans have been around for 250,000 years, we only just figured out like moral evolution and religion within the past 10,000 years. And it just happens that one Iron Age mythology was more correct than all the other Iron Age mythologies. I think that's cope. My Big Bang was this morning, the natural result of Taco Tuesday. Gross, old school, but thank you for sharing. Seraph says 50,000 year, the bow and arrow is 40,000 year old tech. Yeah, dude. What's actually crazy is thinking about how advanced societies were 10,000 years ago before we even had like widespread written language and history. The Silver Jacket Man says, I'm not Christian anymore because people oversold the Bible to me as the authentic word of an omnipotent being. Then I read it and it struck me as unwitty. I thought Hatchet was way better. Well, Silver Jacket Man, I think you need to take your fedora off, only because there is very deep wisdom nestled within the Bible, and it's very clear that all the characters of the Bible are actually wrestling with the creative force of the universe and the more ordered moral force of the universe. And so I think the Bible, Israel means those who wrestle with God, right? And so if you view your religious or spiritual journey not as like you believe something and then you're done, right? Like that's the way a lot of religious people view religion, is like, oh, I believe in the religion wholeheartedly and now I'm done on my spiritual journey. It's like that's a very shallow religious interpretation. I think religion is more about wrestling with God, wrestling with the eternal, wrestling with the creative and ordered force of the universe. It means God strives or struggles in war. Interesting. If you're talking about Israel, is that what you're talking about? Anyways, let's continue.
Authority, if God commands us to...
Understand that you just kind of gave me the story of the Old and New Covenant. We had different rules before, the Messiah came back down, created the New Covenant, whatever. I get it. Thank you. Okay. But the question that I asked you was, if God commanded you to kill a baby, would you do it? You said yes. I then asked you, Nick Fuentes, if God commanded you to rape a baby, would you do it? And you said, no, that's too cruel. If you'd like to take 15 seconds to kind of clear up that gap, like, does that make the implication that killing a baby isn't
I
cool?
answered the question.
He did, yeah. So Dean is doing good by following up on this, but by implication, if Nick believes what he thinks he believes, then he would sexually assault a baby. But if there's limits to the way that he will follow God, then he wouldn't do it. So either he is ultimately devout and totally defers to God in all things, which he will claim that he does, or there is a cruelty to the point that Yahweh could ask him to do something and he would stop. And this is effectively like I know it's an extreme example, but it's like the parable of, is it Isaac? What's the sacrificial son narrative? Google parable of sacrificing your son. Abraham, his first son Isaac. Abraham and Isaac. So yeah, so dude, this is basically Abraham and Isaac. Like, God told Abraham to sacrifice his firstborn son. He was going to, and then at the last second, he stopped. And in my opinion, while this can be metaphorically or mythologically translated to be like, what will you do if God commands you to do it? That's like kind of like what the parable is wrestling with. But you have to understand that if you think that this is a realistic historical event, then sorry, Kyle, sorry if this is offensive. But in my opinion, this is like Abraham having like a schizo conversation with himself in the middle of the desert, thinking that he's talking to God. I don't think God, the moral arbiter of the universe, would ever tell you to, kill your son for shit posts. I think this is Abraham, similar to the way that he hated his foreskin and chopped off his foreskin. I think this is Abraham having a schizo conversation with himself, and then ending up like the sober, sane part of his brain won out at the last second. So derive from it whatever moral lessons you want, but I don't think that was God. I think that was Abraham, if we're taking it in a historical context.
You didn't.
Okay. Is this a debate about Christian nationalism, or is this like a weird new atheist? By the way, why do you think killing is wrong? Where do you get that information from?
So first of all, I don't think that killing's inherently wrong. I think that murder is wrong. Okay. The unjustified
okay. So you agree with me then?
All right. And then what I'd say here about murder is that's just going to be driven given my intuitions. I'm a subjectivist. We all know this, but I think you are too. Would you agree with me?
You're subjectivist.
Would you agree with me that objectivism can be defined as like a stance independent, like truth?
It's an independent truth. What did you say? I didn't hear you.
Like a stance independent truth. That's what it means for
a stance independent truth.
Yeah.
Of independent truth, or that there is independent truth?
Okay. Wow.
So the sentence construction doesn't make sense.
Okay, so like in philosophy, right? When we're referencing terms such as moral objectivism or moral subjectivism, we define objectivism given when I say murder is wrong, that is true independent of any stance, of any act, or of any mind. Okay, when I say
Yeah,
something
no,
is
I
objectively
understand
true-
what you're saying. I don't understand the construction. I'm not. You're like mumbling to yourself. Yeah,
No,
I
I'm just
believe.
asking if
Yeah,
you agree with my
subjectivism is
definition
that
of the
there's an
term.
independent truth. Yes.
Okay, so is morality independent of God?
No. No, because
Okay,
God is morality. God is good.
So a morality is subject to God.
Okay. Ooh, could God create a box so heavy he couldn't lift it? Yeah, that's great. So if you believe
Wait,
that
would be a
killing is not,
contradiction. I didn't give you a
I know.
contradiction. I just showed you that you're
I
a moral
know.
subjectivist.
I know. Thank you.
That's
So,
cute, huh?
so where do you believe that killing is wrong then? Now, so you believe it's subjective. You don't believe it's absolutely wrong.
10 minutes.
Yeah, right.
Oh, what's that? Oh, what's that, Aiden?
10 minutes, guys.
Great. Yeah. So I mean, I could kind of give you a little bit of an overview of my stance here.
Seki Jokes 451 says, "Isn't Jesus speaking to Satan after 40 days of fasting, basically a schizo conversation with himself?" Seji Jokes. So if we, sorry to tip my own fedora, okay? I typically don't wear fedoras, but if we believe in Jesus as a historical figure, then yeah, it is Jesus. So the 40 days and 40 nights thing and the 40 years, 40 oftentimes in biblical scripture just means like a long time. That's the way that it's used, right? So Jesus fasting for 40 days and 40 nights, if we believe that Jesus was a human being who existed 2,000 years ago, then Jesus didn't actually not drink water for 40 days. He would be dead. Right. So if he's a human being, but he did, if we're taking it as he's a historical figure, then he probably did go into the desert and he did fast for a prolonged period. Now, what was that conversation like with Satan? And if you take Satan mythologically, it means a corrupted creation. That's what Satan is. There's actually, in my opinion, there's like three gods in our reality. There's the creator and ordered God, the God that created everything and brought order into being. Then there's death, which is the end of being. And then there's Satan, which is almost like a demigod, in my opinion, but it's corrupted creation. And so what Jesus was having a conversation with was his own corruption, in my mind, if we're taking him as a historical figure. Because if you remember what Satan actually offered Jesus in the parable or the story, is that he offered Jesus unlimited material power and the capacity to be a king and rule over the lands as far as the eye could see. And Jesus probably had, let's face it, if he was a human man, he probably had a little bit of an ego because he had followers, he had devotees, he had people who believed every single thing that he said. He had, devotees is probably the best word to put it as. So he probably thought, I can take the power that I presently have and I can snowball it into becoming a wildly powerful king, but I'm rejecting the power of the material world in order to be powerful in the spiritual world. And that's what I would say is the story of Jesus in the desert talking to Satan. Excuse me. Crawling Chaos says, does plainclothes ICE, DEA, FBI have to produce ID when asked? No idea. The historicity of the Bible is that God is God's word. It's not subjective. That's why religion is dangerous. Could be. Whatever 4690 says, God could be like God from Berserk or Lovecraftian or anything or nothing. We might all be God. Well, we might be the schizofractals of God. God might have killed himself in order to create creation, and God will be reborn at the end of creation. Possum Nation says, I love the story of Elisha causing the bears to appear and maul a bunch of teenagers for making fun. Oh, Elijah. Yeah. I don't know if it's Elijah or Elisha, however you pronounce it. But yeah, like there's a story in the Bible where like an Old Testament prophet is walking down the road and a bunch of like teenagers make fun of him and like throw rocks at him and all that kind of shit. And then and then he's like, yeah, well, God's going to punish you, blah, 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 blah. And then a bunch of bears like attack the teenagers. I thought that was awesome. For hell divers, like you call in like a stratagem. Elijah called in the bear stratagem to maul the teenagers who were making fun of him for being bald. Oh, man. Omri says, Nick is kind of correct on this. Within most religions, worldviews, God being immoral is effectively the same thing as a contradiction. Sure. Radical Coder says, what if he drank White Monster Zeros for 40 days? And then he would become Satan. Jesus might have existed, but his story got spun out of proportion by his fan club. Maybe. Although the fan club, quote unquote, that you're saying derisively, one of the points that I heard earlier in chat is that why would the fan club die for the mythology of Jesus if they didn't believe it to be true? Silver Jacket Man says, I go in for the Lovecraftian interpretation unironically. If God, like God, Yahweh exists, this would be so utterly unknowable and alien to us, it would be impossible to comprehend and stay sane. Maybe. Seraph says, if you were the son of God, pick up that rock and eat it as bread. Surely the son of God could change it. Yep. Israel means God. El strives, contends against. The name begins with the verb in the third person singular, imperfect or jussive, and the proper noun. Interesting. Religion. You can believe anything. No one believes that you're talking about, Connor. No Christian I've ever heard of. Sorry, LB, let me read that again. Religion. You can believe anything. No one believes what you're talking about, Connor. No Christian I've ever heard of. Yeah, but you're surrounded by literalist morons. So, and by the way, like, I'm not trying to say that literalists are stupid people. That's not what I'm saying. I know brilliant literalists. Matter of fact, my extended family is filled with brilliant literalists. My mom's brilliant. She's a literalist. My dad's brilliant. He's mostly a literalist. My father-in-law obviously on my wife's side, but my father-in-law, he's a brilliant man. They're wildly intelligent, wildly charismatic, wildly emotionally gifted. He's a religious literalist. So I'm just telling you that I'm not a literalist, and I'm telling you why. And also, you're saying no Christian you've ever heard of agrees with my religious interpretations. That's not true. Jordan Peterson. Half of my argumentation comes from Jordan Peterson's analysis of like Jung in mythology and Nietzsche. So anyways, I love you guys, but you guys are popping off in chat and we got stuff to do. So let's keep going with the content. We do have 72 people in our YouTube chat. I parasocially love all of you. Please like the stream. I'm going to show real quick. We are demonetized right now, so you can't donate. But I'm going to say the fact that we're hitting 70 on Valor is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. We started at 10. I was hitting between 70 and 100 on my home channel when I had like a nice dramatic show. So the fact that we're hitting 70 on Valor, boom, right? Surprise flex. Huh. Let's go.
On morality. So metaethically, I'm just gonna be a subjectivist, a relativist. When we like to reference like why I think things are wrong, it's just gonna be driven my intuitions. We could talk about different moral frameworks. I myself am what is called a threshold deontologist, meaning that I believe that particular things can be always wrong, but meanwhile we should consider like the consequences of others. It's pretty interesting.
Is the Holocaust wrong?
Yeah, the Holocaust was wrong.
Objectively?
No, because objective truths in the context of morality doesn't exist. Nothing's
in your opinion is wrong
because that standard doesn't exist.
In your opinion.
Sorry. Christian Blair says, wait, what caused the demonetization? We had a creator who's on the channel and they had a demonetized YouTube channel. So when Valor or when YouTube found that they were active on our channel, they thought that they were trying to move around the demonetization. So that's why. That's why. But we're appealing it today. I have a meeting at 3 p.m. to appeal it. So we'll go over it. We'll try to fix it as soon as possible.
Opinion, it's wrong.
And in accordance with my index standard, it's wrong. Yeah. But I mean, just saying, oh, you believe in subjectivism, but I'm going to like counter that by asking you, is it objectively wrong? That doesn't really achieve anything. I could literally
what is your qualification?
Was the Holocaust objectively wrong?
Of course it was wrong. Of course it was
objectively wrong. But you just agreed with me that morality is subject to God.
Because morality is God. It's identity, not subjectivity.
Wait, God is identical to morality?
Yes, God is good. God is the good.
Okay, so when I say that like hugging your mom is good, I'm just saying that hugging your mom is God?
Yes.
Okay, so can you just say that for me? Like every single time you kiss your wife, that's a really God thing to do?
Love is good. An act of love that expresses love is good. God is the good. God is being itself. We are participating in being.
Oh, wait, now we have some more issues here, because earlier you told me that God would never command you to like rape a baby because that's evil, but now you're saying that God is identical to goodness, meaning if God is all powerful in the sense that he could do anything that's logically possible and he's identical to goodness, why wouldn't he be able to tell you to rape a baby?
Did you say grape?
I did. TikTok words. I know.
Well, God also tells us that God's plan is very complex.
Why won't you answer my question?
Because these are just like low IQ.
No, that's not a low IQ point at all. We're literally
is.
talking about what you think goodness is, what its derivative, and how it apply to your God. Actually, we could extrapolate this out to the problem of evil as a whole, right? Like you actually said earlier that you think that the Holocaust is objectively wrong. Would you say all
if it happened at all, by the way? But yeah,
okay,
let's
so
theoretically,
What the fuck?
in theory,
Hey!
No, I'm kidding.
Sorry, that's a funny moment, actually. Aiden Ross is Jewish. Sneeko is one of those pretend Muslims who takes hundreds of thousands of dollars from Qatar in order to spread Islam. Nick is obviously a Christian nationalist, and he has like a national socialist base and a race realist base. So he engaged in some Holocaust denial about 5 years ago, which is part of the reason why he got banned off of YouTube. But so now that he's on independent platforms like Kick, I don't know if he's on Kick, but I know he's on Rumble, and I know he's on his home channel of Cozy TV. So the fact that he's he has to be like, oh yeah, the Holocaust is bad if it happened. That's just him throwing a bone to the Christian nationalist Holocaust deniers and the Nazis in his chat. Grassroots says, I would, because I'm about to send you $10,000 in illicit drugs in lieu of super chats. That's fine. I'll turn around and sell it for $100,000, and then I'm going to retire. I'm not going to retire. I'm never retiring. I'll be doing this until I'm dead. Boog says, intelligent people are more able to find excuses for what they believe. True. Kyle says, Nick is aware that Paul noted that Gentiles didn't have the law, but instinctively did what the law requires, right? Yeah, didn't you, Kyle, didn't you tell us about Mosaic law one time? Didn't you say that there was like the law for the Jews, but there was also the law for the Gentiles, and that the Gentiles kind of seem to like instinctively follow Mosaic law most of the time? That's pretty funny. Who was the one screaming, Sneeko or Aiden? It was Aiden. Aiden's the one who freaked out. Grassroots says, oh, I miss y'all too. I watched the VOD at 3 a.m. I can't listen to Connor while I draft. I end up talking to chat. True. Base Mormon operators, lol, apparently CIA. A race realist, what the fuck? They're fucking Nazis. LB, you have to be very, you have to have like a very sensitive palate when it comes to the far right, okay? There's Nazis who are people who LARP about the German National Socialist, racist, whatever, but they're very often agnostic, or not agnostic. They're very often atheists or pagans. Then you have the Christian nationalists, who are just people who want a Christian theocracy. And there's race realists or racialists in the Christian nationalists and the Nazis. But not every Christian nationalist is a race realist. For instance, Andrew Wilson is somebody who actually abhors racial politics. He thinks it's totally counterproductive and totally stupid and totally anti-biblical. So Andrew Wilson is an example of a Christian nationalist who isn't a race realist. And then Nick Fuentes played with race realism. Now he does out and out Nazi shit. But if you asked him, like, are you a Nazi? He would be like, no, National Socialism is cringe. And he would think it's cringe because it has like pagan and atheist connotations. So you can call them all Nazis if you want. You're a progressive. I'm probably a Nazi in your book. But I'm just saying, if you want to talk to the dissident right or understand the dissident right, you have to be more discerning with your consumption and description of far right ideology. Sacred Snow says, if Aiden and Nick ever beef, he could clip that and throw it in the Holocaust denial argument. The dumbest man on the planet believes the Holocaust is real. True, because Aiden actually is legitimately stupid. Grassroots says, base, we love Heisenberg, Connor arc. Dude, I could 100%. I could do the goatee. I don't want to shave my head, but I have a decent head for shaving, and I could do the goatee 100%. Kind of surprised Aiden had a problem with Nick denying the Holocaust. Yeah, he's just doing it to defend his Jewish heritage. He's not actually upset. Kyle says, well, there was a Hillel who was approached by a Gentile who wanted to follow the law. He told him, whatever you don't want done to you, don't do to others. The rest is commentary. There you go. The golden rule. LB says, no, I don't. You eat lunch with Nazis, you're a Nazi. Andrew Wilson is a coward who is a Nazi who hides behind his religion. Okay, well, I'm going to eat lunch with... Destiny isn't a Nazi just because he went to have lunch with Nick Fuentes. And I would have lunch with Nick Fuentes because I would be debating him or whatever. Same thing with Andrew Wilson. I would happily go get a beer with Andrew Wilson and argue about religion and Christian nationalism and race realism and all that kind of stuff. So, Sec Jokes 451 says the Nazis are spiritual racists and often lock horns with race realist types. Yep. Silver Jacket Man says, I avoid Nazi when I can because honestly the far left has watered it down so much unless someone literally is wearing an armband. Yep. LB says, you're not a Nazi, Connor. You're just undereducated, but I still love you. Thanks for the condescension. Love you too. Smart ass. All right. Anyways, back to the grind. Let's grind it out. Grind it out. Grind it out.
Come on, Nick.
Wait, do you see what I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
dude,
Like,
Nick, what
like,
the
do you see who
fuck,
we're
bro?
talking to, Aiden? Yeah, this guy's over here saying,
Oh my
if the
gosh.
Holocaust happened,
Oh my
but then he
gosh.
asked me if the Holocaust is objectively wrong. Get a load of this joker. So I just want to ask you a fucking quick
Get a load
question.
of this joker.
Oh, yeah, get a load of this
How about
joker. I wanna
another
ask-
joke?
how
What do you
about another-
get?
You need to unmute your mic.
Get a load of this.
You want to
Okay.
tell me another joke? Keep talking. I'm going to go ahead and ask you a
No,
question. What do you
that's very
say,
good.
all things considered, that the Holocaust is wrong?
If it were real, yes. Yeah.
Oh my
absolutely.
God,
And it is. And it is. And it absolutely
you're
is.
so fucking spineless. How the fuck can you sit in front of 45,000 people and say that the most
Oy
well-documented thing that has ever
Is
happened
it?
in history might not have happened? I want to ask you a question. How the fuck do you know that Jesus resurrected from the dead, but you don't know if the Holocaust happened?
Shroud
Please
of
answer that
Turin.
question.
Shroud of Turin. Shroud of
Shroud
Turin.
of Turin, that's been taken by
100%.
the Shroud of Turin is a more reliable standard for evidence than the 250
Than the
independent
thing that
sources
didn't
that would
happen?
justify that the Holocaust exists.
Listen, this isn't a Holocaust
Wait,
debate.
also
Let's
the
try to
Shroud of
stay
Turin-
focused.
No,
This is
I
a
wanna-
Christianity debate.
No, let's talk about it. The Shroud of Turin specifically, we had 4 different group of scientists take different
I'm
parts of
saying
it.
6
None of them
million's a
could date
lot.
it back to anything after 400 years AD.
I'm just
How
saying it's
can
a
you
lot of people.
No. I want you to tell me how the fuck you know that Jesus rose from the dead with a lack of any historical evidence that exists from
Hey, calm
during his
down.
lifetime from a first-person
Calm
experience.
down.
Yet
This is
you
a
don't
factual
think the
debate.
Holocaust happened.
This is a factual debate, Kamala. Tampon
Go-
Tim.
Yeah,
Hey,
go for
listen,
the emotions
Tampon
'cause you
Tim,
know that
this
you're
is
losing
about
the argument.
facts. 1, Shroud of Turin. Impossible to create other than with Jesus ascending into heaven. That's 1. 2,
What?
all I'm saying is that's a lot of bodies. Unless
Wait,
we forgot the technology to cremate them. Look, I don't know. I wasn't there, and you
Wait,
weren't
the
either.
Shroud of Turin. Wait. So you're telling me that it was absolutely impossible for some
Impossible.
impossible for the Shroud of Turin to exist? Then please
Oh,
tell me
you don't know
why.
the facts.
Then please tell
You
me
don't know
why
the facts.
Tell me why the earliest carbon dating on the Shroud of Turin that we've gotten from the material used to create the Shroud of Turin is like from 1200 AD.
That's not true. That's not even true.
It's either 400
You can
or
fact check
1200
that.
AD.
That's not even true. They just did a new study on it and they proved it's
Oh,
100% real.
They proved it's 100% real.
It's
So please-
100%. It's like super real. That's one.
Okay.
2,
Okay.
we have secular historians that testify that
Secular
Jesus was a real person and was
Yeah, we do.
crucified.
We do.
Josephus, Tacitus. We also
Wait,
have.
Josephus isn't secular. Let's get her facts straight. He was a Jewish
Okay, he was
historian.
Jewish. Okay, he was Jewish. I mean, non-Christian. Thank you for the clarification. Are we
Would
good?
secular mean non-Christian?
Are we good? You know what I meant. I mean, if you were to say that a Christian source is biased, then arguably a non-Christian source would be unbiased. That's the point. Josephus, Tacitus. But you also have the earliest versions of the gospel stories going back to the 1st century. The earliest fragments of it go back to the 1st century. And you have people that went to their death. That's part of why Christianity spread. They went to their death. The Christians were martyred, testifying that they saw a resurrected Jesus. Liars don't go to their death testifying that something happened if it didn't. Certainly not, 11 out of 12 of them, or every single one of them. And that is the basis of how it spread in the ancient world. So, I mean,
There's
there's that. There's the Shroud of Turin. There's non-Christian historians. There's the fragments of the gospel.
Yeah, so
There's the
the Shroud of-
prophecies that are fulfilled by Jesus in the New
so
Testament.
the Shroud of Turin, that shit just goes straight out the fucking window. We have carbon dated it. Not a piece of it dates back to when Jesus was alive in accordance
Not
with
true.
Josephus and Tacitus, which you reported. Then give
Carbon
me a
dating is
source.
flawed.
Oh, okay,
Carbon dating
so-
is flawed. And there was,
Okay, so
and that's not true.
It's earlier than it is, but we just don't
And
know
that's
it.
not true. Well, 1, it's not real because carbon dating says that like dinosaurs.
Then
are
how do
real.
we know that it was from
And
Jesus?
two, there was
If we
recent
can't date it
study
back then,
done.
how do we know it's from
2,
Jesus?
there was a recent study that was done that showed that it literally would not even be possible using the technology at the time to create a forgery. So it had to have been created by something with luminosity that just didn't exist back then for it to imprint throughout the entire shroud. They didn't have that kind of technology back
Wait,
then.
I have a question.
It's impossible to create it any other way.
Do you mind if I ask you a question here? Okay, so I like this argument. Let's just go ahead and say that you're right. It was impossible to create without some sort of divinity. Jesus Christ is a
Kyle brings up a good point in chat, which is, are people willing to die for things that they don't believe are false? And Kyle says jihadis do that all the time. And that's the thing, is like people can be self-deluding to the point that they're willing to kill themselves. That's like the whole point of suicide bombing, right? Is they think that they're getting a fast track to heaven. So yeah, people die for things that they believe to be real that are actually untrue all the time. Now, whether or not God rewards the faithful with 72 virgins, I doubt it, right? Matter of fact, there's actually a really interesting story from the medieval period where it was like a room full of assassins or something like that. It's like some kind of medieval Arab assassin order. And what they did in order to hire their people is they would bring them in and they would drug them. So they would knock them out. Then they would wake them up in like a meditative, hallucinatory, but also really pleasurable state. And they would have like all these prostitutes around. And then the prostitutes would bang the assassins and then they would knock them out again. And then they would bring them back to reality. And that's how they recruited the assassins. And so what the story goes that one of the assassin recruits identified every single drug that they used to knock them out and to, get like induce like euphoria and to induce like the sexual state and induce this and induce that. And since that guy was able to correctly see through the mirage, instead of hiring him as an assassin, they hired him as a chemist. So that's like a medieval story. That's from like 1,000 years ago, right? So the whole point that hyper religious people can use drugs, illusions, manipulation, sex in order to motivate slaughter and suicide, nah, 100% a part of history. Okay, Soko says, whoever is claiming that they couldn't sit and share a meal with the so-called Nazi are idiots. If you're stuck up your own butt that you can't have a meal and have a talk. Well, LB is a progressive, so give her some latitude. Sec Joke says, I'd love to see the fight between Christian nationalists where they start arguing about what denomination of Christianity is actually correct. Yeah, that would be great. Does Nick even know how carbon dating is done? No. He doesn't care. He doesn't care, brother. He doesn't care. Hashishin, it's where we got the word assassin. Interesting. Silver Jacket Man, I didn't know the connection. The Assassin Brotherhood from Assassin's Creed? I don't think so. I don't think it's from a video game. I thought it was a historical thing. Assassin, medieval Arab assassin order that used drugs to recruit people. The Order of Assassins are more accurately known the Nizari Ismailis, were a medieval Islamic sect that became known for the use of assassination as a tactic to achieve political and religious goals. While legends often portray them as using drugs, specifically hashish, in their recruitment and operations, historical evidence for this largely is based on rumors, propaganda, and exaggerated stories. Okay, yeah. So the Nizari Ismailis was a medieval order of assassins rumored to use drugs, but both as assassinations and as part of their recruitment process. However, they think that some of the stories that they told were exaggerated. That's interesting. That's cool. Thank you for making me Google it, because honestly, we should all know a little bit more about medieval assassins. We should all know more. Jihadists in Iraq just chewed cot. Yep. The
prophet of the Islamic religion. Can you please give me any reason to believe that Christianity is true more so than Islam being true?
That's just a stupid question.
This luminosity
yeah, okay.
could be granted, either Islam being true.
Do you
or
know what
Christianity
Muslims?
Being true?
Let me ask you this question: do you know what Muslims believe about Jesus Christ and the crucifixion? Can you tell me?
Prophet of God. He didn't actually die on the cross. Someone else stepped in his shoes.
So what was the Shroud of Turin? Do you know?
Oh, it was over him in the burial.
So how would we know Islam isn't true? Well, let's see. If he wasn't actually crucified, then how would they lay the shroud over his body and his soul leave to make the imprint? So you don't even know what you're talking about.
No, you don't know what you're talking about.
Try to work it out on the fly. Doesn't even know the order of how could the Muslim Jesus leave the Shroud of Turin imprint if he was never crucified and then therefore
because what did they say about the person that was crucified?
Hello?
What did they say about the person that was crucified? Who did he look like? Who did he present as?
But he wasn't Jesus, so he wouldn't have ascended into heaven and left the luminosity. It would be he was a lookalike.
Oh, that's terrible.
You can say that, but you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, wait, I don't know.
Normal people They said it was a body double, someone who looked like Jesus. Normal people don't leave a luminous imprint on the shroud they put on them at the point of death. So the lookalike wouldn't have done that.
Wait, I'm just curious. Could you give me the study?
I don't know the name of it off the top of my head, but it was recently completed.
Sure, I would love to.
You should investigate it. You probably become a Christian if you're being objective.
Hey guys, let's do Hey, real quick, let's do a 2-minute closing statement. We're gonna start with you, Nick.
I was gonna say I was kind of getting bored of the circle thing because no offense to Dean. Dean acquitted himself well, and he got a good dunk in the segment. The good dunk, for those of you who might have missed it, is he got Nick to admit that if God ordered him to kill a baby, he would. And then he asked if God ordered him to sexually assault a baby, would he do it? And then Nick had to dance away from the question. So I would say that Dean got an own. Unfortunately, it did kind of devolve into like atheist 101 baby's first atheist debate talking points. However, Dean did get a W in here. So what I would say so far as like a debate review, in the first 30 minutes, they were talking about economics. Dean did really good. K. Soko says Dean is a moron. I don't think so. I don't think he's unintelligent. You could say that he's dumb for caving to the woke progressives who attacked him. I would say that he could be spineless. That doesn't mean he's stupid, right? So for the first 30 minutes during the economic stuff, he was a pretty rabid dog. I think he didn't concede some things to Nick that are descriptively true, but I also felt like Nick was pretty dishonest in the way that he portrayed both how tariffs are implemented, how they're paid, and what their effects are on the consumer, or else you can't follow the logic of tariffs. So I think Dean did a good job in the first half. And then in reference to the Christian topic, like I said, he got a good dunk in there, but then it devolved into atheist baby 101 argument talking points. So, good job to Dean so far. I think he's soy. I think he caves way too easy to progressives who are calling him out on being microaggressive and all that crap. But he's doing okay. Mega Zero says, yo, Aiden needs to make sure he isn't using his webcam mic. Yeah, his mic sucks. Christian Blair says, Gain making Sneeko and Aiden voice sound like they are the personification of God. All right. I called him a moron. Well, I didn't call him stupid. I called him a moron. What's the difference between stupid and a moron? What is moron? Moron definition. I love definitions. A stupid person. K. Soko. Don't tell me that you didn't call him stupid, you called him a moron, and then I Google what moron means, and the literal definition is a stupid person. Come on, brah. Don't do that to me, brah. Severin says, love seeing you on Dylan last night. It was a great conversation. You're my favorite conservative, and both of you, along with Loner and Tiny, are my favorite streamers. Great stuff, man. Well, thank you, Severin. Thank you for coming by. Wow. Also, do you like Danny Brown and watch Twin Peaks? I'm unfamiliar. Isn't Twin Peaks like a detective murder show, or am I thinking of something else? Anyways. Yeah, K. Soko. I got owned yesterday. So I'm just going to share this real quick before we move on. There were fiscal conservatives who were dogging on me because they were saying, oh, if you care about PEPFAR so much, why don't you just send $18 to Africa so they use it for AIDS research? And I was making fun of them, and they kept making fun of me, and I kept making fun of them, and they kept making fun of me, and I made fun of them. So eventually I was like, you know what? Shut up. If you're not going to give me $18 right now, then you're going to shut up about the $18 to Africa thing. And then somebody, to punk me, even though they agreed with me, they donated $18 immediately and made me look like an asshole. It was great. It's great. Listen, if you're going to own me through a super chat, okay? Oh, God. Anyways, moving on with the content. I got owned in the marketplace of ideas by my chat.
Getting on to the next topic. Go ahead.
Sure. So, I mean, the good news is we just had a platform to demonstrate the historicity of the resurrection of Jesus. You do have real archaeological evidence like the Shroud of Turin. You have the Gospels. You have the secular historians. No serious historian would testify that Jesus wasn't real or didn't live or wasn't crucified. And if Christianity thread throughout the Roman Empire, it's because of the well-documented martyrdom of the disciples of the early church. If you would go to your death testifying that something, a lie or a fabrication didn't happen, then maybe you believe they all faked it. I think that you go to your death only if you saw something true. And even still, people won't tell the truth if they're afraid of the mafia. You'd only go to your death.
Seraph says, I couldn't find the live show. What's up with that? It's on the Counterpoints channel. Danabo takes them down, and then he chops them up into the VODs.
Telling the truth if it was God in the flesh. So I think that's just all obvious. With all that being said, we should have a Catholic government. We all have a conscience. The moral law comes from God. It's also written on our hearts, and we know it. And that's where our intuition comes from. The subjective idea that we get from rationality or empiricism that murder is wrong, that rape is wrong, the same objections agnostics and atheists raise against the Bible. And the thing is about the Old Testament, if people are turned off by that, it really just amounts to the problem of evil itself. Evil exists in the world that was created by a good God. This is answered by the philosophical concept of the privation of evil. Prior to the coming of Jesus Christ, it was a world without the good, and therefore it was evil, and thus there was no mercy, compassion, those sorts of things. But it's a very complicated topic. I hope people aren't turned off when they hear, bad things happen in the ancient world, therefore there can be no God. It's obviously false. So that's just the long and short of the whole Christian debate distilled.
Yeah, sure. So I'll go to give my closing statement.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
First, about the Shroud of Turin, anyone watching, feel free to look up any of the multiple groups of scientists that have dated the Shroud of Turin. Not a single one of them have been able to place a date on the Shroud of Turin from a point when Jesus was alive. So that's automatically thrown out of the window. About Nick's second point there, specifically about the people that went to their deaths after seeing the quote-unquote resurrected Jesus. This is something we see in all religions. I want you to...
Sorry, chat's being interesting. Max Thrax says that it's an extremely surreal detective murder show that is about the cosmic forces of good and evil. That's interesting. That makes me want to watch it more. Same thing with the first season of True Detective, was kind of like surreal and talked about evil and pagan sacrifice and God and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I like those kinds of shows. So maybe I'll give it a shot. Severin says, what are your thoughts on Pope Francis? Well, number one, it is cool to have an American Pope. Number two, I think that the last Pope was too much of like a commie and kind of a heretic, in my opinion. He actually just said shit that was against like Catholic doctrine for a really long time. And so as a result, I actually have plenty of trad Catholic friends where I was like, isn't he kind of a commie heretic? And they were like, we don't talk about that. The Pope is infallible. And then they would just kind of repeat that cope over and over again. Whereas within my worldview, the Pope is a man with secular power. He's not actually the, what do they call it? The vicar of Christ. He's not actually the voice of God on the planet. He's a human dude with secular power trying to control the world, right? So yeah, but I'm excited about the new one. I think he's conservative enough that he will have broad support within the Catholic community while still calling out J.D. Vance and Trump for being fake Christians, fake Catholics, who use the word of God in order to oppress people. So I think he's going to be good. I like him. I like him so far. Okay, Soko says, yeah, Grassroots, I do not like Dean. He's a complete wussy, and in my honest opinion, he's mentally weak as F. 2 thumbs down for Dean and his microaggressive BS. Listen, I'm with you guys that Dean is still super soy. I'm with you there. I'm just saying that within this argument, he's doing better than I thought he would, and he actually made some, he got a good dunk, and he's made competent arguments. Sacred Snow says, if you like PEPFAR so much, then send money to the Nigerian prince argument from the $18 crowd. Yep, that's what happened, basically. True Detective Season 1 was peak cinema. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. Yeah, New Pope seems cool. Absolutely, True Detective is definitely very influenced by Twin Peaks. Season 3 is my favorite piece of media. Yeah. Well, one of the things that we're doing, Severin, just to share. So obviously my Counterpoints 40K channel is the most successful. Counterpoints is doing well. Like, we're getting the AdSense revenue. The views keep, growing and growing and growing as we post more and more content. Grassroots Hegemon, Zoe, a few other people were like Gen X, Dr. Zaius, Christian Valeris. I'm trying to think of some other folks. Wowman 542. I'm trying to think of some other folks. But we have like a really passionate small community that supports the channel. And they don't just support the channel with their time. They also support the channel with their money, which is greatly appreciated. And so we're seeing good growth with Counterpoints as well. But I'm talking to a guy tomorrow who likes the Counterpoints 40K channel a lot. And he basically wants to back the channel financially by subsidizing us so we can make more channels that in turn make more money. So we might actually be launching Counterpoint Sci-Fi and Counterpoint Star Wars soon and we're going to use the Counterpoints 40K formula in order to expand into another 2 channels. And then if those start raking in cash, then we're just going to expand. What my ideal would be going live with you guys 25 hours a week, Monday through Friday. And then my off time, my quote unquote off time, I would just script and shoot a video and script and shoot a reaction and hand it to an editing team and then just have them turn and burn content. And then hopefully, like cumulatively over the next decade or two, that adds up to hundreds of thousands of dollars of revenue. And if it does so, we're going to do all sorts of crazy shit. We're going to build science fiction guns. We're going to save dog. We're going to create a dog rescue. We're going to, like, I would ideally want to own like an airsoft place eventually. So effectively, all the capital generated from the channels cumulatively, we're going to do cool shit with it. So anyways, we're at the very, very, very beginning of my digital media career, but already there's very exciting things happening. Kyle says, oh, if you want an atheist channel, look up Real Theology. It's a good one. Interesting. Crawling Chaos says, new Pope is dope. True. Leo is super liberal. They're all named Francis. Yes. New Pope does seem a lot more tempered. True. Silver Jacket Man says, I kind of love the last Pope. He sneak out of the Vatican dressed in street clothes to get pizza like normal people. The Swiss Guard was driven nuts, apparently. That's kind of cool. I'm not saying that Pope, was it Francis? Well, who was the last one, right? I forget who the last one is. He seemed like a nice guy. He was just kind of a commie, right? The Antichrist killed the Pope. Yeah. I do think it's funny that JD Vance killed the Pope. That's pretty funny. I don't sleep, I just dream. Grassroots says, can we all still tell him to go F himself because he's from Chicago and a rambling raver? There's nothing good in Chicago. True. Say it with a New York accent, too. Severin says, you're very aligned with the Bulwark. I wonder how you guys can do a collaboration. We probably will eventually. To be honest, the people at Midas are also friends with the people at Bulwark. My problem with Bulwark is that they went from never Trump Republicans to like pro-Democrat. And I think that's too far. Like, I think that the moderate conservative position should be, I will vote for Democrats when they're better than the MAGA opposition. It should not be all of a sudden Democrats are good. And that's what I get frustrated with the Bulwark sometimes is sometimes they're just like, oh yeah, Kamala's amazing. Girl boss queen. Yas queen. Slay. Like they say shit like that. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Severin says that would be amazing. That's cool. Everybody's very excited about it. Dude, I will F your life to on Counterpoint's Lord of the Rings.
Done in the context.
We should be back. Anyway, sorry, catching up with chat. Catch up with chat real quick, and then we'll get back to the content, I promise. Eben says, we need Connor and Superman to bond on the 40K and then become side characters in movies, all while doing political content. Dude, if I could be Henry Cavill's friend, I would be Henry Cavill's friend like this. JD has some wacky views besides a Trump sycophancy. Besides a politician who won't stand up on principle is not good. Yeah, he's just, Railgun or flat cannon. I love both. I love Railgun more, but I like both. Mog the F out of Tim Pool compound. Exactly. Star Wars. Why not Star Trek? Gross. Actual sci-fi. Because I don't like gay luxury space communism. That's why. That's why I'm not a Trekkie. I don't like gay luxury space communism. Okay? It's boring to me. It's like, oh, we got teleporters and we can solve half of our problems by being super nice. It's like cringe. Please shoot the aliens. Gen X says, O'Connor, I'll just saw you be on Destiny with Sunday. Oh, I hope it's Saturday. Yeah, okay, Saturday. Cool. Yep. Believe it or not, Gen X. Sorry, I know I'm extending this little engagement with chat a little bit too long, but VOD viewers, I'm sorry, you're just going to have to suffer. With Destiny, we're going to be going... I'm going to West Palm on Friday. My parents live in South Florida. I'll be staying with them for the night. Then on Saturday, we're going to go shooting in the morning, and then we're going to do an AMA where I am the subject of the AMA, which is fun. Whatever 4690 says, same as the Lincoln Project Republicans for Democrats. Yes. Crawling Chaos says, Jesus certainly did not preach hoard as much resources for yourself and ignore the poor. True. Light of Exer says, join us, Connor, become a base liberal. No. Grassroots Chechabon says, I'm sorry. Ha ha ha. Okay. Severin says, I think the Bulwark's position vary a ton depending on the person. Like that ex-black judge, a politician, is still very conservative. Okay, cool. If I keep trying to keep up with chat's popping off. We got 80 people. Please like the stream. We're not monetized right now, so you can't donate, so no big deal. check out the Counterpoints channel, which is where we also do political review stuff. And honestly, breaking 80 is crazy. So thank you. Thank you for hanging out with us. Like the stream, enjoy the content, engage in chat. There's lots of cool people hanging out in chat. Let's go.
Of the Islamic religion. He was martyred because of his beliefs and his grandfather being a prophet of God. That's present always. If this makes a religion true, all religions would be true. About your third point about the historicity of Jesus Christ, we have no first-hand accounts about Jesus Christ or his life. I do think that he was a real man that lived and died via a crucifixion, but Josephus, Tacitus, all these people came long after he died, and I think it's crazy that you're going to sit here and say that we have sufficient historical evidence to justify that Jesus Christ died and resurrected from the dead, but we don't have historical evidence to justify that the Holocaust happened and 6 million Jewish people died. I can give you a source right now that 6 million people did die. In fact, I could give you 200. For everyone watching, look up holocaustcontroversies.blogspot.com. It will give you an index to publish evidence on mass extermination in Auschwitz in Germany. There will be over 200 sources there, much more abundant evidence than what he could ever give for the existence of Jesus Christ and the idea that he's our God. So already contradictory there. And about the
base, Seraph, thank you.
Last point about the problem of evil. You said that the privation of evil was the fact that there wasn't a lot of good before Jesus came. No, the privation of evil is an ontological status of evil. Okay? So you don't know what your philosophical terms mean. You're also confusing what the problem of evil is. Okay? Right? I would say my problem of evil would be the fact
20 seconds,
God's
Dean.
all good, God's all perfect, and God's all powerful, and nothing evil should exist in the world that we live in. I wish that we could have a longer discussion about this, man. Get into philosophy, show you that you don't know shit. But I guess we're going to move on to the next topic.
Thank you, guys. All right. We're going to do topic number 3 is
homosexuality bad? And we'll start with Dean again. I'll give you a 3-minute intro. Same thing to Nick, 3 minutes, and then I like the free flowing. It's been good so far.
I probably won't need all.
Go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Dean.
All right, no worries. Yeah, so I probably won't need all 3 minutes. It'll be pretty easy. I don't think that being gay is wrong because there's no good reason to believe that it is wrong. There's just, multiple arguments that, Nick could probably give me. One would just be gay wrong because Sky Daddy says so in the Bible. Another argument you could give me is something to do with like telos, like the natural function of our bodies would indicate that we have a prescriptive purpose on how we're supposed to use them. That's not how we're supposed to use them. I'd say that doesn't exist. At the end of the day, my stance is clear. Being gay is not wrong because there's no reason for it to be wrong. And I guess we'll just hear Nick's reason why it is.
K Soko says, on a very serious question, does Nick deny the Holocaust in its entirety or just particular points? I think he denies particular points. So just to give you the broad overview of the Holocaust denial that's common amongst Christian nationalists, it's that Germany did what did they do? They did some kind of agreement with Israel in order to take refugees. What is it? Agreement between Israel and Nazi Germany, the Havara Agreement. So the Havara Agreement started in the 1930s, and it was actually Nazi Germany trying to expel Jews into the state of Israel. But because it was under the British mandate and all the Jews coming to Israel was pissing off the Palestinians, the British actually cut off the mass immigration of Jews into Israel. Then not just that, but what happened too was Nazi Germany tried to expel the Jews into European countries and American countries that were not a part of their holding conquest. And some of those countries refused, including the United States. Like the United States turned away Jewish refugees. But did Germany try to give the Jews to the United States? No, Nazi Germany did not try to give the Jews to the United States. Instead, Germany actively encouraged Jewish emigration by making life increasingly difficult for them, eventually banning immigration in October 1941. The U.S. government has also had strict immigration quotas and was initially reluctant to accept Jewish refugees. So the Nazi Germans' regime's policy was to make Germany Judenrein, cleansed of Jews, by creating an environment that forced them to leave. They did this through discriminatory laws, pogroms, and overall persecution. So the argument from the Holocaust deniers is that from the 1930s, there was an attempt by the Germans to, quote unquote, peacefully cleanse Germany of Jews, right? But then the Allies didn't accept the Jewish refugees. This is a narrative. I'm not saying this is true. I'm saying this is the narrative, right? And so what happened was in the 1940s, as the Allies were increasing their tempo against Nazi Germany, the logistics supply chains broke. The war effort was cracking. There was all sorts of pressure on the Germans, and with that pressure, they stopped taking care of the Jews. So they allowed the Jews to die from malnutrition, lack of logistic support, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's the narrative from Nick Fuentes' camp. And then within Nick Fuentes' camp, also, they'll deny, like, for instance, they'll talk about like the wooden doors in Auschwitz and all that kind of stuff. Now, this evidence is contradicted. The reason why I posted that link for the Blogspot controversies, whatever website thing, holocaustcontroversies.blogspot, is because I am looking for an easy way to debunk some of these talking points. And also, this is just contradicted by random historical stuff that I know to be true. There's a book. What is it? It's like Just Normal Men, something like that. Nazi police mass executions. Ordinary Men, Reserve Police Battalion 101. And so this is exclusively about a police battalion and the psychological motivations for why they just mass executed Jews. And so they were killing like hundreds, if not thousands of people per day. Among its inhabitants were 1,800 Jews. Yeah. So hold on. Let's read this real quick. One morning in Josephau, in the early hours of July 13th, 1942, the men of Reserve Battalion 101 were roused from their bunks in the large brick school building that served as their barracks in the Polish town of Bilgaraj. They were middle-aged family men working in lower middle-class background from the city of Hamburg. Considered too old to be of use to the German army, they had been drafted instead into the order police. Most were raw recruits with no previous experience in German-occupied territory. They had arrived in Poland in less than 3 weeks earlier. It was still quite dark as the men, blah, blah, blah. The convoy of battalion trucks moved out of Bilgaraj in the dark, heading eastward on a jarring washboard gravel road. The pace was slow, and it took an hour and a half to 2 hours to arrive at the destination, the village of Josephau. A mere 30 kilometers away, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, the convoy halted outside of Josephau. It was a typical Polish village of modest white houses with thatched straw roofs. Among its inhabitants were 1,800 Jews. So I'm not going to read the whole thing, but the point is that there were German military forces that received orders in order to mass execute as many Jews as possible, and they liquidated that population. Add on top of that the work camps that we absolutely know were a thing. Adding that to the death camps that have substantive evidence about all the people liquidated. And I think that Holocaust denial is a waste of fucking time. It's a way to sanitize the Nazis and villainize the Jews and villainize the Allies. That I don't think is based in history. I think it's based in narrativization. So sorry for that long-winded rant, but basically I'm trying to say that there are historical arguments to be made, but it seems that there is obvious evidence that supports the Holocaust narrative that is not easily debunked by Nick Fuentes. And I think that they just ignore the evidence that's inconvenient to their sanitized narrative. So K-Soko asked that question, which I think prompted that rant. On a very serious question, does Nick deny the Holocaust in its entirety or just in points? I think he does it in points. He does do the entire denial, and then when he's questioned, he moves to localized denial. Sacred Snow says, I was really hoping he'd say, my intro won't be long, then go full Minority Report. Hey, lol, you got the wrong song reference. Happens. Love Mr. Steele. He is a stalwart Republican. Cool. Nick says, like most Nazis believe it didn't happen. Nick will tell you straight and has. Interesting. Severin says, absolutely socially inclusive and fiscally conservative is a good description. Real, principled, and patriotic man. Well, I think that's what good Republicans should be. Grassroots says, no, they expelled them to wherever Israel or English or American pact to make Jews safe because of our personal failures. Come on, man, you're shitposting. AF says, as a mod lib, Michael Steele is in fact based. Cool. Nick says most news died from starvation, disease, from bad Nazi logistics, not gas chambers, says Christian Valeris. I think that lines up with my understanding of it as well. Conservative liberalism says, from radiocarbon dating to dinosaurs to wooden doors in one conversation, can we get a wellness check on chat? Yeah, well, listen, man, when you're dealing with groypers, it's going to go all over the place. Silver Jacket Man says, Fuentes also prescribes the overblowing of victim numbers to a Jewish plot to garner sympathy. Yep, I've heard that before as well. Severin says shameful. Indeed it is. Seraph702 says, hell, I'll come out. I'm a democratic socialist. Mr. Steele is one of the 3 OG Republicans I would support. Well, now I have to see his face, man. Michael Steele, you say? That's exactly who I thought it was. That's funny. This guy. This is who I thought it was. I thought Michael Steele, who is Gail, Oprah's friend's husband? Gail, Oprah friend's husband. Yeah, who's she married to? Gail King husband. Did I hallucinate Michael Steele's? What? Oh man, I hallucinated shit. Wow, I'm racist. My apologies, chat. Michael Steele's wife. Oh shit, guys, I'm just racist as hell. My apologies. I thought Michael Steele was dating Gail King. My bad. My bad. Commander Haircut says, I'm popping in just to say that the thumbnail said is homosex, and that's funny. Uh-oh. Oh, nice. Oh, that's dope. And kind of weird obsession, just like people dedicate so much to race realism, wonder why they do it. Golly, it's just conspiracist thinking. Crawling Chaos says, there are videos and photos of Nazi atrocities, but they will get you demonetized. Nasty stuff. Well, and that's part of the problem is I think even talking about it runs the risk of demonetization. Hearshot says the big drama after this debate was that Parker was in Discord with Dean feeding him info and talking points. Parker streamed it. Lol. Well, you know, whatever. Can't win them all. Crawling Chaos says how the U.S. military showed the world these things after defeating the Nazis. Yeah, we should probably do some Holocaust research on stream eventually. Conservative liberalism says we get it, Connor. They all look the same to you. Yeah, my bad. My bad, guys. On a 1 to 10 scale, how racist am I? Probably like a 3, maybe like a 2. My bad, LB. My bad. Oh man. All right. My apologies. My sincere apologies to the black community for thinking that Michael Steele was dating Gail King. My bad. Grassroots says I'm not shitposting. I said Nazi Germany expelled Jews to anywhere they didn't care, and America and Israel agreed to carve out space for them. How is that shitposting? Oh, I thought you were saying that I thought you were steel manning the Nazis. I thought you were steel manning them to a degree that they didn't need to be steel manned. And in reference to the United States, I thought that part of the problem, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought part of the problem with the expulsion of Jews to Israel and to the United States was that Israel didn't exist at the time. It was the British mandate, and the Brits disallowed immigration after a certain point. And then I thought with the Americans, they rejected some refugee ships of Jews. Yeah. Zion Lion. Okay. All right. My apologies. Daryl Davis and his work. Yeah. Isn't that the guy who de-radicalizes KKK members? Yeah. Daryl Davis is a good cat. Anyways, so let's continue with the content. I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back. But I parasocially love you. Thank you for hanging out. Let's go.
It's wrong because that's probably where we're going to start. So I'll concede the rest of my time. Take it away, Nick.
Yeah, I love the sky daddy thing. It's like the idea that there's a transcendent God. You think there's a man in the clouds and I don't because I listen to science. It's just like the most brain dead new atheist. I'm surprised this stuff still exists.
Bro, you told me that you kill a baby if God told you to.
Hey, Dean. Yes, 3 minutes interrupt, Dean. No more interruptions.
Yeah, silence while I attack your position. So here's the thing. Okay, the homosexuality thing, I mean, we could argue that the faculty of the reproductive organs is to have sex. The purpose of them is to have sex. We have sexual organs to have sex, and sex is for the purpose of insemination, procreation. It's what it is. It's not, we can't get too creative. It always ends the same way, and it's made for one purpose. We could argue that there is a prohibition of it in the Catholic Catechism and in the Bible, but I don't even think we need to go that far. It's really a question of whether we think people can do whatever they want. And this gets back to morality. If your conception of morality comes from, a vague idea of empathy or do no harm, against harm, then you would say there's nothing necessarily wrong with suicide, drug abuse, homosexuality, gluttony, laziness, all kinds of other behaviors, because people say we own our bodies. we can make decisions. We're empowered, and we can kind of do whatever we want as long as we don't interfere with other people, as long as there's not an imposition on other people. That's really the fundamental premise. I reject that premise. I think that because we're created beings, we're created with a sense of dignity. Our souls and our bodies are connected, and God wants us to be dignified. And I think we all recognize that there are things that are dignified and things that are undignified. It's undignified to be an addict. It's undignified to be lazy. It's undignified to undergo a transgender surgery. It's undignified to do plastic surgery. And yes, it is undignified to engage
1 minute,
in
Nick.
sodomy. And what is it? 1 minute?
Yeah, 1 minute.
So, sodomy is something that is violent, it's filthy, it's undignified, and I think it's a travesty. It's such an unfortunate thing. People celebrate it to wave these flags, but they're waving a flag of really a filthy and violent and gross act that I think anybody has a natural sense of morality would reject it. I just think it's disgusting, and things that are disgusting are probably wrong.
Okay, your argument, it's disgusting, therefore it's wrong. Hey, Nick, got a question. Is shitting disgusting?
No. Shitting is wrong.
Just say God told me gay is okay. Easy dub, says Sacred Snow. Yeah, says a dude caught jacking into trans stuff. Well, dude, Christian Valeris, that's the thing. I've never seen the Groypers actually deny this. There's this weird thing in the Groypers where they talk about like femboys all the time. They talk about like the temptation of femboys all the time. Also, Nick did allegedly have, when he was on his phone and he was screen recording his phone, he hit exit in order to go through all the browsers. So somebody copied the browser history and entered it, and it was trans pornography. So the thing is, like, there's actually a healthy chunk of suspicion that Nick is either like bisexual, gay, closeted, whatever. And so him coming out and being like, oh yeah, homosexual, it's like the classic case of the hyper-religious person being uncomfortable with their own homosexual temptations. Whether or not that's true or not, no idea. No idea the details, no idea what's going on. To my knowledge, nobody has explicitly mentioned that they've had a homosexual hookup with Nick Fuentes. I think he actually is a Volcel, where if I had to guess, I'm just guessing. My guess is that Nick is gay, but hates the fact that he's gay and therefore compensates into his Volcel, incel, Christian nationalist bullshit. So AF says, F science and their methods to reliably reproduce tangible results and build knowledge. I'll stick with my shitty logic and feelings. Well, welcome to the online politics. Severin says, classic fasci, traditional beauty and purity is essential. Well, listen, don't shit on classic beauty and tradition. But I would say at least you guys can disagree with me on this part of it. I think that everything that I disagree with, quote unquote, about homosexuality is just promiscuity. And I disagree with promiscuity across the board. When you're young, you want to screw around. When you're 15 to 25, you're so high on hormones that you want to hook up with other young people, and you do crazy shit. That is one thing. However, valorizing it and saying that is good and that you should just live the rest of your life that way, I think is crazy. Here Shot says, I don't know, man, with how easy it is to Photoshop or AI things with the amount of people. Yeah. I don't know the truth of it. Sexual repression is common with Christians. Agreed. Poop comes from the butt. It does. It's probably fake. I don't know. Ice Koozie says, what the fudge? That is actually fake, dude. I expected better than that from you. Okay. Ice Koozie, one of our Groypers from yesterday, I think. Nick, I don't want to do Nick Fuentes trans screenshot. Nick, five things to know. Is Nick Fuentes gay? It's a medium thing. Medium is just like normal authors. Catboy Cammy. I remember Catboy Cammy. This is a Nazi who dressed up like a twink and for shock value on like Omegle. I don't know, man. All right, so is Fuentes into trans porn? In 2022, he was streaming online from his phone when his browser windows were briefly in view. One of them was identified by onlookers as a YouTube video highlight T-girls, S-scene, femboy, B, and then blah, blah, blah. Nick was into that question, but his social circle does seem gay-ish. Well, dude, so you would have to. Is there a video? I mean, that's a video, dude. So you would have to show me how this isn't Nick. You know what I'm saying? That's what you would have to show me. So if you show me that this isn't Nick, I'll believe you. But I'm not just going to take your word for it one way or the other, right? Funny, the name Fuentes does not scream Aryan. No, he's Spanish, obviously. Christian Blair says, Groypers do deny it. They say it was fake. Either way, that's less gay than searching for... Wow, that's rude. World-renowned GeoHound says, hey, I caught a Connor stream. Completely forgot to sub to you here, then suddenly saw this channel recommendation a few days ago. What's up, Connor? Much love. Well, hi, GeoHound. Good to have you. Shout out to everyone who had a closeted youth pastor. Sounds fake. Okay, well, the Groypers and the right-wingers are saying it's fake. The progressives are saying it's true. As always, I have no idea what the hell is going on the internet. So, I don't poop on traditional beauty and rituals. I mean, the aversion to degeneracy includes anything and anything that's not pretty inherently if subversive. Okay. Straight people F just as much as gay people, Connor. That's a bigoted trope. Yeah. You're right, LB. That's why I criticize promiscuity. So LB, I'm going to take you. I'm not going to take you on this to the point that we're going to get one guide or one gal into oblivion. But I'm just going to say I object to promiscuity. Just as an example, LB, I have a friend named Gay Zach. Okay, Gay Zach, as you can guess, was gay, and this was in the 2000s. So it was very in vogue to have a gay friend. So I had a gay friend, and he was 15 years old. Well, one day he says, hey, can you drop me off at my boyfriend's house? And I think to myself, yeah, I'll drop you off at your boyfriend's house. I'm a cool guy. You know, I got no problems. I'm not a fogey. I don't judge people. And then I drop him off at his friend's house. Bear in mind, I'm like 16 or 17 and Zach is 15 at this point. And I drop Zach off. His boyfriend is fucking 40. Right? His boyfriend is 40. And I actually talked to him when I picked him up. I picked him up, I don't know, like another week later. He was like, hey, I'm at my boyfriend's house. Can I have a ride home? And his family didn't like that he was gay and all that kind of stuff. So I talked to him and I was like, dude, your boyfriend's fucking 40. That's like some like pedo shit. That's some like fucking statutory rape shit. And he was like, no, it's not a big deal. Like I consent to everything. I'm young. I'm having fun. Don't worry about it. Dude, I thought about calling the cops because I was like, if I knew a 15-year-old chick who was dating a 40-year-old man, I 100% would have called the cops on that. But like, because he's gay and, you know, whatever, I was just like, that's fucked up. But I'm not going to call the cops on it. So I didn't call the cops on it. Then another time I bump into Gay Zach. This is at the movie theater because, of course, all the teenagers hang out at the movie theater. And he was like, oh, yeah, I was just at a gay party and we were doing meth and we stayed up and we all hooked up with each other and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, there was like 20 guys there. And I'm just thinking to myself, gross, man, gross. Number one, hooking up with 20 people, gross. There's probably there's probably herpes floating around in that orgy. Number one. Number two, he's 15 or 16, right? I don't know anybody except for working class schmoes that I met in the military. I don't know anybody who was 15 or 16 and having meth fueled orgies. But my one gay friend, Gay Zach, was able to find a meth-filled orgy with a bunch of gay adults who didn't check anybody's age before they went into the meth-fueled orgy. Like, dude, fuck that. Don't tell me that's normal. Don't tell me to be okay with it. Don't tell me to say that, like, oh, that's not bad. Who cares? Like, no, fuck that. If straight people were doing that shit, I would say it's fucked up. It's fucked up to have people or have sex with people under the age of 18. It's fucked up to have people do hard drugs and then have like an orgy. It's fucked up to not wear protection. It's fucked up to have a dating age gap between a minor and somebody 20 years old. So if I'm going to criticize it in straight people, I'm 100% going to criticize it in gay people, and don't hold up your homosexuality as a shield. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like that's too conservative. Don't have sex with minors. Don't have orgies without protection. Don't do hard drugs, and check the age of the people that you're having relations with. The reason why I universalize those statements is because I had people be like, oh, you're being bigoted to gay people. And it's like, not really. It was actually Mr. Girl who helped me identify that I wasn't being bigoted to gay people. I was being bigoted to promiscuous people, or judgmental of promiscuous people. Ice Koozie says, someone made a Twitter account and claimed it was Nick and it wasn't. Gotcha. Okay. Nick doesn't ever screen record and post videos. Never has. Okay. Well, there's the Groiper narrative. So there you go. Groipers are saying it's a gay op. Well, Groiper's denying is in real time. Well, there you go. If you believe him, you believe him. If you don't, you don't. It's not material to the argument. Severn says the Destiny Nick relationship is bullshit. No, that's 100% bullshit. I know that Nick and Destiny didn't hook up. Well, I don't know it. I doubt it. I extremely, extremely, extremely doubt it. Dude, that is literally not real. He never streamed from his phone. Okay, boom. There you go. Ice Koozie says it's not real. We'll trust Ice Koozie. I'll trust Ice Koozie. You guys don't have to trust Ice Koozie. I'll trust Ice Koozie. Don't kink shame? I will. Don't you know about the Mossad, Connor? I do. How can he prove a negative? There are screenshots of the GC where they were planning the gay op. Okay, cool. Ice Koozie, I believe you, all right? I believe you. Well, as a bi guy, I just don't get the vibe off of Nick and his content. It's okay. It's the way you say things, Connor. Syntax matters. Okay, well, I'm a chud. Deal with it. That is a no-go at this station. That's a real thing. Vosh admitted it. There was no question. All of us 80s babies been there. Didn't you say fellow Marines made you play chicken, gay chicken? Yeah, but we didn't bang each other. Jesus Christ. Connor, I have witnessed far worse in the gay community. K-Soko, that's what I'm saying, dude. And whenever I talk to gay people, even like gay people that I love, I have gay friends. I have bisexual friends. I have whatever. They'll tell me some stories of shit they do when they were younger. And I was like, bro, that's fucked up. And they're like, yeah, actually it was fucked up. So yeah, it's not just me being bigoted against the promiscuity that's in the gay community. Gay people judge themselves for the crazy shit that was normalized within their community. And the way that they narrativized it to me, you don't have to agree with this, but the way that they narrativized it to me was that homosexuality and bisexuality is so repressed within our culture that when they lash out into a gay, like a homosexual or bisexual identity, they go do crazy shit because they're rebelling against broader society. But then typically with maturity, they reel it back in. Shout out to gay Zach. He might not know, not so gay Jared. True. Mega Zero says a lot of gay people make their sexuality their whole personality. That's the issue. Agreed. That's also annoying. Straight women who slept with 1,000 men is disgusting as well. Exactly. Bonnie Blue is fucking disgusting. Right? Bonnie Blue is fucking repulsive. Right? Bonnie Blue. I'm going to search it over here so we don't get a safe search hit. So we don't see anything that we're not supposed to see on stream. But Bonnie Blue is a girl who obviously has something fucked up in her head. She is like legitimately crazy. And she is a good looking woman, right? Like blue eyes, close to natural blonde hair. She might have some dark roots right here, but she looks good as a blonde, blah, blah, blah. Overall, like a really pretty girl, right? But she has some compulsive, freakish thing where she wants to sleep with like 1,000 men at a time, and she's done it multiple times. It's repulsive. LB says no parents. She has a parent. Unfortunately, her mother is her business manager. And I want to grab a rock. I want to get like biblical with this shit. I want to start throwing rocks at people. This is fucking crazy, right? So yeah, I'm criticizing gay folk for being too promiscuous, but I'm also criticizing Bonnie Blue. This is repulsive. This is horrific. Like even by pornographic standards, it's horrific. We are not Romans. Well, in some ways we are. Christian Blair says, so Milo Yiannopoulos was right. He wasn't wrong. Ice Koozie says, would you at least concede that inactivity is more common in homosexual communities? I don't know. My instinct says yes, because I've met lots of gay folk and lots of gay folk have really promiscuous stories. So my instinct is to say yes, but I actually don't know what the statistical measurable difference is between promiscuity, heterosexual promiscuous people and homosexual promiscuous people. I will tell you that it's a stereotype. I'm not saying it's true, but it's a stereotype that because homosexual men can be quite repulsive in the way in which they're like sexually instinctive. So it's a stereotype that because you have the libido of males with none of the safeguards, homosexual men are particularly promiscuous. That is a stereotype. Soko says drugs and underage sex is a huge issue in the gay community. Are you saying that as a gay person, by the way? Just want to make sure that I'm not repeating like I know Soko isn't a groiper, but I just want to make sure that I'm not like, oh yeah, definitely. And I'm just parroting like a giga conservative. AF says he was dating a gay pederast, dude. That's not a microcosm of gay culture. That's not a microcosm of gay culture. Well, I don't know which way you imply it. Do you imply it that is rare, or do you imply that that's more common? The gay hookup scene is wild and dangerous. There you go. Hearshot says gay men are obviously way more promiscuous and open to degen shit. Every 40-year-old guy who hit on me and my friend was straight. So, okay. It's bad. They shouldn't have hit on you. LB, I'm condemning the behavior universally. Even the straights, 40-year-old men who are trying to hook up with 15-year-old girls should also not be doing that. And it is repulsive behavior. Jeez. Yeah. Severin says that was really rough watching her break down after. That wasn't Bonnie Blue. Bonnie Blue likes that shit. You're thinking of Lily Phillips. Lily Phillips hooked up with 100 dudes and had like an emotional breakdown. Bonnie Blue does that and doesn't blink. So, all right. Anyways, you guys are talking about sex degen shit. We're going to get back into the debate. I made myself a cup of tea. I need to go grab it. But regardless, I don't care if you guys think I'm a prude. I think when you're 15 to 25, if you want to engage in hookup culture for a brief period to figure out what you like and what you don't like, you do you. I think everybody's entitled to figure out who they are, especially when they're young. However, I do think that the more bodies you add, the more fucked up you're going to be emotionally. And I think that ultimately human beings should settle into probably serial monogamy at least, if not long-term monogamy. And I do think that a huge aspect of human life should be having kids. So there's my chud take. So anyways, back to the content.
Good point. That's a good point.
That's the argument you gave.
I never thought of it that way.
You said it's disgusting, therefore it's wrong. Yeah, shitting. That's pretty gross.
It's a pretty good heuristic. Yeah, it's a pretty good. Well, and look,
that's the account.
Well, if you want to, yeah, okay. If you want to talk about,
it's literally so.
Jonah Boy asked a fucked up question before I go get my cup of tea. Bonnie Blue daughter or gay Zach's son? Dude, I would kill myself in the parking lot of the airport. That is a crazy question.
Fucking simple. Like, I mean, if your argument is, oh, this is aesthetically unpleasing, therefore I find it disgusting, therefore I'm going to describe it as being morally wrong.
First
of all,
low IQ.
Do you mind if no, it's not low IQ.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Explain your syllogism.
Yeah, sure. So anyways, here's my perspective. You're just saying that you find it disgusting given your subjective mental states that lead you to the conclusion that it is something that's non-aesthetic. I think it's funny that you're giving me this argument when you've been chirping down my throat for the last 30 minutes that we need to rely on some objective standard to tell us what's right and wrong, even when we disagree. But now you're like, oh, my mental states are not conducive towards me finding this to be aesthetically pleasing, therefore it's morally wrong. It's just a little bit, out of reach for you. But overwhelmingly, I don't even know if I should give a dignified response to what you just told me. Nick just said, I don't like it, therefore it's wrong. You also referenced a couple other things there about just engaging in dignified actions. Once again, that's another, I don't like it, therefore it's wrong, right? I could say that being Nick Fuentes and talking about how 6 million people didn't die at the Holocaust is undignified, and all of a sudden, in my worldview, you're going to fucking jail, right? But I think that if you're going to make the argument that it's either wrong to be gay or it's wrong to engage in same-sex intercourse, you're going to have to give me a little bit more reason than the fact that it doesn't align with what's aesthetically pleasing to you.
Are you gay? Are you gay, just to establish for the debate?
No, I'm straight. Unlike you,
Okay.
I'm empathetic. I'm able to place myself in other people's shoes and see the world from a perspective and realize
You
what's right and
empathize.
what's
You
wrong,
place
even when
yourself
I'm
in
not
gay people's shoes.
Yeah, and I could
So you
see how terrible
imagine what it
people
would
like
be
you are.
like to be gay.
No, I imagine what it would be like to be at the receiving end of your fucking
The receiving
tyranny.
end.
Of
You
your fucking
empathize with the
tyranny.
receiving end, huh? What is
Yeah,
that
of
like?
Of like the tyranny of you and the other like white Christians that just
Oh,
come out here and
tyranny.
say, gay so bad, therefore we're gonna persecute these people.
If
Therefore,
you're
we're gonna
empathizing
write
with a
a
gay
Bible
man,
that's
are you
gonna
gay?
kill him.
Okay, interesting. Do you think about like gay sex? Do you empathize with gay sex at all?
Why is it always the
Things like
homophobic
that?
straight men that want to talk about gay sex?
It's a debate about homosexuality.
Yeah, you're talking, but you're getting a little bit too personal, Nick. I have a girlfriend. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm just asking. I'm just asking. So
I
when
know,
said,
I know.
I'm just
It's
asking.
One of the many.
So here's the thing. I didn't say if it's disgusting, it's wrong. What I mean is it's a pretty good heuristic that something is disgusting. If something is found to be disgusting, it's probably wrong. And you brought up fecal matter. You said shit. I'll say fecal matter. I'll be polite. Fecal matter is offensive to us. It has offensive odor. It has an offensive look and so on. Why is that? Why do we find it disgusting? Why are we repelled by it? Because if we were to handle it and touch it, we would get sick and die. If we were to eat it, we would get sick and die. If we don't properly dispose of it, it would poison the community and we would die. So the act of excreting waste is not an evil act, but fecal matter in itself, it disgusts us on an instinctual basis for a very good reason. Okay. And that's why it's a heuristic. And we find the same thing about surgery and blood, why? And about snakes and about spiders. There's a reason for that. And the same thing is true about homosexuality. Now, it's like you look at the homosexual act, okay?
Do you mind if I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
Sure. Yeah, you're just further like I look at it. It's
further
gross,
what? You're just not hearing me.
So I am. So this same intuition.
You're not empathizing.
The same intuition that you're describing to me and like the other how many people are watching, I don't even know, is essentially that you have this innate driven psychological response that when you look at this, it's bad. You kind of related this to looking at shit. And because when you look at shit, it's bad, that's like driven via the fact that if you eat it, it could give you like bacteria, it can make you sick, whatever. Okay. But here's my point. The same innate like prejudice-driven response that you are holding towards gay people that leads you to the conclusion that it's thereby wrong is the same innate-driven prejudice response from white supremacists towards black people. So what would you say to a white supremacist giving you the same exact argument that you're giving me about gay people, but about black people? What if they made the argument that they just feel on some innate behavioral level that it is just wrong to be black? When I look at black people, I feel this way and that way, the same way that you're describing to me right now. And the reason that I think this point is so important to bring up here is, well, you're just describing your prejudice.
Okay, well, I would say, first of all, I don't have a prejudice against gay people. I really don't. I'm describing the act.
So hold on. Let's break this down real quick. And this is where I think liberals do lose me a little bit, and I don't like this line of argumentation. So instinct and prejudice, okay, they're there because they're part of your instincts. All right. Now, your instincts can be wrong, but that doesn't mean you totally distrust your instinct. So as an example, should you handle fecal matter? Probably not. Absolutely not, unless absolutely necessary in order to sanitize the position. So same thing with like pork. Like we had a prejudice against pork for a long time. Well, why did we have a prejudice against pork? It's because we didn't properly cook it for millennia or centuries. And as a result, people who consumed pork often got poisoned and died. Same thing with shellfish. We had allergies to shellfish. But the thing is, we eat shellfish now. We eat pork now. And the reason why, come on, man. Come on, LB. Stop fucking with me. So anyways, the reason why we eat those things now is because we have technological advancements that have overcome these limitations on human behavior. So the question is, do condoms, sex ed, and the like overcome our prejudice against sex? And I think that it can to a degree, but that doesn't mean that you throw caution to the wind. That doesn't mean that you just act like sex is a completely consequence-free behavior. And I think that's my frustration with liberals is that if Nick is too bought into his instincts to the point that he won't admit that technology has enabled safer, maybe not perfectly safe, but safer homosexuality to exist, then I think that Dean is too laissez-faire where he's saying that sex is consequence-free. And so once again, as always, I'm trapped in the middle. Gen X says, oh my God, y'all, I'm only halfway paying attention, but is this gay guy arguing to us why gay sex is gross? Yep. Yep, that's what's happening.
the act of what they're doing, which is filthy. If you look at a guy walking down the street, for the most part, like let's say it was a guy wearing like guy's clothes, but he
I hate you guys. I love you, but you're fucked up.
was gay, you wouldn't know he was gay, and your disgust reflex wouldn't be triggered. But when you think about sodomy, which involves a whole host of gross stuff. I mean, they have to take drugs to loosen their buttholes. They have to flush out their buttholes of poo because the penis is going where poo is. This is disgusting stuff. And the idea of it's disgusting. And it's the act which is disgusting. So it's got nothing really to do with prejudice or anything like that. It's that the act itself, I think, hang on. And by the way, it's also universal. It's universal and it's instinctual. There was a study.
Is Nick gay or not? No one knows, okay? The Groypers are going to say no, he's saving himself for marriage, et cetera, et cetera. All the critics are going to say he's gay because he doesn't pursue heterosexual relationships and he's constantly talking about homosexuality. So nobody knows. Nobody knows if Nick is truly homosexual in his heart of hearts. Why does he know so much about sodomy? That's an interesting question, you know? He could just know about sodomy because he's an argumentative conservative politician who wants to go into the muck and the mire and fight progressives and liberals on how gross gay people are. That could be why he knows so much about sodomy. It could be an element of repression. Truly, I don't know. Truly, there was a gentleman who was here earlier who's a Groyper. He's saying that all of the accusations against Nick of Nick being a homosexual, it's all gay ops from his opponents. So I don't know. I don't know if he's gay and repressing it. I don't know if he's straight and he's just like a autistic volcel, asexual person. I have no idea. He knows explicit details about sodomy. Yeah, I did not know this much about sodomy. What's the issue with non-bum gay sex then, Nick? Yeah, what if it's just, I hate to be vulgar, but it's a vulgar conversation. What about mouse stuff, Nick? What about mouse stuff? Can you do a poll for chat? Is Nick gay or no? No, I can't. Let me see if I can, actually. No, that's just going to upset the Groypers. No, Kesoko, no. You spend enough time alone, you just learn stuff. Jet X says, bro, I won't explain it in detail, but there are absolutely measures that make sure it's not gross and they aren't all that complicated. Well, Jet X, I don't think you're paying attention because Nick is describing those things in detail right now. So racism and homophobia are lizard brain instincts. The key is whether a person is conscious of that or whether or not they allow it to excuse being shitty to others. Well, in that AF, that's exactly, I think, what Dean is pointing to. Okay. So I think we all have an instinctive preference for people who look like us, right? So if we walk around and we're hanging out with all white folk, because I'm white, if I'm walking around with all white folk, I'm not even going to notice, right? I'm just going to walk around and I'm going to be chill. But I'll tell you, when I went to West Baltimore and I was shooting a documentary, I was surrounded by 95% black folk. And I wasn't rude, cruel, mean, whatever. I didn't do anything like rude or shitty. But all the black folk were looking us up and down because they're like, why the fuck are you in our neighborhood? And I didn't take that personal because we were there to shoot a documentary. So we were in their neighborhood and we are a different race. And I understand that instinctively, if you're a black person in a black neighborhood and then random white people you don't know start hanging out, they could be cops. And so as a result, you might be on the verge of getting arrested or jacked up, or it could be a drug deal about to go bad, all that kind of shit. And so as a result, I understand their skepticism. But the question is, should we all treat each other like human beings, even if we have these like tribal racial identities? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you could literally use his description as instructions to do sodomy. Yeah, Gen X, I don't know if you noticed that. Nick is describing in very explicit detail how to wash out your butt in order to do sodomy. So, yeah. Love is also a primitive emotion. Love can kill. True. Intuitions and emotions aren't always good for you. Sometimes you have to override your intuitions and instincts because your instincts will get you killed. Bud123 says, not gay, but I'm saving myself for at least a serious girlfriend who I may or may not marry. Good. Good, Bud123. I would say, I don't know how old you are, Bud123, but I would say when I was following Christian perspectives on sex until I was 16 or 17, and so in some regards, I was a late bloomer for what I thought was normal in high school, But I also said that, like, I don't want to just, I could have randomly hooked up with like a trash person multiple times. And I said, no, if I'm going to go all the way, I want it to be with someone special. And then I found my special person. Now, it absolutely annihilated me emotionally when we broke up, because she had a totally different perspective on what life was going to be, and I had a totally different perspective on what life was going to be. But I value holding myself for somebody special. K Soko says, I get worried out when I'm surrounded by too many people, white people and no color, and I'm white. Sure. On a side note, I watched your interview with Dylan Burns last night. Super fun and insightful. You got another sub from it. Keep up the good work. Also, I have a box copy of MS-DOS Space Hulk. Chia 430, welcome aboard. Thank you for the base. Thank you for the base comment. Bud123 says, I am 27. Well, King, I'm going to tell you to get out there and mix it up and find an Uggo and, do it. Find an Uggo with a beautiful soul. But, you do you. Silverjack Man says, getting advice from Nick Fuentes on how to be heterosexual was like Michael Jackson, how to connect with your new wife's kids. Woo! Woo! You guys are crazy. Don't lay on my comment. I was typoed. Okay. I was 13 when I lost mine. F waiting for marriage. Well, I would say that, Bucky, you probably have a different set of issues. All right. All right. Back to the content.
Study that was done, for example, that said that men who witnessed two gay men kissing had the same disgust reflex as seeing maggots. I'm sure you've heard of that.
Nick,
and
I'm just trying to get you to recognize that.
Can you not interrupt me? Why interrupt me every single time? I'm trying to make a point here.
A white business owner in the 1960s would have said the same thing that you're saying about gay people right now about black people going into their business.
No.
I asked you a question. The reason why I'm interrupting you here is because
it's
you're
a
not
false
giving me a
syllogism.
response.
It's a false syllogism.
So?
You're bringing in white supremacy to homosexuality is a behavior.
Can I tell you particularly? No, homosexuality is not a behavior.
It is a behavior.
Okay, so what do you say? That
What is action? Obviously homosexuality is a behavior. It means if a man is attracted to another man but never has sex, is he really homosexual?
Oh, wait, I have a question. Was Jesus straight?
I don't think he had a sexuality because he was God.
Okay, so it's perfect not to be attracted to women because Jesus was perfect and he wasn't attracted to women?
What are these false? It's always just like bullshit.
Oh, so, I have a question.
You don't like gay people. What about white people not liking black people? Was Jesus straight?
What'd you say here?
Huh?
You said if you never engage in gay sex, then you're not gay. So Nick,
I didn't say that. I said homosexuality is sex is an act. It's an act.
Oh, okay. So you said if you don't engage in gay sex, you're not homosexual because homosexual is predicated on the action.
I didn't say that. I said it's an action.
Yeah, so you're telling me if you don't engage in that action, then you're not that. Dude, how fucking do I need to write it on a piece of paper?
If you are a person that engages in that act, you are that person.
Right. So no, what I'm telling you is that sexual orientations are not defined upon the actions that you engage in.
What are they defined on?
On your attractions, right? And I'll give you a really good reason to believe this. Nick, at what age did you lose your virginity? Like 25?
I haven't. I'm Catholic.
Oh shit, Nick.
I'm going to get married.
Nick, you're not straight by your definition because you've never engaged in the action of heterosexual intercourse.
True. I'm asexual. I'm an asexual.
You can't get out of this one. So you're going to make a joke because you know you can't get out of this.
It's not a joke.
Wait, so Nick, you're not straight?
Not yet.
Nick jumped on a grenade that he didn't need to jump on. That sucks. So we're made in his image except for sexuality. Gen X, that's actually... people make that a very crude joke, and I'm not trying to be crude in the description, but the question is, if we're made in God's image and we're created by him and he understands all, does he understand a homosexual act? Has he experienced or understands conceptually the act of a homosexual act? And I'm not saying this to be heathen. I'm saying probably, yeah. Right? Like if God is all knowing, then he understands sin as well as he understands virtue. And so we don't want to associate, sin like murder, we don't want to say like, oh, because God understands murder, he's a murderer, he's a piece of shit, whatever, he relishes it or whatever. But that's the same thing as like people trying to make like a lewd, crude joke about God understanding sex. If you believe in God, God made sex. God understands sex. That's actually part of the reason why, in my opinion, like a healthy Christian sexuality which involves marriage, obviously, between you and a dedicated partner who stay together forever, it involves like sex as a celebration because it is a gift from God for you to celebrate with someone you love. And so, yeah, I feel like Christianity has all sorts of weird sexual hangups. Severin says, yes, he is not doing homosexual acts, though homosexuality is an orientation, not necessarily behavior. Severin, I wanted to read that specifically because I feel like that's true. Because I think that when I'm describing, even if I'm doing it in a joking way or even if I'm being serious, I actually question whether or not Nick has a homosexual orientation. So I'm not even going so far as to say that he is homosexual in the fact that he's committed homosexual acts. I'm kind of asking the question, what is his orientation? What is he attracted to instinctively? Jonah Boy says, I feel like Dean is trying to intellectualize Nick's bullshit too much. You should just make fun of him at this point. I don't know. I like it when it gets intellectual. Dean, this is stupid. It was kind of stupid and cringe and Fedora, but I get where he was going. It was kind of funny. Sacred Snow says, that solves it. We just heard it from the horse's mouth. He is neither gay nor straight. Yeah, he's asexual. Damn you, Dean, beating me to the punch. He's not straight by any definition. You guys are being mean. Why'd you bite the bullet, Nick? Yeah. Because we should classify it as both an orientation and an action. As an example, people who go to prison, right? There's all sorts of homosexual shit that happens in prison, but by orientation, they're heterosexual, but by action, they're homosexual, right? Because there's heterosexuals who go to prison and then they temporarily act as homosexuals because they don't have the ability to hook up with females. Jesus was a Palestinian Jew. Palestinian Jews were religiously conservative. Nick's response is stupid as fuck. Not sure what that's in reference to. Although you saying Palestinian Jew sets off some red flags for me. Megadar isn't great, Silver Jacket Man says. I'm often asked, but I don't have an erection. What? Why was that sentence typed? Oh my God, you guys are crazy. If God is great, he made the gay, bi, straight sex experience you can share with anyone. I don't know about that. That's more of like a pagan understanding of sex, but that's okay. Gay for the stay. Yeah, that's Gen X. That's what it's called. It's not gay if you're underway, says the Navy. Grassroots says, that's a good understanding. Sex is fun because it's a mutual bond it creates. I'm actually probably with Nick that ruining that is bad. Okay. K-Soko says, do people realize here you can have gay attractions but not be gay? I mean, listen, let's be real. Let's be real, okay? Cavill. Henry Cavill, okay? This, I don't care if this makes me gay or not. This is an objectively attractive man, okay? Look at that jawline. Look at that beard. Look at that hair. Look at that mustache. Look at this dude, man. I would cut up. I don't want to deny the world of Henry Cavill, and I have an infinitely worse personality than Henry Cavill. So if given the option to choose between being Henry Cavill and being myself, I would be myself because I don't want to deny the world Henry Cavill. He has an infinitely better personality than I do. But Henry Cavill is an objectively attractive man. Now, I don't want to kiss him because I think kissing dudes is repulsive. I don't want to do any crazy sex shit with him because I think that hooking up with dudes is repulsive. No offense to my gay and bi audience. I just, I'm not into it. But this is an attractive man. Please stop pausing on my chats. None of them are safe for anywhere. If not for Dean, we would never know the term future straight. Now I know why Nick engages in so many gay activities. True. Grassroots Hegemon, just to be clear, I think you are great no matter who you bed. Oh, that's sweet. Kyle says, it was in response to Nick's response to Dean about Jesus and sex. Gotcha. You're just a little gay, so it's fine. Right. Kavil is a handsome motherfucker. Attraction and knowing someone is attractive are different. I guess you're right. But if Henry Cavill said, come on, Connor, I want to hold hands and walk down the beach, I would be like, Henry, okay. Would you deny his request? I don't know. I don't know, man. You only like Henry Cavill because he likes Warhammer? No, I do like him more because he likes Warhammer. But let's face it, this is just an objectively good-looking dude who has played cool roles. I think he did a good job as Superman as much as the Superman movies sucked. I think he did a great Witcher, even though the Witcher series sucked. As a matter of fact, I think Henry Cavill is kind of doomed to be a passionate actor in really shitty movies and TV shows, which fucking sucks, man. It sucks that he's not more, I don't know, like it sucks that his enthusiasm wasn't carried through into the final product. I think that's upsetting. It's upsetting to me anyways. Be honest. Nope. His Geralt is what I wish I could be. Lol. True. The Cavalrine. Yep, exactly. Connor, you are far better looking than that, dude. Damn. LB, I think that's racist. So here's the question. Cavill comes to you and says, Connor, I need you to be gay with me for a night or I'll die. Your wife signs off on it. Would you be gay out of respect for just one night? Yeah, probably. Probably. Yeah. Yeah. If I had to choose between being gay for a night and saving Henry Cavill's life, I think I'll save Henry Cavill. Just being real. Connor, your subconscious is swayed by Henry's Warhammer love? Probably. Seraph says, lol, Connor, you have been overseas and you have held hands with a straight dude before. If not, I have almost kissed a kurd because I wasn't aware of the culture. Yeah, sure. There's all sorts of gay shit that happens in the military. I've just never hooked up with a dude. Seriously. You know, some guy grabbed my thigh and he played gay chicken with me, but I didn't actually have a homosexual. According to Nick Fuentes, I am pre-homosexual. All right. Anyways, you guys are having fun with me being gay. Now, Connor, do you know what Hogwarts is? Say there's a door. All right. Back to the content. Come on.
But I will be.
First here, folks, Nick Fuentes is not straight. Nick Fuentes is not straight, ladies and gentlemen. I want to make that one clear. I want to make that one very clear.
That's good.
Yeah, that was good. So do you now see why we should predicate
my
the definition
sexuality is incel. It's involuntarily celibate.
So do you now see why we should predicate the definition of like straight and gay based upon
No, I think homosexuality is an act.
Oh, okay. So then you think being straight's an act too. All right. So Nick Fuentes not okay. That's the absurdity that I'll reach. If you want to say that like being straight is predicated based upon the action, then go for it. It just means that Nick Fuentes isn't straight. Okay. And then also I want to talk about that action. So
you're empathizing with gay people. If you're envisioning yourself being gay, you're not straight either, buddy. If you're empathizing, if you're getting in their head, getting in their shoes, getting in their wherever.
Okay.
Then I don't know. I think it seems like you're kind of all the above. But
Nick, that's
but this is really childish.
I want to respond to that.
The question is whether it's moral.
Let me respond to that.
Please tell me about your empathy. I want to hear about it.
Yeah, sure. So that's
which
like a
partner do you empathize more with? The one that's on top or the one that's on bottom? I'm curious.
Right.
Where's the empathy directed?
Right. I got a question. God's all knowing, right?
Here we go. Yes.
So God knows what it's like to get fucked in the ass by two dudes. So God empathizes with it. Why can't I?
That's great. Very good.
Yeah, very funny. I'm actually going to fast forward that because I don't care about the joke.
Of the LGBTQ plus community, right, have lived under an oppressive system because people like you like to open up the front door of their house and then scream and shout how wrong it is to love another person in a consentful adult and non-incestuous relationship. It is absolutely fucking insane to me. And here you're gonna say, oh, Dean, you're boring me because I'm able to empathize with other humans. Is that like a new concept?
Yeah, no, because you're a really good person. Being in favor of gay sex means you're a really good person and you empathize with people and care. It has nothing to do with whether you believe there's a natural law or anything and things we ought to do or not do with our bodies. It's because you're a really fucking wholesome, good person.
Wait,
you're a wholesome chungus.
What reason do you have to believe, right, that we ought not?
It's bad. Look, homosexuality is bad for people. I mean, it's an unnatural act because it's incompatible.
Wait, can you define unnatural?
It's filthy. It's violent. It doesn't work. I mean, what is a sexual act?
Wait,
what is a sexual act?
10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes on this topic.
Yeah, like the sexual act.
That's contrary to its purpose, contrary to its nature.
Okay, so you're saying it's contrary to its nature. So you're saying that like every part of your body has a nature. The nature of the penis isn't to enter into an asshole.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, what's the nature of your lips?
To do everything that a lip does.
Like eat food, talk, speak.
I'm sure. Yeah.
So it's wrong to kiss your girlfriend because that's going against.
No, they're made for that too. They're made for that. That has a purpose in sexuality as well.
If you could say that your lips are made for kissing your girlfriend, why can't I say that the pee-pee's made for being inserted into the asshole?
Because the asshole isn't meant to be penetrated. Because when that happens, it has long-term health effects. You could look, there are a lot of like ex-homosexuals that talk about how they have long-term, I mean, I don't want to get graphic, but they have to wear
Long-term health
diapers.
effects
They have to wear
equal-
diapers
So
because it's not
long-term health
natural.
effects equal unnatural.
Yeah, if you're persistently doing something that leads to long-term chronic problems like that, yeah.
Okay, wait. I think that this is
Also,
another.
it's dirty,
Scribe, I think
and
that
that's
this
why
is
there's
Pregnancy. Pregnancy leads to long-term negative health effects. Okay. Yep. There you go. Lido Vexer. You already got me. Now, the counter argument from the Christian Nationalist is going to be, okay, but pregnancy produces more children, therefore it's pro-social and pro-life. But I'm just saying, if Dean wants to go for long-term negative health effects, pregnancy is right there.
there's disease that results from that as well.
I think that this is another trivial argument. Would you say that it's wrong to play the piano because you're unnaturally using your fingers to hit the keys that could lead to long-term health effects, such as
No, because it's not contrary to its nature.
Oh, wait, but it leads to long-term negative health effects. And some people, it could lead to like their hands seizing up, or I forget the particular word, but it essentially leads to very like bad long-term health effects like within the hands. So like given your logic, why wouldn't you say that it's wrong to play the piano? Granted, right, that it's not in the nature, right? That was a trivial assumption, and it leads to negative long-term health effects.
No, it's obvious because I mean, what do we call the penis? It's a sexual organ. It's for the purpose of sex. Fingers are a little bit different. Lips are.
So AF says kissing is from herd immunity. Doesn't matter who you kiss, it still works. AF, I don't know if I agree with this in the context of sexuality. Obviously, like French people and in some romance cultures, they do the kisses on the cheek and that kind of thing. But what I would say too is that kissing. So when you're talking about like a romantic partnership kind of thing, and you're kissing each other and lips and tongue and all that kind of stuff, I do think that it's effectively same way. I hate to be so vulgar, but I think it's the way that like dogs smell butts. And, it's basically like a health check. It's like a health check with a partner. And so it can be pleasurable when you check out with your partner and they're healthy. And so I think that that's where like kissing can like in a hookup is kind of like a health check. And by the way, people have relayed that there are negative experiences with kissing with other people, not just because of technique, but because of like smell, pheromones, all that kind of stuff. And so it can kind of tell you something about like genetic capability. What do you say when things work together? Complement is the way that compatibility. So I think that kissing can be kind of like a biological sexual compatibility test. And what's interesting is that, I'm not the most sexually experienced person in the world. However, what's funny is you can find somebody who's very like physically attractive, but then go in for the kiss, and then either due to incompetence or due to sexual incompatibility, you can have a bad kissing experience, which then kind of discourages like a further sexual experience. And so that's actually what's interesting about kissing is I think it's almost like a test, right? Bad breath is a major turnoff. Always brush your teeth. It's not just brushing your teeth though. What's interesting with my wife and I'm not trying to share too much details, but what's actually interesting is through number one, we always think each other smell good. That's like an interesting thing. Even when she's sweaty, even when she worked out for a few hours, even when she went outside and worked in the yard for a few hours, I still think she smells good. I do not smell her body odor. And then vice versa. She can smell my body odor, but to her, my body odor smells good. And I actually, when I was like working outside, I had a family member who said, "Oh, Connor, you stink. You need to go, take a shower or whatever." And then my wife smelled me and she was like, "Oh, smells good." Right. And so I think that's kind of interesting that body odor can be incredibly off-putting or incredibly alluring, depending on probably who you're sexually compatible with. So I think that's an interesting dynamic of both kissing and smell. Excuse me. Marfin says, Dean has a good comparison. Playing a piano can lead to carpal tunnel syndrome. Right. But then Marfin, if I was Nick Fuentes and I was in this line of argumentation, I would say that the hands are used to manipulate. We're all gonna get old. We're all gonna die. We're all gonna get arthritis, all that kind of shit. And so arthritis and carpal tunnel isn't necessarily like an indication that that behavior is wholly negative. But what it is an indication of is if you're developing arthritis or carpal tunnel because of overplaying, then you should stop. But then when you analogize that to sex, that's the same thing with promiscuity versus like healthy sex. Your penis or vagina was designed to be used, but it's not designed to be overused, right? Excuse me. Christian Valera says anal leads to bad health effects. That's just from a gerbil. Come on, man. If conservatives want to debate pro-social sex, please do not tell them about the bonobos. Okay. Grassroots says, what are you Come on, guys. You guys are being gross. You're so gross. You guys are just going with crazy jokes. Funny. Varg the neo-pagan says the exact same thing. Your perfect match will smell right. It's true. Conservatism says that smell thing is real in my relationship too. K-Soko says I met a lot of attractive people who had no clue what to do in sex stuff. Yep, that's true as well. Pheromones make you attracted to bad odors. They're not bad odors though. It's like compatible odors. So for instance, if you smell one, let's say that you're working outside, you're playing a sport, something like that, and you bump into a woman and then you say, oh my God, you smell amazing. Or you keep that to yourself and you just think they smell amazing. And then one of your friend bumps into them and they're like, oh, that chick reeks. Like, ew, she smells like shit. What that probably is going on is that her pheromones, her sweat is effectively advertising to you that you guys are genetically compatible, where if you have kids, you'll have healthy kids. And what that's advertising to your friend is that if they had sex, if they had kids, they would have unhealthy kids. And so it's like a subconscious, not even subconscious, but it's not a conscious biological interaction. I'll just say subconscious. It's a subconscious biological interaction. Grassroots says, kissing is how you feel someone else out. I did have a girl literally say I tasted wrong, but I've had other girls who woke me up because they were smelling me. Yep. It's a thing. It's a thing. Severin says, I was making fun of people saying multiple partners is inherently more stretching and ruining than tons of sex with one partner. Obviously, other issues with multiple partners, of course. Okay. Come on, guys. Come on. You're being repulsive. You're being disgusting. 3 people left because you guys are still being gross. You're being so gross. Gen X says the female genitalia are literally meant to push out a human through them. Sorry, none of y'all are impacting them in the least. Lol. All right. All right, back to the content. Stop being so gross. You're scaring away the hose.
A little bit different. They have all kinds of different potential utilities and things like that. But the sexual organ is directed towards the sexual function. I mean, why do we? The reason the penis is shaped like it is, the reason. Okay, now you're going to interrupt me. The reason that it's shaped like it is and positioned where it is and all those things, it's for one purpose. The reason that it, I mean, not to get graphic, but the reason it does all the things it does is for the purpose of insemination. It's not for the purpose of inseminating a person's colon or rectum. And by the way, a butthole has literally one purpose. Okay, a butthole has one purpose, which is to excrete waste, not
So do you mind if I give you my stance on this? I'm gonna give you.
Yeah. Let's hear. Well, it is a debate, so I wouldn't mind that at all, actually.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think that we could prescriptively define the function of like any part of our body or really like anything for that matter. We could only descriptively define them. Like I could give you a good analogy here. Like if you went to like a hardware store like Lowe's or Home Depot, right, and you went to buy a hammer, and the instruction manual on this hammer tells you that it's supposed to put nails into wood. Well, I mean, all of a sudden you are misusing the hammer if you're not putting nails in the wood. But if you go into the middle of the forest and you find a rock in the shape of a hammer identical to the one in Lowe's, you're not doing anything wrong regardless of how you use it because there wasn't any intention behind its design. And that's exactly what I would say about the human anatomy. Right? There was no conscious intention behind the design of the human anatomy. I think that we could descriptively define how we use parts of our body, and I think you kind of...
Yeah, again, I think this is fundamentally incorrect with Dean. Sorry for interrupting again, but I actually think that this is incorrect. We do know descriptively how we... Okay, so the finger, descriptively, the finger in the hands is used to grab stuff. That's how humans use it. So I'm being descriptive. But prescriptively, I should not grab my finger and snap it back at a 90-degree angle, and neither should I grab it and snap it at a 90-degree angle, that way. I also shouldn't use my hands or my fingers in order to smash rocks. You know why? Because it's bad at smashing rocks. So if I take my hand or my fist and I start punching rocks, I'm going to smash my fucking hand. Sorry for cussing. But the point is, saying that we can't deduce or infer descriptive or prescriptive uses of various body parts, I feel like it's like tabula rasa cope. So no offense, liberals, you're losing this argument. I'm not saying that Nick Fuentes is correct. I'm saying that Dean Withers is 100% wrong. This is very silly. Gen X says, wait, this explains mouths only have one purpose? No, mouths have multiple purposes. Whatever says I go and I can still hear. Come on, man. Stop. You guys are being so gross. Do I need to skip ahead? You guys are being so nasty. So Severin asks, what's the purpose of a male G-spot in the colon? I would just say that we're biologically divergent creatures. And so as a result, the G-spot for the female obviously serves like an orgasmic and, I don't know, penile inspection sensory purpose. But when males and females are diverging in the species, you have to put it someplace, right? Males also have nipples, right? Male nipples don't serve much of a function, but they're still there. Okay. You guys are having too much fun. Gen X says, I'm totally fine with this. I'm one of the 10 out of 10,000 females in DGG. Good. The Silverjack Man says, listening to Nick talk about sex is pure unsexy pedantry. It's like someone jumping up at the Special Olympics and shouting, stop the race. There's something wrong with all these children. Okay. Severin says, punched a tree as a teen and it was way thicker and rugged than I planned. Fucked me up. Exactly. Like you wouldn't descriptively and prescriptively, you should say that your hand is not a good axe. It's not good for chopping down trees. Can you chop down a tree, like a rotted down palm tree, by punching it? 100%. Is that a good use of your hands? Descriptively and prescriptively, no. Ken is probably lurking in chat. Yeah, dude, Ken Harbaugh was in on an ult and you guys horrified him and he ran away.
Implicitly conceded to this earlier when you told me that it's in my nature to use my hands to play the piano or to use my mouth to kiss my girlfriend.
Seraph actually says orgasm equals less immune response. That's all. I don't know if you're using it this way descriptively, but this is what I would infer from that statement is that if you do not achieve orgasm, the female body can oftentimes treat sperm as like a hostile invasive species or whatever. Like it can treat it like almost like a virus. It'll eat it. It'll kill it. Right. And so what I think Seraph is saying, although I could be wrong, is that if you have an orgasm, then there is less of an invasive response to the sperm. Therefore, the sperm has a higher chance of actually getting to where it needs to go. That's interesting.
Those are not intentful, prescriptive claims that you're making about the function or use of my hands. These are going to be descriptions about how we can use my hands, about how we can use my lips. And that's exactly how I'd reference, right, these sexual organs. Okay. And the only way for you to justify your claim that there is intention behind the design of the human anatomy, to justify that there's incorrect uses of it.
Hearshot, this is probably both true. Hearshot says, in my opinion, orgasm is nature's way of incentivizing the act of procreation. I agree. I think that obviously human beings, especially sexually mature human beings, crave orgasms the way that they crave food, but they don't need orgasm in order to technically survive, although they will have long-term health consequences if they don't have orgasm or if they don't have a partner. And so, yeah, I think orgasm can be what Seraph said, where a female orgasm reduces the physical hostility to male sperm. But I also think what you say, where orgasm is an incentive structure for sex, I think that's also descriptively true.
Be God. And of course, I dispute the existence of God. You couldn't prove that God exists. If we had 30 minutes, I could be able to give you an argument to show that it's logically impossible for the Christian God to exist. So I think what it's best for you to do right now is to either concede your position or just say it outright. You think being gay is wrong because God said so. You think being gay is wrong because you trivially believe that God built our bodies to function in a particular manner that is adjacent to the use that you like to describe to our fingers or to our mouths. Say it out loud.
Well, like I said, if you were listening at the very beginning of my opening statement, I said we are created and we are ensouled, and our souls and our bodies have to be treated with dignity. And yes, you're 100% right. I mean, if you believe that, if you're a nihilist or a materialist, and you believe there's only matter and everything is subjective, then yeah, like there's no problem with putting this in there and that over there. But if you think that we are created, and if you think there is such a thing as a natural law and a moral law, then we would have to abide by what we can assume are these functions, or what we are told are the functions by revelation. If you believe in a religion with revelation, then it's revealed. If you believe in a religion which is philosophical, then you have to deduce it rationally. But when you look at something like the anus, E. Michael Jones has a famous quote about this: the anus is not a sex organ. It's obviously not. It's there for one purpose. And I think, we all sort of know, like, yeah, of course you can do these things. No one's arguing that you can't. Of course you can. It can be done. You're capable of doing it. The question is, should we do these things?
Real quick, Seraph said something interesting in chat. All sorts of anecdotes. Most infantrymen have female offspring because male sperm are sensitive to cortisol. Stressed out guys have a lot of cortisol. AF says humans who enjoyed sex outbred those who didn't. Mouth comparison is probably better. I agree, Severin. Animals are degenerate. The things they don't tell you are normal animal TV. Don't eat food with your butt. Okay. Anyways, so you guys are getting crazy with it again. But what was the thing? We were talking about ought versus should, and we were talking about female offspring. I do think what's really funny, I've noticed this anecdotally as well. Oftentimes, do high testosterone men have girls? It's the first thing. While high testosterone levels in men don't directly cause a childhood to be female, some studies suggest that high levels of parental testosterone, including in men, around the time of conception might subtly increase the likelihood of having a male child. However, this is not a guarantee, and the sex of a child is primarily determined by the sperm of the father. So what I would say is, I've noticed that a lot of alpha chads have girls. I'm not saying that this is like true. I can't verify it via study, but I did just think it was so funny that I've been to a few weddings where the dad is walking around and he's got his chest out and his shoulders out, and he's like, "Yeah, bro, I'm like the most hardcore dude on the planet. I do whatever. I bench press 400. I do this. I do that." And every single wedding that I was at where the dad carried themselves that way, they all had girls. And so I was wondering if God was like punishing their hubris.
And if these things are contrary to their nature, and there's evidence that this is the case because they result in problems, then we probably shouldn't. And you don't even necessarily need to believe in God to understand that. I think that, hang on, I'm not totally finished. I think that even if you don't believe in God, I think there are a lot of people that actually don't believe in God that still find it to be a kind of degenerative, indulgent, undignified practice. I'm not finished yet. You're very disrespectful in that way. I'm so respectful, and you're being very rude the way you're chirping with these little interruptions. And the thing
that's funny. That was a Trumpism for sure.
Is, I mean, let's imagine what it is. When they're walking down the street waving that flag, it represents a filthy, violent act where you're evacuating fecal matter out of your bowels to make room for sex, and it's never fully gone. And this is why they get AIDS, because you're putting a sexual organ where the shit is. And that's just something that, is objectively gross, I think, for very good reasons, which is a pretty good heuristic that it's also immoral. And so, people that are same-sex attracted, people that are tolerant of same-sex attracted persons.
After this rant, I'm going to fast forward. I'm tired of talking about butt stuff. And frankly, Chad is getting too crazy with it.
And people that are not, I think, should all be able to recognize that sodomy is something that there's something deeply wrong with it, and it should be avoided, even if you're not religious. And as such, those things.
All right, I'm fast forwarding to are men superior to women, and we're in the intros already. And basically, let's wrap that up, okay? I think that even if you're a conservative person, even if you think that sodomy, oral sex, whatever is like biblically prohibited, what you should realize, and what I realized through my conversation with Mr. Girl, he was like, "Well, are you homophobic?" Because I just said some stereotypical shit about gay people. And I was like, "Yeah, maybe a little." And then he was like, "Okay, well, what are you homophobic about?" And I started describing the behaviors, and I was like, young men hooking up with old men, promiscuity, hard drug use, all that kind of stuff. And he was like, "Dude, well, I think you're actually homophobic because those things are things that straight people do all the time. And then I kind of realized through that point that my prejudice or my judgment was not around specifically around homosexuality. It was actually around like promiscuity and being degenerate and doing hard drugs and sleeping with minors and all that kind of crazy shit. So what I realized is I was able to like externalize that morally and then extend that moral judgment to straight people as well. And so, you know, thank you, Max Carson, for decreasing my homophobia by allowing me to identify the behaviors that I actually found to be bad. So it's really like promiscuity and degeneracy that I think is bad, not homosexuality itself. I think that Nick and, I want to say Hunter, but Dean, I think they danced around within the liberal and conservative frameworks on sex. But I think that Dean actually did have a line of poor argumentation within the segment, which was he was saying like, I don't think we can describe we can describe functions of a body, but we can't prescribe functions of a body. And I just think that's like tabula rasa cope. I don't think that has anything to do with reality. You can 100% prescribe what you do with your body based off of the consequences of that action.
Secondary role in society. I think that's absolutely true. I do believe in a fundamental equality between man and woman. You know, the Bible says that God created them man and woman, so we're both created with dignity and should be respected. And there's an equality before God that we both have. But we were created with two distinct and different natures. You know, they are two essential. Maleness and femaleness are essential about a person. They're essential to the soul. They're essential to the body. They come with a function. They come with a particular anatomy. They come with a brain chemistry. And as such, those things have social roles. The idea that, you know, these clearly two distinct categories, two essential types of people would be treated precisely the same or exactly the same in society.
Not so Gen X says Mr. Girl is a narcissist weirdo. Sometimes. Definitely. Can every stream be a butt sex debate? No. As a matter of fact, I'm getting tired of you people. You guys are going crazy on the sodomy in chat. Has Dean made any counter arguments? In reference to the sex stuff, not so much. I think with the is Christian nationalism good? I think he got a headshot on if God ordered you to do something immoral from like a subjective perspective, would you obey it? And Nick said yes. But then he tested the extremes of that, and Nick Fuentes kind of had to back off. I think that was a decent counter argument. And then I forget what the first one was. What was the first topic? Oh, in the economic section, Dean just presented a coherent and actually thoughtful presentation of like neoliberal economic understanding of like macroeconomics. And then I feel like Nick Fuentes just kind of coped around it. Mr. Geek says, I just joined. You guys are going crazy on the sodomy in chat. I love this community. Listen, bro, you're Mr. Geek. I invite you. We're moving on from the sodomy. Okay. We're moving on, hopefully, away from the sodomy. But if you want to catch this VOD, the past hour was almost exclusively about homosexual, heterosexual, and bisexual promiscuity, specifically in reference to sodomy. So you would have a great time.
It belies the fact that they have two different natures. And I think it's obvious that men are celestial.
Hold on, whatever 4690 said something surprisingly liberal or progressive. I think people dislike pride parades because it's degenerate, not because it's gay. I agree. So if we look at pride parades, hopefully we don't get anything NSFW, not safe for work. But if we look at a pride parade, let's take a look. There's a happy little gay man in a unitard and a cape with purple hair kind of twirling around downtown. I don't care about that. That's fine. There's two presumed men, maybe one of them's AFAB, I can't tell, walking in normal clothing downtown. Cool. Here's everybody being normal. There's one chick in like a skimpy shirt, but it's not too crazy. Same thing here. Not too crazy, not too crazy, not too crazy. I think if you're moderately dressed and not, actually doing sex acts in public, most people don't care. This is a little lewd just because he's just wearing short shorts. But even then, I can't see anything vulgar or gross. And then, yeah, I think as long as you're dressed relatively normally, it's okay. This is kind of hitting the edges of it, right? Because he's wearing like a mankini and like a shirt. But again, if he's not like flashing kids, I don't really give a shit. What the main thing that I think everybody used from a few years ago was, what is it? The dog leather picture with a kid. There's this picture. See, this is just like GIMP shit. This is crazy. I think this is fucked up. Because you got like the slave BDSM kink, and you got like a 6-year-old kid staying there. You have like a 8-year-old kid petting a sex slave here. This is the famous picture. It's a bunch of like BDSM dog slaves with like a kid like inspecting them as if they were actually dogs. Here's like a GIMP with like an 8-year-old boy approaching it. This is what I object to. I think that's fucking horrifying. And if the straights were doing it, I would be just as critical, right? So if you want to do the BDSM GIMP shit, just don't do it in front of kids, okay? That's my argument. Don't do it in front of kids. It's creepy. It's weird. It just, I don't want to say it justifies, but it normalizes bigotry against gay people. Don't do freaky sex shit in front of kids. It actually should be simple. And I don't even think I'm being homophobic by saying that, because if a straight person did this, I would hate this shit too. If that was a woman, even if it was a hot woman, if it was a hot woman doing exactly that, I would still find that creepy as fuck. So yeah, so don't do that shit. I'm trying to moderate my homophobia as much as possible. Like, I'm not like crazy homophobic, but even then I'm trying to separate my repulsion to degeneracy and, promiscuity away from just homosexuality. One might say we belong in a special city. So, hey, come on. You guys are getting crazy in chat again. Nick definitely spends way too much time thinking about this topic. Yeah. It's because it's gay at whatever. People who complain over it are just mad at being confronted with so much of the thing they dislike. Yeah, but again, I don't dislike and I don't have a repulsion to gay people walking around in clothes saying, hey, I'm gay. Like, okay, good for you. I don't give a shit. But I do have a repulsion to people being weirdly promiscuous and showing off their kinks in front of children. That actually does upset me. Just don't wear kink shit. Yeah. Connor's going to turn us all to salt. Maybe. Mankini, aka yesteryear's Speedo. True. Mr. Geek says, if your wife sees your search history, you're going to have some explaining to do. Nah, she gets it. Less thongs and gimp suits and more strongwall. Sure. Liz Falling Up says, Fulton Street Fair isn't pride. That's what conservatives love to point at. Yep. That's from the Fulton Street Festival. These people and the parents should have all been arrested. I don't know if I go that far, but yeah, it's pretty fucked up and it shouldn't be socially encouraged. Yeah, it's dumb, but parents have the right to expose their kids to this if they want. I don't agree. Not so Gen X. From a cultural standpoint, even if you're making an argument from a legal standpoint that they have the right to expose their kids to sex BDSM bullshit, they can have the right. I'm still going to criticize them. It would be as if, let's say that there was a Warhammer parade. Okay. Let's say that there was a Warhammer Pride parade. Warhammer 40K parade, because they have like that silly thing with like Trump being the God Emperor of mankind. Trump Warhammer parade. Let's say that this was actually the Emperor of Mankind and Warhammer 40K was as big as Pride. And let's say that instead of the God Emperor, or instead of Donald Trump, we actually had the God Emperor of mankind. And then let's say that down here were like the grisly severed heads of gene stealer cultists and chaos cultists and Xenos and all that kind of stuff. Literally just cosplay severed bloody heads, guts, viscera, people on crosses, like the full shebang of what Warhammer 40K is about. Like, let's say there was like a Slaneshi hedonite segment of the parade where they had people with like nipple tassels on and like body mods, and they were all like pierced and shit. If I brought my kid there and my kid was under the age of 10 and I was showing my kid like Slaneshi degenerate demons torturing people to death, and I was showing the Imperium with their like head collection on pikes, I expect you to say some shit about it. Now, should a cop come and arrest me because I'm exposing my kid to grimdark shit? I think that's arguable. But at minimum, you should be able to culturally castigate somebody for exposing their kid to inappropriate shit for kids. So, yeah, come on. Meet me halfway here. Miley Cyrus, yeah, 100%. This is literally Weimar 2.0, and we know what follows. Come on, man. Relax. Chill the fuck out. All right, anyways, you guys are freaking out about the BDSM shit. I'm going to let it play. I'm getting like a fucking headache out of nowhere. I need to take some aspirin in a minute.
They're individualists, they're rationalists, they're leaders, they're risk takers. They should be working, fighting, running society. Women are terrestrial, they're nurturers, they're caregivers. They should be the mothers. I don't think that they should be necessarily precluded from working, but I think that they should be encouraged first and foremost to be mothers for their benefit and for the benefit of society as a whole.
Weirdly enough, I'm okay with this cultural aspect, but as an example, Celeste Plantagenet York, who I haven't seen in a few days, but she was a very fun chat participant, Gen X and LB, I expect if I tell them to, become mothers and take care of the kitchen, I expect them to tell me to go fuck myself. And I respect their right to go tell me to fuck myself.
And that's kind of the gist of my position.
Okay, so I have an opening statement. I guess I'll use it up. My position's pretty clear. No, one human being does not have more intrinsic moral value than another human being. I don't think that we could take...
I think that the best of Christians and red pillars do not believe that men and women are separately more valuable. I think that they say that they're complementary, though, that you need men and you need women and you need them to fill their social and biological roles in order for society to be healthy. Those are the best red pillars. The bad ones like Andrew Tate are the one who are like, no, men are just better. Kill, dominate, maim, enslave.
Take this qualification of your gender identity or what's in between your legs and abstract that out to this.
Whatever says... are you obliged to show these videos, Connor, or can you just go off reservation? I can go off reservation if I want, but I have to have a good reason to go off reservation. So we're in the middle 60s right now for viewership, which, by the way, that's already good for Valor Media Network, but we peaked out at 80. And the reason why we peaked out at 80 is because Dean Withers is a controversial debate bro from the left. Nick Fuentes is a controversial debate bro from the right. They're talking about interesting shit. So people drop in and they say crazy shit in chat. So if you have something that isn't specifically related to alternative media politics, you can suggest it and I'll add it to the docket if I think it would be good content.
Norm of who's going to be better at leading. I'd say the qualifications of determining who's better at leading.
Whatever says, maybe it's Nick and Dean giving you a headache. That's possible.
The qualifications of determining, half the shit that he named off over here is not going to be, right, what's in between your legs or your gender identity, but rather other various traits. But I guess just to make this quick, we could kind of cut to the chase here. Why do you think men are better at leading than women?
Liz says, don't take your kids to motorcycle gatherings. I would never. I know how crazy those can get. We had Bike Week in Daytona, and I worked in Lake County, Florida as a cop. And I think we had like 2 or 3 people who either died or got grievously injured. Like they got amputations because they got into wrecks with motorcycles and they lost a limb. And then same thing with the people. They were just getting like wasted at the local hotels and getting into fistfights and shit. It was very Viking. What's interesting about biker culture is it's very Viking. Kind of cool.
Appreciate specifics. You kind of pointed out like different natures, different biological differences, neuroanatomy, etc. I want you to name the specifics. Maybe I could ask you a question here. What are the specific biological differences between men and women that make men better at leading than women?
Smarter, stronger, all of the above. No, I mean, in actuality,
Be specific.
In actuality, what?
Are those your 2 qualifiers?
No, I'm being a little bit funny.
Well, be honest with me here.
The reason why they're better leaders, well, one, I think they're really only qualified to be leaders because they are physically stronger. And, this is one of the reasons why we have a feminist society. It's because we live in a world where we have technology. In the old days, when there was fighting, it was very physical and it was very direct. It was hand-to-hand combat, and the only people that could do it were men. As such, the militaries that were raised up were comprised of men, the people that fought and enforced
sovereignty, law, borders, all those things were men necessarily, then they're the decision makers. And so, the idea that it has something to do with what's between your legs, well, it has to do with what's between your legs and the fact that you have testosterone. You're physically stronger. And by the way, because you have testosterone, it means you're more aggressive. It means you're a bigger risk taker. Those are two things that are important. For a person to be a leader, they need to be able to stand against the crowd. And that means a risk taker. It means you need to be disagreeable. It involves a certain amount of aggression and a competitiveness that women simply lack. We all know that women are very agreeable, passive. Not all of them, but generally speaking, they are. They're peacemakers. They're more introspective. They're more emotional, less decisive. And all of that makes them worse as leaders. Now, there can be women that are good in particular leadership roles in certain circumstances, and individual women might. But as a general rule, because of their nature, they don't make good leaders.
Okay, thank you so much for your response there. Let's talk about it all. One of the reasons that you gave me that men are better at leading than women is physical strength. That is a totally and completely moot point. You would not be able to name me one social category in the world today where leadership is determined on purely physical strength. I also bet that you would not be willing to vote for a 15-year-old on steroids that can bench press 600 pounds over Donald Trump just because he's physically stronger.
Holy shit, I would have. Dude, I would have taken that deal in a fucking heartbeat. Now, obviously, I wouldn't have done that because he bench pressed 400 pounds. But I absolutely would vote for a 15-year-old on steroids over Donald Trump. I would take that fucking deal in a heartbeat.
Another point that you brought up is that women are more emotional than men. I'd actually say that's false. 72% of people who commit suicide are men. 85% of people that abuse hard drugs as an emotional reaction to like particular external stimuli are men. We see that 95% of violent crimes are committed by men. We see that men are much more likely to start wars, to start genocides. We see that men are much more likely to engage in irrational, risk-adverse activities.
So hold on. This is my frustration with Dean, and I don't know where he's going to go with it, so I'm going to let him play rhetorically, and I'll respond to what he actually says. But if he was saying this to point out that men need women to temper their bad impulses, then I'm going to be with Dean all day. However, if he does this like the future is female, men need to shut up and stand back and stand by bullshit, I'm just, it's going to hurt me. It's going to hurt me psychically if that's his tact.
Such as drunk driving, reckless driving, or gambling. Meanwhile, we see women have a higher IQ and EQ on average. Women outperform.
Hold on. This isn't true. So women have a higher distributed IQ towards the center. This is actually borne out. I'm just going to show you. That way you don't think I'm lying. Male and female IQ distribution. So women tend to be more intelligent on the average, whereas men have extreme peaks. So if you take a look at this, I almost guarantee you the variability hypothesis. So males have an almost like 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 distribution between dumb, average, smart, whereas females tend to cluster in the center around average. And so from a distributed perspective, you can say that there are more smart females than there are smart males, because on average, females have IQ, but males tend to be more aggressively distributed at the extremes. Liz following up says, nope, women can fight. Men were expendable. Women needed steady caloric intake for successful procreation over long stretches to menstruate, then catch pregnant, stay pregnant, birth, then breastfeed. Sure. We have biological and hormonal and environmental differences that require different needs. 100%. It's been a while, red pill. True. Let's swallow some red pills. Grassroots says, it's the Sam Harris argument. Lowell, roll the dice, and any living cognizant soul would be better. Sure. We shouldn't make like massive predictive things based off of this information And then not just that, you have to have rules, but you also have to have exceptions. And so if there are females who are capable of being competent in different leadership positions that have historically been male, then they should not be precluded from those roles just because of their gender, right? You need a better reason to preclude them. Now, so far, all I've heard is Nick say that he actually just wants to have cultural encouragement for people to fulfill their biological and social roles, which I'm okay with. I have a feeling he'll say some more extreme shit when Dean stops talking, though.
For men in the context of school, going to it more, getting better grades and better degrees. And we see that women could actually deal with stress better than men. And that's one of those biological predispositions that you were talking about.
Brandon Zero says, all my comments got deleted. What the hell? I didn't manually delete them, Brandon Zero. So you might have been saying something crazy that the automod caught.
Women have thicker dendrites in their neuroanatomy compared to men, for the reason being that evolution has designed women to deal with childbirth, okay? Right? And that made them deal with stress better as well. That's why we see that female surgeons outcompete male surgeons. The JMA and the AMA did a massive study on 1.7 million patients on 6 continents and evaluated that if you're operated on by a male compared to a female, that you're more likely to die as a result of your surgery, and you're more likely to experience postoperative outcomes. So, just a quick recap. Physical strength doesn't mean shit. I have bigger biceps than you. I bet you think you're a better leader. Emotional maturity. Women are more emotionally mature than men. Then about intelligence and all the other shit you brought up. We could get into that, but I'll let you respond to the points that I brought up so far.
Yeah. So you said it was risk averse to gamble and drunk drive. It's the opposite. You said men are more willing to drunk drive and gamble. Those are risk-taking activities, and risk-taking is fundamental in leadership.
Yeah,
that's why, yeah, fair enough. And that's why, the richest people in the world are all men, because the entrepreneurs are men, because an entrepreneur is a risk taker. And, one man's gambling is another man's entrepreneurship. One man's drunk driving is another man's self-destructive, obsessive, maniacal quest for, building the best company or being the president or anything like that. It's absolutely essential. With regard to higher IQ and EQ, it is true that on average women have a higher IQ, but it's also true that the distribution is different. There's more geniuses among men. I mean, the curve, if you will, is flatter. So there's more men that are on the left side of the curve. There's more men on the right side of the curve. Although the average for women is higher, they don't have those outliers and those extremes. That's why you don't see a lot of female geniuses. And that's just true. I mean, earlier today in preparation for the debate, I asked ChatGPT, I said, name some female geniuses. They got to like 3 before they had to name a feminist. They did like Marie Curie, some ancient Neoplatonist no one ever heard of. And then it was like all the like first and second wave feminists. There's no female geniuses. There's very few female billionaires that didn't get their wealth outside of divorce. There's very few female heads of state. People say that's oppression, it's misogyny, and we all know it's because they're not risk takers, they're not tough. With regard to they handle stress better, yeah, maybe certain kinds of stress, but I think we all know women, and I think we all know that when women are put in stressful situations, they
my
crumble.
God.
They
So
cry,
my
they
evidence-
cry, they get
my-
upset,
my-
they freak out, they call their boyfriend, they call their
Yeah, and
father.
then
Hang on.
punch
I'll
holes
let you
through
go on.
walls
I'll
and
let you go
burn
on. And
down
you said
cars
that
and
ridiculous
buildings.
stuff.
When's
Hang
the
on,
last
let me finish. I'll wrap up.
School.
But I let you finish, and I let you say that women handle stress better. That's insane. Okay. And with regard to physical strength, look, I said today physical strength is not a qualifier because of techniques, because we have missiles, we have tanks and things like that. But the point is, it used to be the case that what qualified you to lead is that you would go out there and be doing the fighting and all of that. And that is still true. It's not necessarily true in the United States, but it is still true in other countries. In countries like Israel, for example, or Iran, their presidents and their ministers are frequently military leaders that are actually having to be in the tanks and in the battlefield. And, it's hard to be in the battlefield when you get your period. It's hard to be in the battlefield if you're pregnant or something like that. Men don't get pregnant.
Brandon Ciro says it involves the white Cuban. I'll take a look, man. I logged into the thing to see if I could find it, but basically in YouTube Studios, there's comments that are quote unquote held for review. I expect that when I go in there, it's going to be a bunch of really vile shit. But if I see Brandon 0 and it's just like a silly comment about Destiny, I'll take a look at it. No big deal. No big deal. I'm sorry for yawning in your earballs, but kind of like you guys predicted, is Nick is going to say men better, Dean is going to say women better, and realistically, we're a complementary species. Okay, we need women, women need us. All right, and these virtues are not exclusive to the genders, but they correlate around genders. And so, if you have a positive pro-social virtue that's a part of your gender expression, embrace it. That's really what I have to say. The problem is, like, we pretend that we're in this like massive gendered conflict because of the travails and challenges of modernity. You know how you solve this shit? Be nice, be cool, be strong, practice virtue, find your partner, have them be virtuous, become their partner, be loyal, and work together to achieve both of your goals. On God, I said no slurs. Well, if you still said something edgy, then it might have been it. Also, Brandon, if you can summarize it in chat in a way that I can read, I'll just read your comment. If it's something silly about Steven, I'll just read it. I don't care. PFF says RSA encryption, elliptic curve cryptography, and also Perelman, Wiles 2, all the leading mathematicians are men. Yeah, we all kind of, I don't want to say that we all agree on this, but I'm going to say that vast swaths of the chat are going to agree. There's women geniuses, but there's more men geniuses. And if you look at the IQ distribution, women cluster around the middle. So on average, women are smarter than men, but men populate the extremes of dumb and smart. Who knows? Who cares? And then also when it comes to Nick saying that when it comes to combat, men need to be on the battlefield. Women have been on the battlefield. But that being said, if you don't carry your own pack, if you can't run faster or the same speed as your troops, if you got bad cardio, bad hips, bad this, bad that, if you can't lead from the front, you just do get less respect. It's just true. If you look at all the leaders who are valorized in Marine Corps and military history, they're not just the men who led and gave good orders. They're the men who stepped into the fray. Bud123 says, we don't need women. We are bringing back theocracy and God Jesus back to the White House. Yeah, boom. And then we die out as a species because we say we don't need women. PFF says there are exceptional women, but even when both are given the same opportunities, men still lead academically. Well, right, but in the distributions, because I think that women are currently dominating college on a statistical basis, but that just means that they're getting bachelor's degrees and master's degrees more than men. But are they jumping up to the highest echelons? Brandon Zero says, dog, I'm a loyal DGG, or I never insult the supreme leader. Nice. The only friend I have with a PhD is a woman. See, I cherry pick too. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like women are getting further in education, but that doesn't mean that they're geniuses, right? Anyways, there was another point here. I'm just going to show you guys this. It's an anecdote, but let's face it. I'm finding Dean too soy and Nick too soy, so I'm getting upset with them. I'm getting annoyed with them. Fallujah, bloody guy, pistol. So there's this iconic picture of this guy, the Hell House, and effectively what happened in the Hell House is they had wounded troops. And Fallujah Hell House map. I actually watched a breakdown of this the other day. Fallujah Hell House map. And with the Hell House, what was going on was there was bad guys up here, and there was kind of this internal courtyard within the house. And Marines had gotten wounded into this side of the building. And so Marines kept entering in the center courtyard area in order to try to get their wounded and get them back out of the building. But they were taking fire from the second story. And so what happened is Marines kept entering the building and getting wounded, trying to get they kept getting wounded, trying to get to their wounded. And so they got wrapped up in like an entire squad got tied up and got shot, like shot to shit. And that, look at this, look at all this blood. He's covered. This is like bright red arterial spray. Whoever bled this blood is dead, right? And so with the Hell House, I don't know what this guy's name was, Brad Castle. What is he? A first sergeant? I forget, sergeant major? I don't know what he was, but he was like a senior enlisted guy who went in with a fucking pistol in order to coordinate the evacuation, and he was engaging the insurgents with his pistol, right? That takes balls. So can you have a female who does this? Yes. But are males going to be more likely to do this without question? Yes. So that's what Nick's pointing to, even if he sucks. So let's check in because there was the DGGer who wanted to share with it. Being a bit facetious. Yeah, I think we're all taking a little bit of psychic damage at this point. My apologies to the people that are taking psychic damage. Brandon Zero says, oh, by the way, Connor, what happened yesterday got to do with your criticism of Dean Soyness as about the latest drama. It's funny, though. It will bring back memories of Hippy Dippy and Prime panels. Excellent. I'm looking forward to reading the comments. What is the pathway to being ahead in your field? Going through school, obviously, which means men are starting to reject that pathway. In a few decades, women will be the heads of the fields. Potentially, yeah. Silver Jacket Man says, it just hit me. Listening to Nick about women was irking me, but then I got it. This is what it looks like when a guy thinks with his wang and then turns out to not have one. Well, dude, and that's the thing. It's like, hold on. I know what Nick's talking about, and I'm not gonna, you know what? I'll just throw out some dirty laundry. It's not that dirty. Okay. So if my wife wants to yell at me about this later, she can. Her birthday was last month. Okay. We celebrated the birthdays as much as we were able to, but I don't know if you guys remember, all the kids were sick like 3 or 4 weeks ago. And so as a result, we didn't get to celebrate her birthday the way that we wanted to. So we go to Disney. In Disney, I'm not going to lie, it's my version of hell. It's filled with a shitload of people. There's rides that whip me back and forth. They hurt my neck. They hurt my shoulders. I don't like walking that much. I got hip pain. I got back pain. I got shoulder pain. I got neck pain, all that kind of shit. But I'm willing to do this for my wife. And so I go to Disney. I am grimacing through it. I'm kind of being rude and like a pain in the ass, but I'm doing my best because I fucking hate Disney, dude. I hate Disney, but I'm doing my best. We go on Guardians of the Galaxy. We go on House. What's the terror? Something. The elevator ride. The elevator ride that jacks you back up and down, right? And so I'm not like super jacked up, but my neck and shoulder hurts, right? And so I'm grumpy the next day. I'm dehydrated. I feel like shit. Maybe I'm a little bit of a smartass to her. Well, what ends up happening is me being a fucking smartass. She's like, fuck you. Right. And to me, I feel like it wasn't the haunted house. It was a Tower of Terror. That's what it was. And so we're seeing things from two different perspectives. I feel like she's not being fair to me because I did one of the things that I like least in the world in order to celebrate her birthday. And she feels like I'm being unfair because I'm being a fucking curmudgeon. And so if Nick was to walk up to me and he was like, hey, your wife's being crazy, I would be like, yeah, kind of, because she's being mean to me, but I did something self-sacrificial. But if she goes to her friends and she says, Connor went with me to my birthday to Disney, but he was a fucking dick the entire time, and then he was rude the following day, she'll have a point with her friends. We're a complementary species. We don't always see eye to eye. And my level of emotion is being grumpy and angry that I'm being forced to do like, stuff that I hate. And then her version of being emotional is not liking me being grumpy and angry. Right? So, women be crazy. All right? Women be crazy.
Men don't get their period. Men are physically stronger. The men have more endurance. That's why, by the way, it's not just that they're stronger, they're faster, they're all the above. That's why women don't compete with men in sports. That's why men make better soldiers. And so, it kind of does matter that if there's a war, men are going to be the ones fighting and dying it, and that's why they're leading. And
PFF says, also the black pill is that the R slur in high school who can barely spell will likely make more money than the uni-educated woman via working construction in the long run. That can be true if he's only a laborer for a brief amount. If he becomes construction admin and a general contractor, yeah, he's going to make shitloads more cash. And there are plenty of general contractors who are total idiots, by the way.
There's something deeply related to their biology there as well. But go ahead, since you want to interrupt me already.
Yeah, let's do something here. I've kind of felt this way like the entire time that we've been having the discussion. I feel like we both like to talk a lot. I think that that's been evidently clear. We just kind of go at each other with like these 2 to 3 minute responses. Can I ask something from you?
What is it? Depends on what it is.
I kind of want to break down each point you've brought up and demonstrate to you why it's flawed instead of just giving these long-winded responses.
You want to do a fact check?
5 minutes, guys.
And I want to do that point by point with our last 5 minutes. The first point about physical strength. Who would you rather vote for? A 15-year-old that can bench press 1,000 pounds or Donald Trump?
But that's not what I'm not saying that the most physically strong person should be the king. I'm saying that
what are you saying?
as a category, women are not soldiers. They're not tasked with defending the country, and that is effectively what the king or the president is supposed to do, is defend the realm.
Didn't
So
Trump dodge the draft 5 times?
Marfin says, hell no, college degrees correlate with higher pay than non-degree workers. Puff is off his rocker. What a moron. Marfin, the thing is, so if you're talking about like a drywaller, right, or a painter, a drywaller or a painter is going to make 10 to 30 bucks an hour. What he's talking about and what I'm talking about is plumbers. Plumbers make like 60 to 100 bucks an hour. What we're talking about is HVAC. HVAC makes 60 to 100 bucks an hour. I'm trying to think of like another example, but all those like higher technical fields, those make stupid money, and you don't need 4-year degrees. You need like a 6-month, apprenticeship program, and then you need like 2 years as an understudy or whatever it is, like as a temp. And so in 2 years with less debt, you can make 60 to 100 bucks an hour. That's what we're talking about with the specialty trades. And then what we're also talking about is Nepo baby general contractors. The only reason why I agree with this analogy is because I know Nepo baby GCs. So their dad is a general contractor. They know how to run the business. The 80 IQ kid gets into the business as like construction admin. He learns who to tell within the business what to do. He's not a skilled person. He's not HVAC. He's not an electrician. He's not anything, but he learns who to tell to do what and when. And so as a result of learning basic social skills on who to talk to in what trade to get a job done, he becomes the GC. And so there's a general contractor. And so the admin people are built around the GC. The tradesmen are built around the GC. And the GC is basically the king who just tells people what to do, when, where, and why. And the GCs get filthy rich. If you're looking at construction admin and you want to become like a king unto yourself financially and wield incredible amounts of power, then you need to be a Nepo baby GC. You will make stupid amounts of money and have stupid amounts of power. And you don't have to be that smart. Gen X says, I would be a terrible soldier. Maybe. There are some good paying blue collar jobs I won't deny. On average, getting a college degree increases your pay. Yeah, Marfin, I agree with you in general. I think we're just talking about the anecdotes. Specialized tradesmen and Nepo baby GCs make shitloads of cash. That's the only point that we're trying to make. Sarah702 says, my dad was an electrician and provided a comfortable life for my mom, sister, and I. Exactly. Conservative liberalism can confirm lots of Nepo baby contractors exist and they make everyone's life suck. And that sucks too, because they think because they're making so much money that they're smart. And oftentimes they're not. Def Lily 76 says, nah, you're wrong that 3 to 5 years to make 60K, 80K is 8 to 15 year journeyman, and trades have a huge population limit. I agree that tradesmen weirdly have a population limit, but let's just take a look at electricians as an example. Electrician average salary. $15 to $42 a year, and then it's 60K on average, and that's the median. Okay, that's a decent living in Florida. Let's do plumber average salary. Plumber average salary is also 55K a year. Let's do what was the other one? HVAC technician salary. Salary is 60K a year. So it looks like we're landing between 60K a year. So I'm going to agree with you, Death Lily, that you're saying that, well, these people aren't making doctors' salaries. And I understand that. But you also have to understand that within the K economy that we currently have as a country, effectively what we have is, in my opinion, we got doctors, lawyers, engineers. And depending on the lawyers, there's plenty of poor lawyers as well. But those people can make between 100K and 300K. And so they're like the actual middle class of the United States of America. Then on the K economy, if you picture it as like 45-degree angles, then down at the bottom, you have retail and restaurant. In retail and restaurant, make between $20,000 a year if they're part-time and $40,000 a year, and they are just surviving. And that's 60% of the economy. So when it comes to these tradesmen who are making $60K a year as a median, as an average, that's a good salary. And then if you become like an administrator for those guys, you make stupid money. And also if you become like an expert in that field, you make stupid money. So that's really what I'm pointing at. If you want to say that an email job for a Google company that makes $80K a year or $100K a year is better than being a plumber, sure. We're talking about like averages, and while we're talking about averages, we're also talking about discrete populations, like Nepo baby GCs and electricians. Silver Jacket Man says, I would pay all of my earthly possessions to see Fuentes go 3 rounds with Valentina Shevchenko. But he has to explain why men are stronger than women the whole time. That'd be dope. Dude, if you want to put that in as Creator Clash, I would pay to go see that Creator Clash in Tampa. Severin says 0 Hour and Grand Branch are also pretty good for tactical shooters. There was a video game that Chud Logic was playing that was a reenactment of the Somali mission for Black Hawk Down, and I absolutely want to play that. Christian Blair says, I mean, so that's decent if you don't have kids. Yeah. 42 an hour's journeyman pay. Yeah, that's great. Silver Jacket Man says, yeah, my bro is a poor lawyer working for the state. He still makes 6 figures. He's doing just fine. There you go. Grassroots says, I am one of those engineers, and I'll just tell you, it took me 3 years to be cracking 150K, which, by the way, Grassroots just makes it rain in this chat. And I'm not saying that he could make it rain in perpetuity, but I'm just saying 150K when you have a wife and a couple of kids is way better than 60K with a couple of kids. Speaking from experience, by the way. Anyways, let's let these fellows yap. We've been having plenty of fun in chat, but let's let them yap as well.
Oh my. Okay, so are we just going to do the resistance liberal thing now? I said
No,
the
it's
United
just
States,
crazy.
technics
Halfway defending the
notwithstanding. Are you capable of understanding like a concept?
I make 57 an hour. Yeah, dude, that's dope. That's dope. You know, showing up to a work site and making almost $60 an hour, that's sick.
Can non-soldiers defend the country?
President Bone Spurs. We're talking about whether women should be leaders if they can't physically defend the borders.
Okay, so you'd say the weaker you are physically speaking, the worse you are at leading.
No.
So then what the fuck is your argument?
Yeah, it's like you're not even listening. I said as a cat.
AF says 120K single and no kids is the fucking bee's knees. Well, listen, brother. Buy me a Keltec RDB so I can go ahead and make the battle rifle from Halo, if that's how much cash you're sitting on.
As a category, because sex is
a category that's not going to be indicative of leadership ability. When the question is, why are men better at leading than women? Why do you name a category where we see these general biological distinctions between men and women if it's not indicative of men being better at leading than women? I asked you to name the specific biological differences between men and women that make men better at leading than women. You said strength was one of them, and now you're saying it's not. You're saying that emotional intelligence was one of them, then you conceded that women are more emotionally intelligent than men. Another point that
other part.
Another point that you brought up was intelligence, specifically IQ, with the highest geniuses of the men being smarter than that of the women. I'd say there's going to be some social, like some social aspects thrown in there. I mean, if you look at like the average IQ of an Arab individual compared to a white individual at home here in the U.S., the white individual has a higher IQ. But then if you go to an
AF Racing says, you got it, bro. Just waiting on that T-shirt, buddy. Correct me if I'm wrong. We were having a conversation in the past like 3 or 4 days. I forget what day it was. Sorry, these guys are boring me. And I hate to say that because I don't want to tell my own chat that I'm bored, because if I'm bored, then you're probably bored, right? But we're trying to get through the content segment. But just to share, because this shit was legitimately funny. AF Racing, if I remember correct. So a few days ago, we were talking about like terrorism and humor within terrorism and irreverence around terrorist events. And the topic of Irish car bombs came up, and I think AF said they're after me lucky car bombs or something like that. And I was instantaneously like, that's a T-shirt. So I sent that phrase to my artist, and I have like another dozen pieces of art for her to work on. But I'm gonna show you this because let's face it, this is more funny than Dean Withers and Nick Fuentes. Let's be real, okay? So let's take a look at Lucky Charms guy. So what I'm picturing is this guy, but where's the "they're after me Lucky Charms" pose? Let's see if there's a specific pose. They're after my Lucky Charms. Let's see if there's like a specific pose we should hit. No, that's not it. That's not it. There's got to be one, man. Anyway, so let's go back to the original. So I want you to imagine this real quick, okay? So imagine this guy, but instead of having, as a matter of fact, this is like the perfect pose. So imagine this, but then he has like a, what do you call it? Like a bandolier vest, right? Then he has like in this hand, he has like Semtex, but it's kind of like held up. You know what I'm saying? So he has like a block of C4 with like a timer on it. And then in this one, he has like the AR-180. So the Armalite, IRA Armalite rifle. So so AR-15s are obviously iconic with America, and the AK-47 is iconic with the IRA, but it's also iconic with resistance forces all over the world. The one gun that is specifically IRA, like it is the IRA symbol. This is their favorite weapon, is the Armalite AR-18. Armalite AR-18. And it's actually it's not quite an AR-15. It's not quite anything else, but this is allegedly the IRA's favorite rifle. And so I would give the Irish Lucky Charms guy, rifle like this, Armalite AR-18, Semtex like this, and then I would put, "They're after me Lucky Bombs." Boom. So anyways, I think that's more interesting than Nick and Dean. That being said, let's get back to Nick and Dean and let them wrap us up.
An Arab-dominated country in the Middle East, you'll see that the Arab individual has a higher IQ. What this means is that socialization, access to opportunity, and resources can play in, right, to like your deviated IQ.
Okay,
so of course we'd see more men having
toast. I think I'm toast too, by the way. I'm going to use that as an excuse. I'm just gonna do an outro and hang out with chat for a little bit. So let's go ahead and summarize what we've seen here today, because I think that it's very basic, and Dean simultaneously was surprisingly competent to me as a debater, and also was like very lib coded, very resistance lib in his line of argumentation, but he got a good dunk. So I think the first topic was about economics. I felt like he held his own. In the second conversation, they were talking about Christian nationalism, and he got a good dunk of, if God orders you to do something immoral, are you going to do it? And Nick said yes. And then he tested the limit of that hypothetical, and Nick ended up backing off. So I actually thought that was a good line of argumentation from Dean, while still agreeing that his line of argumentation was pretty soy. Then in reference to, what was it? What was the next one? I forget the next one, because frankly, they were kind of like all over the place. They talked about God a lot, and they did some atheist basic lines of argumentation. They talked about like the Shroud of Turin for like 10 minutes, right? But then when it came to women and men, Nick is saying that men are better than women. Dean is saying that women are better than men. And I'm just going to tell you right now, we're a complementary species, okay? I'm an asshole. I'm rude. I'm shitty some of the time. I'm not a perfect man. I do my best, okay? I grumpily go to Disney with my wife to try to make her happy, and she still doesn't like it because I'm not happy enough. That's who I am, okay? I'll go to Disney with you. I'll walk through the crowds. I'll get on the rides that hurt my neck and shoulders, but I'm going to be grumpy about it. That's who I am. I'm a flawed dude. And my wife is a very good woman. She takes care of my kids. She takes care of me. She helps me out with the household. She does all this kind of crap. But then she also has to put up with me being an asshole. And sometimes she's not always in the mood to put up with me being an asshole. So she's kind of an asshole, right? We're a complementary species. We need each other. This gender war bullshit needs to end. So I'm just going to check in with chat. I'm going to hang out with you guys. Possum Nation says, some electricians stay at a certain level and don't move up. Probably half of them don't become journeymen and stay under $30 an hour. Sure. But I think that there's some people who climb to the top and they start making $50 an hour, right? Kesoko says, I'm over listening to Dean. I vote to move on from this conversation. We are. We're at 4 hours and 40 minutes, close enough to 5 hours for me. So I'm just going to hang out with you guys because I parasocially love you. Also, quick shout out before we lose any people because we're wrapping up. Like the stream if you haven't liked the stream. We actually did peak out at 80 today, which is pretty stinking good for Valor Media Network, so that's awesome. If you're going to give us money, go ahead and do so on the Counterpoints channel. I didn't plug the PayPal today, but I'll figure that out for tomorrow. That way, if you have money burning a hole in your pocket and you want to throw it my way, then you can do it via PayPal. Matter of fact, my PayPal is counterpointsconnor@gmail.com. That's the email associated with my PayPal. So I'll just log in real quick and see if anybody wants to throw me a little tip for entertaining you for the past few hours. If you don't have any cash, don't worry about it. I actually literally do not care. I'm about to get paid by one of my sponsors is set to pay me in the next 48 hours, and that'll help me get through when I'm going. I'm also talking tomorrow to a potential investor who is going to maybe back the Counterpoints 40K, Counterpoints Sci-Fi, Counterpoints Star Wars channels. And so as a result, I love you and I love Grassroots Hegemon. I love all the support, but I'm not freaking out. The bills are paid for now, and I can't find the invoice, so fuck it. I don't care. Pay me later, okay? I love you for being here. Instead of a green top hat, it would be a black beret. Nice flourish. Remind me of that when we start working on it. Never trust a creepy leprechaun. True. Whatever 4690 says, can anyone link me? I think I might have been blocked myself. No, you're good. You're still here. Grassroots says, I scared the shit out of myself. I didn't know how to do what I was being asked to do. Lol. Managed to make Rick takeable. Interesting. Mr. Bombastic says, a bunch of influencers influencing nothing. Yeah, that was kind of like a vapid conversation, but you know what? They danced around. Oh, sodomy. That's what it was. Thank you, Hearshot. I actually blocked out the middle part of the debate because they talked about sodomy for like a full 30 minutes. And they were talking about like how to clean your butt and whether or not you can use your butt as a sex organ. That was like a full 30 minutes. That's probably what gave me a headache, by the way. Holy shit. Silver Jacket Man says, I'm 70% sure my local bartender is ex-IRA. He showed up right after the peace agreement and can't talk about why he left Ireland. Plus, he said he can never go back. Yeah, probably. Grassroots says, I'm a programmer and electrical engineer. That might be what you want. Cool. Sacred Snow says, in Central Florida, it's very common for mom and pop electricians to do maybe one journeyman to meet foreman codes or commercial jobs, and they won't have any, and everyone works under the owner. Yep. Grumpy Cat Connor. I am grumpy today. My apologies. Why do you go to Disney? Shouldn't you not do things you don't like? Because I love my wife. Because I love my wife. Because as much as she wants to act like I am a grumpy, cantankerous, ne'er do well. I'm a ruffian. I'm a savage. It's funny and it's fun. And you know what I did? So as much as I'm in trouble for not being sufficiently happy during Disney, one of the things that I did that was really funny during the Tower of Terror, they have this part where the elevator blacks out before they drag you up to a part that kind of shows you like ghosts or whatever. And I screamed 5 seconds before the ghost showed up, and I made the entire car of people scream. It was pretty funny. Melody says he should have asked Nick which gender is more attractive. Lol. True. You should. You missed the meme at the end or haven't gotten to it yet. Well, sorry if I missed it. Damn it, I missed almost the whole thing. That's okay, Dr. Zayas. You got a VOD. You got a VOD to look forward to. K Soko says, good luck, Connor. Hope it goes well. Thank you. Grassroots says, I can be a potential investor. Well, let's talk. You already invest in this channel, and I kind of need you for this channel, truth be told. But yeah, if you want to help me build sci-fi guns, or if you want to help me create science fiction content, then sure, why the fuck not? Bud123 says, but Connor's wife is still not happy when he goes to Disney World and hates it. Well, you know what? I was a smug, grim asshole about it. So she's kind of right to do that. Christian Blair says, which tells me whatever he did isn't forgiven because of the accounts of the Accords. Lol. Yeah. Ireland is filled with 50 to 60-year-old Catholic and Protestant mass shooters and bombers. Unironically. Yes, it is. All right. Anyways, I have a massive fucking headache. I'm going to go take some Advil and pound some water. It could be caffeine. It could be medicine. I don't know what my problem is today, but overall, I just kind of feel like shit. So I parasocially love you. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Like the stream, engage in the chat, watch the VODs, comment on the VODs, and when you got a dono, give a dono, but no requirements. If you're a brokey, you're just paying bills, you're barely surviving, you don't need to give me money. Your AdSense revenue, your sweet AdSense revenue is always appreciated. And then, of course, if you're making $120,000 a year as a single person and you're sitting on dragon levels of cash, then I would appreciate your cash at some point, because I want to build science fiction guns and rescue dogs, and I want to be a successful content creator, and all that kind of shit. So I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Jonah Boy says, have a good day, everyone. 07. Christian Blair says, have a good day, everyone. 07. Bud123. True. Kesoko waves goodbye. Whatever. 4690 says, baby. Give that video a listen if you want to chill and ride out the headache. Thank you, Conservative Liberalism. I will. He sent me something about Thomas Paine, which I'm looking forward to. Sacred Snow says, feel better. 07. I'm going to salute all you guys. Go watch your other favorite streamers. I love you. Have a great day. Bye for now.